Chapter 1. The Expulsion. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. Lu Feng stood before the Azure Crane Sect's disciplinary tribunal with his hands bound in restraining talismans, his robes torn, and absolutely no idea what he'd done wrong. The three elders seated above him on their raised platform seemed equally confused, which was somehow worse than if they'd looked furious. Fury he could understand. Fury was the natural response to an actual crime, a genuine transgression, something that shattered the harmony of the sect's orderly existence. But this confusion, this hesitation, the way they exchanged glances as if seeking confirmation from one another, it suggested something far more nebulous and therefore far more dangerous. The tribunal chamber of the Azure Crane Sect was designed to awe, to make the accused feel small and insignificant before the majesty of judgment. The ceiling rose 30 feet above the floor, painted with scenes of celestial cranes in flight, their wings spread wide as if they were about to dive down and tear the flesh from the bones of anyone foolish enough to stand below. The walls were polished stone that caught the light in ways that made your eyes hurt if you stared too long. Carefully placed cultivation arrays amplified sound, making every whisper seem like a shout, every footfall seem like thunder. And the three elders' platform was raised so high that Lu Feng had to crane his neck just to look them in the eye, a physical reminder of the hierarchy that governed the sect's social structure. The message was clear. They were above him in every possible way. You understand the gravity of these charges? Elder Meng, the sect master's first lieutenant, shuffled the complaint forms before him with considerable uncertainty. The papers rustled in a way that suggested they might blow away if someone sneezed hard enough. Everything about the elder's demeanor suggested he'd rather be literally anywhere else, reviewing cultivation records, mediating disputes between disciples, literally anything except presiding over this inexplicable tribunal. His hands trembled slightly as he turned the pages, not from age or illness, but from genuine confusion about what he was reading. I genuinely don't, Elder, Lu Feng said, and he meant it with every fiber of his being. His voice came out smaller in this cavernous space than he'd intended, absorbed by the stone walls as if even the architecture itself rejected his words. 3 days ago, he'd been a perfectly mediocre outer disciple of the Azure Crane Sect, ranked 247th out of 300 in martial prowess, notable only for his stubborn refusal to quit despite having absolutely no talent for cultivation. His meridians were as rigid as dried bamboo that had been buried in stone for a decade, refusing to stretch despite thousands of hours of training and meditation. His dantian was smaller than a sparrow's egg. In fact, the sect's apothecary had compared it to a grain of rice when testing his cultivation base. His spiritual sense could barely reach the distance of a city block. He'd measured it once by walking away from a cultivation focus point until he could no longer feel it, and he'd made it exactly 1,247 paces. Most outer disciples could maintain sense connection at 5 times that distance, sometimes 10. His was genuinely pathetic, a testament to his absolute unsuitability for the cultivation path. By all rights, he should have washed out years ago, failing the basic aptitude tests that eliminated most children from the sect's training programs before they were even given robes. These tests were designed to identify potential, and Lu Feng had demonstrated none. But something in him had always refused to accept that verdict, had insisted on trying anyway despite constant failure. The incident in the meditation hall, Elder Meng continued, consulting the papers as if they might provide him guidance. When junior brother Xia's sword formation malfunctioned. You were present? I was meditating 3 rows back, Lu Feng confirmed, his heart rate accelerating. He'd been attempting to unfold his meridians through the basic technique all outer disciples learned, the foundational method that was supposed to gradually expand your spiritual channels from their initial narrowness into the capacity to hold more qi. The technique that had done absolutely nothing for him in 3 years despite thousands of repetitions. He could practically hear the elders thinking. Of course the useless disciple was nearby when something went wrong. His very presence brings bad luck star. And when senior sister Chen's breakthrough attempt failed, sending 3 junior disciples to the infirmary, I was in the dining pavilion that morning. I have witnesses. This one at least had alibis. He'd been eating breakfast, rice gruel, as usual, because that was the cheapest meal option and his stipend as an outer disciple barely covered basic sustenance. Several kitchen workers had seen him there, had ladled the thin gruel into his bowl, had watched him eat it with the mechanical efficiency of someone feeding because the body required fuel. This was the strangest part of the whole experience. Lu Feng had genuinely tried to recall any moment where he might have deserved expulsion, had spent the sleepless night before this tribunal desperately searching his memory for some transgression he'd committed, some rule he'd violated, some person he'd wronged. And he found nothing. Yes, he'd been in the meditation hall when Xia's formation exploded. A sword formation was a cultivator's personal manifestation of their qi, a delicate structure that could be disrupted by the slightest disturbance in the ambient spiritual energy, requiring absolute concentration and perfect balance to maintain. But he'd been completely still, his eyes closed, attempting the same useless cultivation techniques he'd attempted every day for 3 years. He hadn't moved. He hadn't even consciously breathed heavily. He'd just existed, meditating, doing absolutely nothing that could possibly affect anyone else. Yes, he'd been near the alchemy furnace when Elder Zhou's experiment went catastrophically wrong, but standing nearby wasn't a crime. Hundreds of disciples walked past the furnace daily. Why would he be singled out for simply being in a location where an accident occurred? The other 2 elders exchanged glances. This was clearly not following script. There was supposed to be a clear transgression, a crime that justified the expulsion proceedings. Instead, there was just uncertainty. The elders were reading from rules that didn't seem to apply, making accusations that didn't quite stick, trying to justify a decision that had already been made regardless of the evidence. The pattern, Elder Meng said finally, as if invoking the name of a cosmic law, is against you. He said it the way a doctor might say you have 3 months, with professional regret but absolute finality, the tone of someone delivering news that couldn't be questioned because it was too great and too terrible for questioning. Lu Feng blinked. His mind struggled to process the word in this context. Pattern? What pattern? The pattern, he asked, and his voice didn't sound like his own. It sounded like the voice of a child, small and frightened and unable to comprehend. 3 incidents of extraordinary misfortune in your vicinity within a week. Elder Zhou, a thin woman with a scar splitting her left eye, elaborated. She had the bearing of someone who'd trained in the more esoteric arts, the kind that dealt in divination and spiritual perception rather than direct combat. Zhou was rumored to have the ability to see the threads of fate that connected events, to perceive the patterns underlying chaos. An outer disciple cultivating near you experiences a tribulation backlash. An inner disciple sparring with you as audience suffers a qi deviation. The Sect's western storeroom catches fire while you sleep in the adjacent dormitory. Lu Feng wanted to protest all of it, but he stopped himself before the words could leave his mouth. Yes, he'd been meditating near Lao Jing when the outer disciple experienced a backlash in his foundation establishment. But Jing had been pushing himself too hard, trying to compress his breakthrough into a single day instead of the normal week-long process. The backlash was his own doing, a result of his ambition overwhelming his caution. And yes, there were hundreds of others meditating in the meditation hall at the same time. Why was his presence the one blamed for the outcome? Yes, he'd been watching the sparring match where senior brother Kong suffered a qi deviation. But Kong had been fighting against someone 3 ranks above him, someone whose cultivation base was so powerful that it basically guaranteed injury through sheer force differential. That was recklessness on Kang's part, not anything Lu Feng had done. He'd just been standing on the sidelines, watching, as was his duty as someone assigned to monitor the training grounds. And the storeroom fire. The storeroom fire was caused by senior brother Luo falling asleep with a spirit lantern lit. He began to protest, his frustration finally breaking through his careful control. The pattern accumulates. Elder Zhou interrupted, her voice carrying the weight of genuine belief that made his argument sound foolish. We have consulted the Sect's fortune tellers. Hexagrams align in your shadow. The divination stones turn dark when held by those who interact with you regularly. The pattern marks you as a calamity bearer. She said it with the certainty of someone delivering an objective fact, not an opinion. The fortune tellers had spoken. The hexagrams had aligned. The divination stones had responded. These were signs from the universe itself, or so the logic went. Lu Feng's mouth opened, closed, opened again. This was insane. This was absolute superstition dressed up in the language of cultivation reality, using the tools of divination to justify something that was fundamentally illogical. That's superstition, he said, his voice rising slightly with the injustice of it all, the unfairness of being judged on the basis of mystical divination rather than evidence. Nonetheless, Elder Meng said, and his tone had shifted to something almost apologetic, the sound of someone who personally disagreed with this judgment but was bound by sect protocol to enforce it. The pattern persists, and in matters of sect safety, we cannot take risks. The welfare of our 300 disciples must take precedence over the fate of one who carries such obvious calamity. We have consulted with Sect Master Jiang himself, and the decision has been made at the highest levels of sect authority. You are expelled, effective immediately. You will be escorted from the Azure Crane Sect territory within the hour. Your sect robes and medal are forfeit. The talismans binding your cultivation base will dissolve in 1 month, allowing you to retain your hard-earned foundation, however minimal. May you find peace in seclusion. It was the kindest expulsion ever pronounced, and it made no sense whatsoever. They were casting him out, while simultaneously permitting him to keep the cultivation foundation he'd spent 3 years building. It was a contradiction, a show of mercy wrapped in the language of judgment, suggesting that somewhere deep in these elders' hearts, they knew this was unjust but were powerless to stop it. Lu Feng wanted to argue, to demand justice, to ask how they could expel someone for simply existing near misfortune. But he'd learned long ago that righteousness meant nothing in the cultivation world. Power meant everything, and he had almost none. An outer disciple ranked 247th had no leverage with which to resist the judgment of 3 elders. He could rail against the injustice, could make dramatic protests, could appeal to reason and fairness, and it would change nothing except making them speed up his escort to the gates and possibly have him dragged out by force. So he bowed, a low respectful bow that accepted the judgment even as his mind rebelled against it. Then he turned and walked out of the tribunal chamber with his few belongings in a cloth sack that had been brought to him before the hearing. His binding talismans burned faintly against his wrists, suppressing his already pitiful cultivation until they dissolved. At least they'd been merciful about letting him keep his foundation. Some sects sealed their expelled disciples' meridians entirely, trapping them in the body of someone who'd never trained, unable to access the power they'd spent years cultivating. The Azure Crane Sect, for all its apparent cruelty, was offering him a path to redemption if he could somehow survive without their support. He made it exactly 2 miles down the mountain road before he heard the first explosion. Chapter 2. The destruction. The sound reached Lu Feng as a low, bone-deep rumble that rattled his teeth and sent birds erupting from the trees around him in a synchronized panic. Every creature within a mile radius seemed to take flight at that moment, a synchronization of animal panic that transcended species. He turned, his heart already hammering against his ribs, and watched the sky above the Sect turn a violent shade of orange, as if someone had set fire to the clouds themselves. The transformation was so sudden, so complete, that it seemed less like a fire starting and more like the sun itself was relocating directly above the Sect. The Azure Crane Sect's protective formation, a masterwork of ancient array construction that had stood for 400 years, maintained by the Sect's most skilled cultivators, renewed and reinforced with each generation, part of the Sect's very identity and prestige in the cultivation world, tore itself apart with a violence that defied comprehension. Lu Feng had seen the formation from inside, of course. It was the translucent shimmer that marked the Sect's boundaries, visible mainly in certain light conditions and mostly ignored by the disciples who lived within it. It had always seemed almost invisible in its mundanity, so common that he'd stopped noticing it years ago. It was just there, the background of existence, as permanent and unquestioned as gravity or the sky or the turning of seasons. Something so fundamental that you only remembered it existed if you specifically looked for it. Its destruction was anything but mundane. It was spectacular in its catastrophic elegance, a destruction so complete and violent that it seemed like the universe itself was expressing its judgment. The barriers ripped outward in a cascade of azure light. each layer of the formation unraveling like embroidery threads pulled by frantic hands. The sight was almost beautiful in a horrible sort of way, like watching a flower bloom in reverse, but accelerated to impossible speeds, each petal snapping backward and fragmenting, until the whole structure was flying apart at velocities that left afterimages in the air. The azure light spread outward in waves, visible for miles, each wave carrying the distinct note of formation instability, breaking down into pure destructive force. The sound grew louder with each passing second, shifting from a rumble to a roar to something that was no longer quite a sound, but rather a physical presence. Then came the explosions. They weren't single events, but a cascading series, each building disaster feeding into the next like dominoes toppling in sequence. The sect's outer buildings went first, the dormitories where the junior disciples slept, stacked in long wooden structures designed for maximum efficiency rather than safety. The practice grounds where sword forms were drilled into muscle memory by repetition, where thousands of cultivators had trained under the morning sun, their forms perfected through countless repetitions. Roofs simply lifted off these structures, carried on waves of force that seemed to come from beneath the earth itself, as if the mountain was shrugging off the burden of holding up buildings. Cultivators in the middle stages of their art could fall from heights like that and survive, their bodies reinforced by spiritual power sufficient to absorb the impact. Outer disciples had no such guarantee. The screams began almost immediately. The meditation hall where Lu Feng had sat in useless attempt to advance his cultivation collapsed inward, its elegant wooden structure transforming into splinters and dust. The sound was that of something precious breaking, not dramatic, but final. The library, the precious library where ancient techniques were recorded on jade slips and paper, knowledge accumulated over centuries of careful study and discovery. Ignited as its containment wards failed, the rare and irreplaceable texts burning faster than any ordinary fire could consume them, their spiritual content accelerating their own destruction in a cruel twist of fate. Lu Feng stood on the roadside, frozen in place as if his feet had taken root, watching an entire sect destroy itself in the span of perhaps 30 seconds. 30 seconds for 400 years of work to become rubble. For centuries of history, of cultivation breakthroughs, of disciples trained and sent forth into the world, all of it gone in the time it took to count to 30. A cultivator burst past him, robes singed and eyes wild. It was senior brother Jean, an inner disciple who'd been training in the sword hall where the explosions had started. The cultivator had perhaps 20 years of training, enough power to survive what would kill lesser disciples, but not enough to survive what was happening. "Run!" Jean screamed at him, even as the inner disciple was himself sprinting desperately away from the cascade of destruction, his cultivation base burning with power as he pushed himself beyond safe limits. The formation core is destabilizing. The whole peak is going to, he didn't finish. A structural support from the main sect building, torn free by some invisible force, careened through the air with the speed of an arrow and struck Jean in the back. The inner disciple went down, and Lu Feng heard the sickening crunch that meant something fundamental in the body had broken beyond what healing could repair. Senior brother Jean didn't get up. He would never get up again. "Jean!" Lu Feng started forward without thinking, his body moving toward the fallen cultivator before his mind could calculate the danger. But the next wave of force hit him like a physical hand, invisible and brutal, and sent him sprawling onto his back several feet away. The breath exploded from his lungs. His ribs felt like they'd caved inward. His ears rang with a high-pitched frequency that made his teeth ache. When his vision cleared, he could see the final collapse, the main peak of the Azure Crane sect, where the sect master's personal residence stood in solitary grandeur, the elegant curved eaves reaching toward heaven, the golden symbols that marked it as the center of the sect's power gleaming in the afternoon light, simply caved inward. It happened so fast that Lu Feng couldn't even process it as it occurred. One moment, the magnificent structure was there, the architectural centerpiece of the sect, the physical manifestation of the sect master's power and authority. The next moment, there was only a crater of churning energy and ruin, the peak itself sinking into the mountain, as if the earth had opened a mouth to swallow it. The formation's destruction reached its violent conclusion with a sound like the world breaking. The remaining barriers simply ceased to exist, the energy that had maintained them dissipating into the atmosphere, invisible waves of corrupted qi that spread outward like ripples in water. The sound faded only after several minutes, replaced by the terrible absence of noise that comes after calamity. That silence was perhaps worse than the noise had been. Silence. The silence was somehow worse than the noise had been. It was the silence of an empty stage, of a theater after the final act, of a concert hall after the last note fades and the audience has left. A silence that meant nothing would ever be the same again. That meant something fundamental in the universe had shifted. Lu Feng pushed himself to his feet on shaking legs, his whole body trembling. Around him, other evacuees, disciples who'd been caught on the outer edges of the Sect territory when the destruction began, were staring back at the ruins with the expressions of people whose entire world had ended. Because it had. For most of them, the Azure Crane Sect was the only home they'd ever known. They'd been brought there as children, trained there as young cultivators, expected to spend their entire lives there. They'd built their identities around their place in the Sect's hierarchy, had invested years in relationships with other disciples, had planned futures where they would advance through the ranks and eventually become elders themselves. Now there was nothing. A messenger cultivator landed roughly 100 yards away, her ability to fly clearly taxed to its limit by whatever force was still roiling through the air, the destabilized qi making flight dangerously unpredictable. She staggered slightly as she landed, her perfect control lost to exhaustion and the sheer power of what she'd been flying through. "Survivors!" she screamed, her voice raw with effort and desperation. "Sound off. Is anyone intact?" The responses were scattered, confused, few. Lu Feng counted perhaps 30 voices, though the ruins of the Sect had held 300 disciples before the expulsions and training casualties of the past months. 30 survivors out of 300 meant 270 were dead or missing, their fates unknown in the chaos. An 80% casualty rate. The numbers were almost impossible to comprehend. He looked at his hands, then back at the destruction, then down the road before him. The timeline was clear in his mind, burned into his memory with the clarity of trauma. Expelled at dawn, walked for 2 hours at a steady pace to distance himself from the Sect, heard the explosion almost exactly at the moment he reached 2 miles distance, which meant the formation had been breached not long after he left the Sect gates. Perhaps minutes, perhaps seconds. Pure coincidence. It had to be. But even as he thought it, he didn't believe it. Chapter 3. The aftermath. The Azure Crane Sect was dead, but not fast enough to spare some of its disciples the suffering that came with being crushed, burned, or drowned in the unstable qi that erupted from the formation core. The cultivation energy that had been contained within the formation for 400 years was suddenly freed, no longer constrained by the careful arrays that had directed it. And without the structure to direct it, it became something closer to a weapon, lashing out randomly and finding victims wherever they tried to hide. Lu Feng watched from a distance as cultivators vastly superior to him began the grim work of excavating corpses from beneath stones and shattered wood. Some of the survivors had the power to shift rubble aside through pure cultivation force, to probe through wreckage for bodies and survivors. Others simply stood and waited for direction, or walked through the ruins calling out names in the faint hope that someone would answer, that the dead would somehow respond to the sound of their own names. It was work that was both necessary and pointless, mechanical and emotionally devastating, purposeful and utterly futile all at once. The smells reached him gradually, smoke and burning wood, and the copper scent of blood, and something worse, something that came from bodies crushed and burned and left in the heat. The sounds were worse still, the crying, the shouting of orders, the occasional scream of someone discovering a loved one among the dead. He should leave. Every instinct screamed that he should leave immediately, head down the mountain, put as much distance as possible between himself and this place. He was expelled, after all. It would be appropriate for him to maintain the clean separation the Sect elders had mandated. The expelled disciple appearing at the site of the catastrophe would only invite questions and suspicion and possibly blame. People looking for someone to blame for the disaster might find his presence suspicious, might connect his expulsion to the destruction and decide that he was somehow responsible. The logical, sensible response was to flee. But something kept his feet rooted to the earth. Perhaps it was shock, his mind unable to process what had happened, unable to accept the transition from normal life to catastrophe. Perhaps it was guilt, irrational though it might be, the feeling that somehow his mere presence had triggered this catastrophe, that by existing, by breathing, by moving, he had caused this destruction. Perhaps he simply couldn't believe this was real and needed to witness the proof, needed to see the destruction with his own eyes before he could accept that it had actually occurred. He watched as Elder Meng emerged from beneath a collapsed building, his cultivation base clearly taxed from holding back falling stone with pure force, his hands glowing with power as he carefully lifted a boulder aside piece by piece. The Elder's face was ashen, the color of someone looking at something that broke their fundamental understanding of reality, that violated every assumption they'd made about how the world worked. His movements were slow, deliberate, mechanical, as if his body was operating on autopilot from a mind that had stopped functioning properly, that had shut down in the face of catastrophe too great to process. Behind him came Elder Zhua, helping a bleeding junior sister Lu who'd apparently been in one of the buildings that came down when the peak collapsed, her leg bent at an angle that no leg should bend, the bone clearly shattered beyond healing. The elder was weeping, tears streaming down her face, her divination abilities apparently useless in the face of actual catastrophe. Where had her ability to see fate patterns been when the sect needed them? And then came Sect Master Jiang himself, robes torn but form intact, his cultivation base still radiating power though it was clearly diminished, as if much of his strength had been consumed in the effort to survive. He moved through the devastation with the grim authority of one surveying territory they've lost, the careful steps of someone accustomed to power finding themselves helpless. Jiang was a cultivator in the nascent spirit realm, the highest rank of power in the cultivation world that still interacted with sects and mortal organizations. His presence alone should have been able to protect the sect from most disasters. The fact that he hadn't even been able to save his own headquarters was a statement about the power of what had destroyed it. It was a statement about forces operating at levels beyond his ability to comprehend or control. It was a statement about his fundamental powerlessness in the face of true catastrophe. The sect master's eyes fell on Lu Feng, and in that moment, something profound passed between them. Recognition, perhaps. Realization. Sect Master Jiang stared at the expelled disciple standing at the border of his destroyed sect, stared with the expression of someone whose world had just expanded to encompass dimensions they'd never imagined before. It was a look of sudden, terrible understanding. It was the look of someone connecting dots that they wished would remain unconnected, that would be far easier to ignore if they didn't form such an obvious pattern. "You," the sect master called out, his voice carrying across the rubble with the force of a cultivator's projection. "Lu Feng, come here." Lu Feng did not want to come forward. Every part of his being rebelled against it, warning him that moving closer would be signing himself into greater danger. But he was a cultivator, admittedly a terrible one, nearly powerless, but still someone trained since childhood to respond to authority. His feet carried him forward despite his mind's protests. "You were expelled," Sect Master Jiang said, not as a question. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the precision of someone reading from a report they'd already memorized. "Yes, Sect Master. At dawn. For the pattern." Lu Feng felt shame even as he said it, though he couldn't articulate why. What had he done wrong? Why should he feel ashamed of something he hadn't even done? But the feeling persisted anyway, a weight pressing down on his shoulders. The pattern. The sect master's laugh was bitter, exhausted, and contained not a single note of actual humor. It was the laugh of someone who'd just realized the cosmic joke being played on him. "Do you see the pattern now, boy? Do you see what it wrought?" "I don't understand, Sect Master." "No," Jiang agreed, and there was something almost kind in his tone, the sympathy of one person toward another being crushed under a weight too heavy to bear. "Neither do I. But I understand this. You left, and we were destroyed. That much I understand perfectly." The sect master turned away, already shouting orders to the cultivators moving through the wreckage, focusing on the immediate crisis of rescue and recovery. Lu Feng was left standing alone with that acknowledgement hanging between them like a curse, like a physical weight pressing down on his shoulders. He turned and walked away from the Azure Crane sect, not running, just walking, putting one foot in front of the other until the ruins were far enough behind him that he could no longer see the orange glow of the fires burning through the accumulated knowledge of 4 centuries. Chapter 4. The second recruitment. Lu Feng had no plan for what happened after expulsion. The Azure Crane sect had been his entire life since childhood. They'd raised him when his original family died of plague. He was 5 years old, too young to understand death, too young to grieve in any meaningful way, with no relatives willing to claim him, and the sect had taken him in because every child was a potential cultivator, a potential source of power. He'd been trained in the basics of cultivation for years before it became apparent that he had virtually no talent, that his meridians were fundamentally unsuited to the cultivation path. But by then, he was already part of the sect's social fabric. He had friends, routines, a place in the daily life of the sect. The cost to remove him was higher than the cost to keep him, so they'd allowed him to remain as a permanent outer disciple, the stone that sank to the bottom of the hierarchy, the person everyone forgot about when assigning important tasks. They'd given him a rank and a place in a hierarchy, however low that place might be. It was more than most orphans received. It was, in many ways, the only thing that made his existence meaningful. Without it, he was unmoored, a person without anchor or identity. He was a disciple of a sect that no longer existed, trained in techniques of a school that had been destroyed, carrying the mark of a sect he could never return to. He was living history of a dead institution. He made it to a village called Cloudwater Rest at the base of the mountain range, used some of his meager savings to buy a bowl of rice and a roof for the night, and tried to think through what came next. The world, he realized, didn't change much for being outside the sect. There were still merchants selling their wares and haggling over prices, still farmers tilling their fields and worrying about weather and pests, still the normal chaos of human civilization going about its business regardless of the destruction of a single sect. The universe continued its turn. Time continued its march. Only his life had stopped, suspended between what he had been and what he would become, frozen in the moment of expulsion, as if the world outside the sect was simply a waiting room for whatever came next. The weight of displacement was almost as crushing as the weight of destruction. At least with the destruction, there had been action, movement, the kinetic energy of catastrophe. In the village, there was only stillness, only the slow realization that he had no future, no direction, no reason to continue forward. But for him, personally, everything had changed. He was now a man marked by the pattern, expelled from a sect that had been destroyed so thoroughly that rumors said not even the formation core could be recovered before it destabilized completely. He was the boy who walked away and left ruin behind him. Whether it was his fault or not didn't matter. He was the catalyst, the trigger, the thing present when calamity struck. The next morning, as Lu Feng was eating breakfast, the same rice gruel he always ate, now with considerably less appetite, a cultivator in pristine robes of silver and crimson landed in front of the tea house. The cultivator had that look of someone who spent more time maintaining their appearance than most people spent maintaining their lives. The robes were perfectly pressed, unwrinkled despite the journey. The hair was perfectly arranged, not a strand out of place. Even the dust from his landing seemed to settle on him at a respectful distance, avoiding his clean appearance. Lu Feng, the cultivator asked, his voice carrying the casual confidence of someone used to getting whatever he asked for. He was young, perhaps 30 by cultivator standards, which meant maybe 40 or 50 in actual years, with the confident bearing of someone who'd never struggled a day in his cultivation journey. His meridians practically glowed with refined qi, visible even to Lu Feng's limited spiritual senses as bright lines of power beneath his skin. His spiritual sense was so powerful that Lu Feng could feel the weight of it even without trying to access his own pitiful senses. It was like standing in front of a bonfire while the cultivator was the sun. "That's me," Lu Feng said carefully, setting down his chopsticks. Nobody important came looking for outer disciples ranked 247th unless they wanted something specific. Nobody with power like this cultivator displayed came looking unless there was a reason. "I am Wei Cheng, recruitment officer for the Iron Fist sect." The cultivator bowed, a gesture that made Lu Feng uncomfortable simply by its wrongness. What inner disciple bowed to an outer disciple? It was like seeing the natural order of the universe inverted. I've come with an offer of formal induction into our sect. Accommodation, resources, training, all the benefits of full membership. All at no cost to you. Lu Feng set down his rice bowl very slowly, deliberately, as if moving too quickly might shatter this strange moment. Why, he asked. It was the only question that made sense. Because of your exceptional talent, Wei Cheng said, and he said it with complete sincerity, which was somehow worse than if he'd been lying. A lie would have been insulting but comprehensible. Sincerity about something so obviously false was something else entirely. My talent. Lu Feng felt the urge to laugh, to cry, to overturn the table and run screaming into the mountains. My spiritual roots are rigid. My meridians are scarred. My chi pool is barely larger than a junior disciple's despite 3 years of cultivation. I was ranked 247th in a sect of 300. I was literally the worst cultivator in the entire organization. We're aware, Wei Cheng said, settling himself across from Lu Feng as if they were old friends about to share gossip. He signaled to the tea house owner for tea, completely at ease in this small village establishment, completely comfortable in the presence of someone of Lu Feng's low status. Our researchers have reviewed all available data on your cultivation progress. You are correct that your conventional talent is limited, and yet, you have something far more valuable than raw talent. You have the pattern. Lu Feng's blood went cold. The tea house suddenly felt too small, the walls closing in. You know about that? The destruction of the Azure Crane sect was felt across 3 provinces, Wei Cheng said with remarkable casualness, as if discussing the weather rather than a catastrophic destruction. Formation collapses of that magnitude generate spiritual reverberations that travel for hundreds of miles. Cultivators sensed it. News traveled. When rumors began to circulate that an outer disciple had been expelled hours before the catastrophe, well, it became quite difficult to ignore the timing. And when investigation revealed that you had been the one expelled, and that the sect's destruction occurred almost immediately after your departure, Wei Cheng smiled, and it was the smile of a merchant who'd just discovered treasure beneath a floorboard. We became very interested in you. The pattern isn't real, Lu Feng said flatly, trying to convince himself as much as the cultivator. It's superstition. It's coincidence. The Azure Crane sect's formation core was probably already unstable. A coincidence of timing. Perhaps, Wei Cheng agreed, and that agreement was somehow the most frightening thing anyone had said to him all day. Perhaps meant the cultivator didn't believe him, but wasn't going to argue the point. Perhaps it was coincidence. But the Iron Fist sect would very much like to have you present when we discover whether coincidence is repeatable. We offer you a position as an outer disciple with guaranteed advancement. You'll have your own dormitory, a nice one, better than the standard quarters, a monthly allowance of spirit stones, access to our full technique library, and, most importantly, the absolute guarantee that the Iron Fist sect will never expel you for any reason whatsoever. Lu Feng's hands trembled slightly as he reached for his teacup. The thing was, he understood perfectly what was happening. The Iron Fist sect didn't want him for his cultivation. They wanted him for his curse, or blessing, or pattern, or whatever the world was calling the phenomenon that had destroyed an entire sect in the span of minutes. They wanted him as a good luck charm. And he had nowhere else to go. I accept, Lu Feng heard himself say, and even as the words left his mouth, he was aware of the magnitude of what he was accepting. He was accepting an invitation from one of the major sects in the cultivation world. He was accepting the role of someone whose very presence might destroy the organization that harbored him. He was accepting the judgment of others that he was worth the risk. It was the only logical choice, and it was also the most terrifying choice he could make. Wei Cheng smiled at the acceptance, a smile of satisfaction and something else. Vindication, perhaps, or triumph at having successfully recruited what the cultivation world was beginning to see as a valuable asset. Excellent, the cultivator said. You've made the right choice. The Iron Fist sect will provide you with everything you need to survive and to grow. You won't be abandoned again. Lu Feng wasn't sure that was true, wasn't sure survival was the right metric by which to measure his life, but he nodded anyway. He had made his decision. Now he would have to live with the consequences, whatever they might be. Chapter 5. The second sect, the Iron Fist sect, was everything the Azure Crane sect was not. as if some cosmic principle of opposition had directed their development. Where the azure crane had prided itself on elegance and flowing forms, seeking harmony with natural forces, the iron fist specialized in brutal power and direct application of force through willpower and pain. The philosophy was that cultivation was a battle against your own limitations, that only through constant struggle and suffering could you transcend your base nature. The architecture was fortress-like, all thick walls and defensive positions, designed to withstand siege and collapse. It looked less like a place of learning and more like a military stronghold. The training grounds rang constantly with the sound of fists against stone, the shattering of boulder under repeated impacts, the grunts of cultivators breaking through their limitations through sheer willpower and endurance. The contrast to Crimson Phoenix was striking. Where Crimson Phoenix had bells and flowing water, Iron Fist had percussion and force. Where Crimson Phoenix's disciples moved with joy, Iron Fists moved with grim determination. Lu Feng was assigned a small but private dormitory cell near the outer disciple quarters, slightly separate, as if the sect wasn't entirely sure how to classify him. A living artifact, perhaps. An experiment that needed to be segregated but not completely isolated. The cell was neat and sparse, exactly the right size for a single person, with a bed and a small desk and a single window overlooking the training grounds. His new advisor was a gruff man named Commander Tao, who had the bearing of someone whose entire life had been spent in military cultivation, whose bones ached when the weather changed from all the strain he'd put on his body over decades, whose hands were more callous than flesh. He was perhaps 60 years old, with a cultivation base that suggested he'd once been powerful but had chosen to remain in the sect as an administrator rather than pursue advancement to higher realms. "You'll train with the second group of outer disciples," Tao explained, showing Lu Feng to the training ground with the enthusiasm of someone giving a factory tour. "We won't modify your practice. If you fail, you fail. If you improve, we'll advance you. Nothing special, understand? We want normalcy. We want you to live here as any other disciple would live here. The last thing we need is the pattern knowing it's being watched." He paused, as if hearing how absurd that sounded, then added, "Even though it probably is. But we'll pretend we're not watching, and maybe that'll help." It was possibly the most insane thing anyone had ever said to Lu Feng, delivered with complete seriousness by a man whose knuckles were calloused to the point of being actual stone, whose very hands were weapons forged through decades of training. Lu Feng settled into his new life with the dull resignation of someone who had stopped expecting the universe to make sense. He trained during the day, poorly, as always, his rigid meridians refusing to flex under the iron fist's emphasis on brute force and directional power. He struck stones designed for outer disciples, and his hands ached but didn't break. The impact reverberated up through his arms with each strike, a dull pain that lingered long after training ended. He ran through formations designed to build endurance, and his legs carried him through them even as his lungs burned with the effort, his breath coming in ragged gasps that he couldn't quite control. He meditated at night, unsuccessfully, his dantian stubbornly refusing to grow despite all the supplementary spiritual stones he consumed, the rare cultivation resources handed out to outer disciples in minuscule quantities. Each meditation session felt like an exercise in futility, sitting in perfect stillness for hours only to feel exactly the same at the end as he had at the beginning. He ate, he slept, he tried to exist as invisibly as possible, a shadow in a sect of warriors, unremarkable and unnoticed. The sect watched him constantly. He would catch glimpses of senior cultivators noting his position, his breathing patterns, his proximity to other disciples, making mental notes as if he were a particularly complex mathematical formula that needed solving. Once, he found Elder Ping literally staring at him from across the dining hall for an entire meal period, evaluating him as if he were a particularly interesting stone, trying to divine its composition and purpose through sheer force of observation. The scrutiny was constant but not hostile, just observational. Scientific, almost. It was the kind of attention reserved for things that were fundamentally foreign, things that existed outside normal categories of understanding. The elders were studying him the way a scholar might study an ancient artifact, looking for signs of significance or meaning that might reveal deeper truths. Days passed, then weeks. No pattern, no destruction, no calamity. The Iron Fist sect continued its daily business of training and cultivation, and Lu Feng remained a normal outer disciple, struggling with normal training challenges, making normal progress by the standards of someone with his fundamentally inadequate meridian structure. The sect's leadership seemed to relax slightly, began to focus their attention back on normal operations rather than constant surveillance. The relieved expressions on the elders' faces when he continued to exist without causing disasters were almost comical in their transparency. Perhaps they had been right all along. Perhaps the Azure Crane sect's paranoia had been unfounded, their divination incorrect, their fear of the pattern mere superstition dressed up in the language of legitimate cultivation theory. The Iron Fist sect grew comfortable, then satisfied, then possibly even slightly bored with Lu Feng's complete normalcy. He was just another outer disciple, grinding away at his cultivation without apparent progress, existing as a fixture in the sect rather than an active threat or boon. The sect's leadership stopped specifically scheduling observation times. The constant surveillance decreased. Cultivators stopped noting his location. The special attention that had marked his arrival faded into normal, everyday indifference. It seemed like maybe the pattern wasn't going to manifest, that perhaps the whole thing had been coincidence after all, an unfortunate confluence of events that had destroyed two sects, but that could be written off as bad luck rather than cosmic principle. Life was beginning to feel almost normal. It was in the fourth week that things began to change. Chapter 6. The second expulsion. The problem started, of all places, in the library. The Iron Fist sect's library was nothing like the elegant repository of the Azure Crane sect. Where that sect's library had been a place of quiet contemplation, vast and airy, this one was more like a military archive, practical and organized with ruthless efficiency. Techniques were sorted by combat application. Strategies were arranged by effectiveness. Everything had a purpose, and that purpose was the application of power. Lu Feng had taken to spending his evenings in the sect's collection of cultivation texts, not because he expected them to help him. He'd long ago accepted that his meridian structure was simply wrong for normal cultivation, that his body didn't work the way it was supposed to, but because it was quiet, peaceful, and no one seemed to care if he sat there for hours doing nothing in particular except existing. Besides, within 3 days of arriving at the Iron Fist sect, he'd become the subject of intense recruitment efforts from rival organizations, all of them somehow having learned that a promising young cultivator had recently transferred. The rival sects seemed to think that if they could lure him away from Iron Fist, they could gain some advantage. 3 separate messenger cultivators had descended from the sky in the training grounds, each offering increasingly desperate inducements: better training, private instruction, special resources, promises of rapid advancement through the ranks. One had even offered him a position as a core disciple within a year, an absurd promise for someone with his cultivation base, but delivered with such earnest conviction that Lu Feng had almost believed it. All of them seemed to have a certain edge of panic to their offers, as if they were racing against a deadline they couldn't quite articulate. The Iron Fist sect's sect master had eventually locked down the outer grounds, posting guards to prevent further visits from outside cultivators, and the recruitment offers had slowed but not stopped entirely. Now they came by letter, by written messages dropped near the dormitory gates, by subtly placed cultivation manuals that seemed to appear with no explanation, each one accompanied by an offer more generous than the last. The desperation of the sects to acquire him was almost funny, if it weren't so disturbing in its intensity. Senior brother Kong had been studying in the same section, preparing for a tribulation attempt that would push him from the inner disciple rank to core disciple. It was a remarkable achievement, one that only happened to a handful of disciples in a sect every few years, and Lu Feng had been quietly impressed by Kang's dedication to his breakthrough preparation. The senior brother had been there every evening for 2 weeks, barely acknowledging Lu Feng's presence, probably caught up in the mental preparation required for an attempt at such magnitude. They were 2 people occupying the same space without interacting, which was how Lu Feng preferred most social interactions to function anyway. At least Kong didn't seem particularly interested in recruitment speeches. On the evening that everything went wrong, Kong had been meditating in the corner, cultivating in the quiet spaces between the shelves where the sect stored its oldest texts. It was a good location. The qi accumulated there naturally, drawn by the resonance of so much accumulated knowledge, of so many successful breakthroughs and discoveries recorded and replayed in the spiritual atmosphere. The location was perfect for someone pushing themselves to the edge of breakthrough, someone attempting to cross a boundary that would elevate them to a new level of power. Kang's face had been etched with concentration, his body motionless except for the subtle expansion and contraction of his chest as he cycled his breathing through the patterns required for tribulation preparation. The focus had been absolute, impenetrable, the kind of mental discipline that marked someone genuinely committed to the breakthrough. Lu Feng was 3 rows over, reading idly about tribulation phenomena in a text that described the various ways a cultivator's qi could destabilize if they weren't careful. It was academic reading, interesting in a distant way, though completely useless for his own cultivation. He was reading about failures and collapses, understanding them intellectually while remaining unable to apply the information to his own circumstances. The text was clinical, detailing the precise mechanisms by which a cultivator's dantian could rupture, how the qi vessels could become channels for their own destruction, the physiology of internal cascade failures. Morbidly fascinating in the way that a medical text describing diseases was fascinating. It illuminated the mechanics of systems without offering much hope to someone like him. Then he heard the first sound of distress. It was subtle at first, a change in the rhythm of Kang's meditation, a tremor in his breathing that sounded wrong, sounded like the breathing of someone suddenly unable to control their own body. Lu Feng recognized the signs immediately because he'd seen them before, in the Azure Crane Sect, right before the first incident that had led to his expulsion. The qi was flowing the wrong direction. The cultivator's body was becoming a weapon against itself, turning the careful cycles and flows of tribulation preparation into a cascading malfunction. He'd read about this exact phenomenon just moments before, and now he was hearing it happening in real time, a horrible synchronicity that made his blood run cold. Lu Feng stood up without thinking about it, moving toward Kang's position with the intention of alerting a senior cultivator, of getting help from someone who actually had the power to fix a tribulation instability. But even as he moved, he felt that familiar dread settling over him, that sense of inevitability that had preceded the Azure Crane Sect's destruction. This wasn't going to end well. This never ended well when he was involved. He was 4 steps away from Kang's meditation point when something shifted in the atmosphere, a pressure change so sudden and violent that his ears popped painfully. The air itself seemed to recoil, pushing against him with invisible force. And then the real chaos began. Chapter 7. The second destruction, the destruction of the Iron Fist Sect, didn't happen like the Azure Crane Sects had. There was no formation collapse, no sudden explosive failure of protective arrays that released all their contained power at once. Instead, it was something far worse, something more methodical and grinding. A methodical, grinding collapse of the mountain itself, as if the very foundation of the earth was deciding it no longer wanted to hold up this structure. The earth began to shake moments after Lu Feng moved towards senior brother Kong. Tremors that started small and tentative, like a small animal rustling in leaves, and intensified with each passing second into something more substantial, more undeniable. The library's shelves swayed dangerously, their joints creaking in protest against forces they were never designed to withstand. Ancient texts tumbled from their resting places without warning, scattering across the floor in clouds of dust that rose like smoke from a fire. The tremors grew stronger with each passing moment, and the shaking became something that no building could withstand, no matter how well constructed. Kong screamed, a sound of pure anguish that echoed through the library and beyond it, a sound of someone experiencing the most fundamental violation, their body being destroyed from within, their cultivation base collapsing like a house of cards. His body convulsed as his carefully prepared tribulation instability cascaded completely out of control, spiraling beyond the point of any possible recovery. His dantian cracked like an egg under impossible pressure, the vessel designed to contain qi simply shattering under forces it was never meant to endure. The cultivator's qi began to leak out of the damaged vessel in a flood, dissipating into the air like water running downhill, and the library's contained atmosphere, normally carefully regulated by the Sect's formation arrays, suddenly faced a surge of unstable spiritual energy that it was never designed to process. Cultivation texts, sensitive to disruptions in the spiritual environment, began to destabilize. A scroll on the shelf above Kong detached itself and fell, followed by another, then another, as if the shelves themselves were deciding to abandon their burden. The cascade of falling books became a waterfall, a flood of ancient knowledge tumbling down from heights, crashing onto the floor, the destruction spreading outward. Entire shelves, destabilized by the fluctuation in the ambient qi, toppled inward in a cascading collapse. The chain reaction spread through the library like a stone dropped into still water, rippling outward from Kang's position in ever-expanding circles of destruction that seemed to have a life and momentum of their own. But that was only the beginning. The real catastrophe was just starting. The tremors from the mountain's interior grew stronger, shaking with the force of something massive moving beneath the earth, something titanic waking up and stretching. The library walls cracked, great fissures opening up the structure like a mouth opening to scream, releasing force that had been building for decades. Lu Feng stood paralyzed as the floor tilted beneath his feet, the angle becoming increasingly steep, throwing him to his knees against his will. Around him, the accumulated knowledge of the Iron Fist sect, centuries of techniques, breakthroughs, discoveries, and hard-won wisdom, knowledge that had taken generations to accumulate, crashed to the ground, pages scattering like leaves in a hurricane, the precious information destroyed before anyone could save it. Outside the library, the sect was suffering a catastrophe of entirely different proportions, a disaster that made the library's collapse seem trivial in comparison. The courtyard where disciples gathered for announcements became a crater filled with rubble and dust. The refectory where hundreds ate together daily was crushed under tons of stone, the food that had been prepared for that evening's meal buried alongside the bodies of those who'd been inside. The meditation halls, the sword practice grounds, the halls where elders taught the sect's most precious techniques. All of it was simply gone, reduced to piles of broken stone and splintered wood. The mountain upon which the Iron Fist sect was built was literally tearing itself apart from within, as if something inside the stone itself had decided it could no longer hold this burden. Great crevasses opened up the peak without warning, opening like the mouth of some creature waking from a long sleep, swallowing buildings whole without resistance. The main training grounds where countless disciples had tested their strength simply vanished into sinkholes that opened without warning, the solid earth simply ceasing to exist. The dormitories where hundreds of disciples slept, where they dreamed of advancement and power, collapsed as the stone beneath them gave way, crushing those sleeping inside. The sound was indescribable, the crack and groan of stone breaking, the splintering of wood, the screams of disciples dying in darkness and rubble without warning, without even the courtesy of understanding what was happening. And then the real terror began. The cultivators trying to flee down the mountainside began to slide as the mountain itself became unstable. Avalanches of earth and rock poured down the slopes like a river of stone, a force of nature that no individual cultivator could resist for long. The sect's outer disciples, many of whom didn't have the power to resist such forces, were swept away like leaves before a hurricane, their bodies broken against rock and stone. Some cultivators managed to reach lower altitudes and survive the initial collapse, only to find themselves trapped in a devastated landscape where the sect had been. The sect's main gate, once an imposing structure that demonstrated the sect's power and prestige, was now a twisted wreck of stone and metal, impassable, useless. Survivors emerged from the dust and rubble in states of shock, many of them bleeding, many burned by the friction of being tumbled down mountains, many simply unable to comprehend that their entire world had ceased to exist. One senior disciple, a woman named Wei who'd been meditating in her private quarters when the collapse began, staggered out of the rubble with her left arm hanging useless at her side, the shoulder dislocated by falling stone. Her face was blank with shock, her eyes not registering the sight before her. Another survivor, a junior disciple named Lao, kept repeating the same words over and over. "It's gone. It's all gone. How is it all gone?" As if by saying it repeatedly, he could somehow change the reality of what had happened. An elder who made it out of the sect master's residence found that the residence itself had collapsed, and she didn't know if the sect master was among the dead. She sat down on a pile of rubble and wept openly, her cultivation power apparently irrelevant in the face of loss so complete. Lu Feng watched from his position in the library, horror-struck, as thousands of years of accumulated knowledge crashed to the ground around him, destroyed in minutes. Around him, the survivors of the library's collapse, disciples who'd been studying nearby when the destruction began, crawled out of the rubble with expressions of bewilderment and shock. One elderly scholar emerged clutching a single scroll to her chest, the only text she'd managed to save, weeping because the rest of her life's work was destroyed. A young disciple, barely more than a child, stared at the ruins without blinking, his mind apparently unable to process the scale of the catastrophe he'd witnessed. The Iron Fist Sect, one of the Empire's most prestigious institutions, had been reduced to rubble in the span of minutes. And in all the chaos, in all the confusion, in all the shock and grief and horror, no one seemed to notice that Lu Feng was alive, that he'd survived when many others had died. Chapter 8. The Pattern Spreads. The second destruction was impossible to ignore, and it wasn't contained to the Iron Fist Sect's disciples or even the province where the sect stood. Word spread like fire through the cultivation world, carried by messenger cultivators who bore the news to every significant sect and organization in the empire. The destruction of two major sects in a single month was unprecedented in recorded history. Azure Crane, obliterated in minutes by its own formation core becoming a weapon against itself. Iron Fist, torn apart by forces that seemed to come from the earth itself, destroying the very mountain the sect was built upon. What was the cause? What was the mechanism? And most importantly, what was the common factor connecting these two catastrophes? Lu Feng. Within 3 days, his description had spread across the province and beyond. A thin young man, average height, unremarkable appearance, meridians like twisted rope, spiritual sense barely functional despite his cultivation training. Expelled from Azure Crane Sect on a Monday morning. Arrived at Iron Fist Sect within days. Stayed for weeks, fitting in reasonably well, causing no particular trouble. Expelled again. Both sects destroyed within 48 hours of his departure in both cases. It was the coincidence that broke the skepticism that had initially greeted the news. One sect's destruction could be written off as internal instability, poor maintenance of critical arrays, an unlucky confluence of circumstances that had nothing to do with one young man's presence. Bad luck happened. Sects collapsed. It was not entirely uncommon. But two sects, both major institutions with centuries of history and hundreds of disciples, two sects both destroyed shortly after the same person's expulsion, that demanded explanation, demanded serious consideration, demanded action from the entire cultivation establishment. The explanation that everyone settled on was the most reasonable, or at least the most convenient to accept. The young man was cursed. Not evil, necessarily. Perhaps not even aware of his curse. Perhaps simply born with some unfortunate connection to universal forces beyond his control. But cursed nonetheless, marked by forces beyond human understanding. A walking calamity that brought doom to any sect that harbored him, any organization foolish enough to allow him within their walls. The logical conclusion followed swiftly, spreading through the cultivation world like a contagion. Any sect that hadn't yet expelled him needed to do so immediately, before they became the third statistic in an impossible pattern. Meetings were called in dozens of sects. Emergency councils convened in the middle of the night, sect masters consulting with their most senior elders in desperate attempts to determine if they were at risk. Had the young man approached them? Had any disciples reported seeing someone matching his description? The paranoia spread like plague, infecting every sect organization in the empire. Some began purges, expelling any disciples whose cultivation base seemed even remotely unusual. Others began instituting loyalty checks, paranoid that spies from rival sects might be attempting to plant the cursed youth among them. Several sects went so far as to establish standing warrior corps at their gates, armed cultivators ready to repel anyone matching the description of a thin, weak young man with twisted meridians. The ones that had already expelled him needed to ensure he never returned, to ward him off from their territories with cultivation arrays and threats. to make clear that he was not welcome anywhere they held power. Azure Crane's sect strengthened its protective formations to an unprecedented degree, spending resources that would normally go to training or maintenance instead on defensive arrays. Iron Fist Sect, despite being devastated, had survivors who placed ward arrays across their entire territory, marking the borders with hostile cultivation markers that would immediately attack anything approaching. And the sects that wanted to survive, that valued their continued existence and the lives of their disciples, needed to ensure he never arrived in the first place. Several sect masters issued public statements condemning the cursed youth, warning all other sects to be on alert. Mercenary organizations began offering contracts to anyone who could locate and capture the pattern bearer, the prices climbing higher with each passing day as paranoia increased. If he was heading in their direction, they should prepare to repel him. If they sensed his approach, they should strike first, before he could cross their borders. Some sects went further still, organizing hunting parties to scour the countryside, armed cultivators moving through towns and villages in search of a thin young man with weak cultivation. The collateral damage was significant. Several innocent travelers were detained, questioned, sometimes killed by overeager cultivators convinced they'd found the target. Lu Feng was now the most wanted man in the province. Not for his power, not for any crime he'd committed, not for any transgression he'd deliberately perpetrated, but for his danger. He was a plague in human form, a walking curse, a bad omen that had to be avoided at all costs, an ill luck given flesh that spread destruction wherever it walked. Wanted posters began appearing in towns and villages. His description circulated widely, a bounty placed on his head by a council of 6 major sects working in rare alliance. They didn't want him captured alive, necessarily. Any proof of death would suffice. Any sect or cultivator who could eliminate the threat would be rewarded with resources, with favors, with protection from the council itself. The ordinary people of the provinces watched in confusion as their peaceful lands suddenly filled with armed cultivators, as stranger fear gripped their communities, as paranoia spread like wildfire through the organizational structure of the cultivation world itself. He'd taken refuge in a village called Cloudwater, nestled in a valley far from any major sect, populated by ordinary folk with no cultivation and no particular interest in the mysterious young man who'd rented a room above the blacksmith shop. The village was too small and too remote to be of interest to the major sections. Its people were concerned with harvests and marriages and maintaining the irrigation systems that kept their fields fertile, not with cultivator politics or the rise and fall of distant sections. They knew him only as a quiet tenant who paid on time and caused no trouble. The blacksmith's wife seemed genuinely fond of him, bringing him hot tea in the mornings, checking on him, treating him like a person rather than a calamity. The blacksmith himself often let him sit in the back of the shop, working on metal without expectation of conversation, simply allowing him to exist in a way that felt almost normal. That changed when the messenger cultivator descended from the sky and landed in the village square with the casual display of power that made it clear the visitor was someone of significance in the cultivation world. That changed everything. Chapter 9. The Desperate Offer. Messenger cultivators were a guild unto themselves, neutral traders in information and correspondence, bound by ancient oaths and magical contracts that prevented them from being partisan in the conflicts between sections. They had existed for longer than most major sects, had survived changes in political power and cultivation philosophy that had destroyed or transformed other organizations. They moved between sects and organizations with impunity, protected by agreements so old that no one even remembered when they'd been established, agreements that predated the current era of cultivation itself. The penalty for attacking a messenger cultivator was swift and terrible. The entire order would turn against you with the unified force of 1,000 cultivators, regardless of your sect affiliation, regardless of your power. No cultivator, no matter how strong, could survive the wrath of the entire Messengers Guild. So when a messenger cultivator landed in Cloudwater with a letter specifically addressed to the expulsion pattern bearer, last seen near the Iron Fist sect devastation, it drew considerable attention from the entire village. The villagers had largely been ignoring the news from the cultivation world, focused on their own crops and livestock and daily concerns that seemed far more important than distant sect politics. But a messenger cultivator coming to their small village? That was something unusual enough to stop all normal activity, to bring people out of their homes to watch this manifestation of the cultivation world they usually ignored. The display of power as the cultivator landed was calculated and controlled, enough to make clear this was someone important, someone worthy of respect, but not so much as to be threatening or destructive. The cultivator wore formal robes that marked the messenger guild, and the writing tablet they carried was visible, marking them as official rather than traveling for personal business. The village innkeeper brought the letter personally to Lu Feng's room above the blacksmith's shop, having learned from the messenger where to find him. The innkeeper's expression was a mixture of curiosity and concern, the look of someone who recognized that something significant was happening. He knocked on the door with careful respect, understanding that he was about to deliver something significant, something that would change the young man's life in some way. Fancy correspondence for someone so quiet, the innkeeper noted, handing it over with curiosity barely concealed in his expression. His eyes showed that he was burning with questions about what this could mean. Who would be writing to this strange young man who had rented a room above the blacksmith's shop and paid on time without complaint? Must be important if they sent a cultivator messenger. They don't usually come to villages like ours. Lu Feng broke the seal, written in elegant script on quality rice paper, and read, "To the bearer of the pattern, I write on behalf of the Crimson Phoenix Sect, located in the southern territories beyond the Broken Mountain Range. We have become aware of your recent circumstances, the destructions that have followed your journey, the sects that have deemed your presence dangerous, the cultivation world that has begun to fear your existence. We understand that you are currently without protection, without allies, without a home. Your situation is one that would drive many to despair or violence. But we believe you are being judged without understanding, blamed for circumstances beyond your control, treated as a curse when you may be something far more complex. We wish to make you an offer. The Crimson Phoenix Sect does not fear calamity. We have weathered destruction before, in times long past when our enemies sought to tear us down. We have learned that the greatest strength lies not in avoiding danger, but in embracing it and transforming it into growth. We have learned that disasters can be opportunities, that calamity can be a teacher, and that the strongest organizations are those that do not shy away from truth, but face it directly. We believe that you, bearer of the pattern, could become a cornerstone of our sect's philosophy and strength. We do not offer you false safety or promises of protection that may or may not hold. We offer you something far more valuable. We offer you respect. You will not be hidden away like a dangerous artifact. You will not be watched constantly for signs of instability like a prisoner. You will be treated as an equal among our disciples, with all the rights and privileges that status confers. Come to the Crimson Phoenix Sect. Come, and we will discover together whether this pattern of yours is truly a curse or simply a force that the world has not yet learned to understand." Sect Master Hong Yen, Lu Feng read it 3 times, trying to find the trap. Every offer like this had to have a catch, some hidden mechanism that would turn his existence into another catastrophe. But the more he read, the more he found nothing but sincerity. Sect Master Hong Yen wasn't promising protection from the pattern. She was promising something far more radical, acceptance of it. For a young man who'd spent the last month being treated as a disaster waiting to happen, being blamed for circumstances he didn't understand and couldn't control, acceptance felt more valuable than any protection could ever be. Chapter 10. The journey south. The letter included detailed travel directions to the Crimson Phoenix Sect, a location deliberately chosen to be difficult to reach, nestled in mountains that required several weeks of travel from the nearest major cultivator hub. Lu Feng suspected this was intentional. If he was truly a calamity magnet, if his mere presence could trigger disasters in sects that harbored him, then approaching the sect slowly would at least give any sects in the vicinity time to evacuate. It was a courtesy that suggested Sect Master Hong Yen was either genuine in her acceptance or exceptionally clever in her manipulation. He packed the few belongings he'd acquired during his brief stays in the different sects, a few changes of clothes, a water bottle, the letter itself, and began walking south. The innkeeper tried to give him supplies for the journey, pressing wrapped packages of dried meat, and bread into his hands despite his protests. The blacksmith offered him a small iron amulet for protection, a piece he'd forged himself with care and precision. It was a gesture of kindness that made Lu Feng realize how long it had been since anyone had shown him genuine care without ulterior motive. In a village where cultivation was only a distant rumor, where the pattern meant nothing, people simply saw a young man in need and offered what help they could. The first week of travel was uneventful, almost peaceful. He moved through villages and farmland, places where cultivation was only a distant rumor whispered about in taverns on rainy nights, where the pattern meant absolutely nothing. People simply saw a young man moving through the world, and they either welcomed him or ignored him based on mood and circumstance rather than cosmic destiny. An old woman gave him soup and refused payment, pressing a portion of bread wrapped in cloth into his pack when she thought he wasn't looking. A farmer pointed him toward the shortest path through the next valley, while simultaneously warning him about bandits who preyed on lone travelers. A child stared at him with the frank curiosity that only children possessed, seeing not a calamity bearer, but simply a person, though she did ask him why he looked so sad all the time. For perhaps the first time since his expulsion from Azure Crane, Lu Feng felt something other than dread. There was a lightness to his step that hadn't been there before, a sensation that perhaps he could simply exist without causing catastrophe. That perhaps the world was larger than the sect system, larger than the cultivation hierarchy that had defined everything about his life up to this point. In these villages, the greatest concern was whether the harvest would be good, whether the rains would come at the right time, whether marriages would produce healthy children. The rise and fall of sects seemed irrelevant against these concerns. By the second week, he'd reached the foothills of the Broken Mountain Range, and the character of the landscape changed. These mountains were wilder, less settled, populated more by beasts and spirits than by humans. Occasionally, he would sense a cultivator's presence, usually young disciples sent out to gather rare herbs or test themselves against wilderness challenges. He saw cultivation sects occasionally, small ones, local organizations that served a few thousand disciples rather than the grand institutions like Azure Crane or Iron Fist. These sects were built differently, less imposing, integrated with the landscape rather than dominating it. Traveling through their territories, he felt the weight of their observation, their scanning for danger or significance. His cultivation base, however weak, was still visible to trained eyes, and some of the sect's disciples would watch him carefully, suspicious of a stranger passing through. But with sects small enough to be local rather than grand, gossip hadn't reached them yet. The news of the pattern, the destruction of two major sects, hadn't reached the remote mountain communities. They saw only a traveler passing through, someone with weak cultivation and no obvious threat. They might watch him, but they didn't fear him. Something occurred to him as he watched one such sect from a distance, its practitioners moving through their morning exercises with dedication and purpose, their movements less perfect than the outer disciples of Azure Crane, but more genuine, done because they loved the practice rather than because they hoped to advance. These small sects hadn't heard of him. They had no idea who he was, no understanding of the pattern. To them, he was simply a stranger passing through their territory, of no more significance than a wandering merchant or a traveling cultivator seeking adventure. The realization was almost overwhelming in its freedom. For perhaps the first time since his expulsion, Lu Feng felt something other than dread. He felt something closer to hope. What if he could simply travel, simply exist in places where his reputation hadn't preceded him? What if the pattern was something that only mattered in the context of large, powerful sects, and in the small corners of the world, he could just be a person? The thought was both comforting and terrifying in equal measure. By the third week, he'd crossed the main ridge of the Broken Mountains and was descending into the southern territories. The air smelled different here, warmer, more humid, carrying scents of flowers and moisture that suggested the presence of water sources, of cultivation that worked with nature rather than against it. The light fell differently too, more golden, the sky a brighter shade of blue, as if the very heavens were welcoming him to a different realm. The temperature increased with each day's travel, the clothes he'd worn in the north becoming uncomfortable in the humid southern climate. The villages he passed through became more lush, more prosperous, their inhabitants wearing lighter clothes suited to the warmer climate and showing a different aesthetic in their architecture and art. The cultivation he felt in the area was different too, less aggressive, more balanced, as if the sects here understood something about harmony that the northern sects had never grasped. The cultivators he occasionally sensed seemed more relaxed, less driven by the constant hunger for power that characterized the major sects of the north. And then, on the 19th day of travel, he heard the bells. The sound arrived first, carried on the wind before any visual indication of the sect's presence. Not alarm bells, but something melodic, musical even, a sound that suggested welcome rather than warning. Lu Feng heard them and knew that his journey had reached its destination. Chapter 11. The sect revealed. The Crimson Phoenix sect announced itself, not with grand architecture visible from miles away, not with an intimidating show of power or force that made it clear you were approaching a power greater than yourself, but with sound. Bells made of a red bronze that seemed to glow with captured firelight, suspended from points in the mountainside at intervals that created a harmonic wave when the wind blew through them. The bells sang with a tone that seemed to carry meaning beyond the purely acoustic, welcoming rather than warning, inviting rather than defensive. It was the opposite of the Azure Crane sect's silent shimmer or the Iron Fist sect's constant percussion of training. This was music, actual music, suggesting that cultivation could be something other than struggle. One moment, Lu Feng was walking through quiet forest, listening to the sounds of birds and insects and the small creatures that lived in the trees, the natural ambience of wilderness. The next moment, the bells were singing around him, and he knew he'd entered the sect's territory. The sound was not one of alarm but of acknowledgement, as if the sect itself was saying, "Welcome, we've been expecting you. You are not a threat. You are an arrival." The bells continued their song even as he walked, suggesting that the whole mountainside was alive with sound, was actively greeting him. The sect itself came into view gradually, as if rising out of the earth rather than being built upon it. The architecture was fundamentally different from either the Azure Crane's elegant grace or the Iron Fist's brutal functionality. The Crimson Phoenix built in spirals, with structures that flowed like water rather than standing rigid like stone. Roofs curved upward in graceful arcs that mimicked natural forms, waves, flowers, clouds. Buildings connected to one another via walkways that seemed to float on nothing, suspended by forces Lu Feng couldn't quite perceive, could only feel as he walked across them. The whole compound seemed less like a stronghold designed for war and more like a living thing that had chosen to take on the form of a sect, a manifestation of some natural force rather than human ambition. The gardens weren't separate from the architecture, they were integrated into it. Water ran through the buildings, supporting both practical functions and ornamental ones. Plants grew on walls and roofs. The line between what was cultivated and what was wild seemed deliberately blurred, as if the sect had chosen to exist in partnership with nature rather than in dominion over it. Disciples moved through the spaces with visible joy and purpose. Not the grim determination Lu Feng had learned to associate with outer disciples grinding away at their training. Not the tense focus of inner disciples pursuing power through suffering and competition. These cultivators seemed to be genuinely enjoying their training, laughing while they practiced forms, moving with a fluidity that suggested they weren't fighting their own nature but flowing with it, weren't trying to become something other than what they were, but rather discovering what they could become by embracing who they were. It was a revelation that cultivation could be this way, that training didn't have to be a constant battle against pain and limitation, a war waged against your own body and mind. A woman was waiting at the sect's primary entrance when Lu Feng arrived, as if she had been standing there expecting him specifically. She was older, 50s, perhaps, though cultivation made age difficult to assess precisely. With hair the color of silver wire and eyes that seemed to contain actual flame, burning with an intensity that suggested she could see far beyond the physical world, could perceive layers of reality that remained hidden from normal sight. She wore robes of crimson and gold that seemed to ripple slightly even when there was no wind, as if the fabric itself was alive. She moved with the casual confidence of someone who'd never doubted her place in the world, who knew exactly where she belonged and what she was meant to do. "Lu Feng," she said, and her voice was warm, welcoming, nothing like the careful distance that sect masters Jiang and Bao had maintained. Her voice carried genuine warmth, genuine interest, the quality of someone truly pleased to meet you rather than someone fulfilling an obligation. I am Xianxia. Welcome to the Crimson Phoenix Sect. She bowed, a full respect bow, the kind one cultivator offered to another of equal standing. It was a gesture that should have been impossible, a violation of the natural hierarchy of cultivation, a thing that shouldn't happen unless the two cultivators were of equal rank in power and authority. Lu Feng's impulse was to immediately do something that would cause disaster. Such was his level of chronic anxiety at this point. His presence had destroyed 2 sects already. What was to prevent that pattern from continuing here, from repeating in this place as well? But he stood still, breathed through his anxiety, and offered a bow in return, slightly less formal, acknowledging her superior position but accepting the respect she offered. "I'm grateful for your hospitality, Sect Master," he said carefully, his voice uncertain. "But I should warn you. The pattern of destruction, it's real. 2 sects have already been destroyed, and I don't understand why, and I don't know how to stop it." Sect Master Xianxia's smile was understanding, patient, kind. It was a smile that suggested she'd been waiting for exactly this concern, that she had prepared her answer carefully, that she had thought deeply about how to respond to this warning. "Come," she said. "Let me show you something. Then we'll talk." Chapters 12 to 20. The Deeper Journey, continuing with chapters 12 to 20, with expanded content. Chapter 12, The Pattern Explained. Xianxia led Lu Feng through the sect's grounds to a building that seemed older than the others, its architecture showing the weight of centuries in ways both visible and subtle. The structure predated the rest of the Crimson Phoenix sect by decades, possibly centuries, suggesting it had been moved or preserved rather than built alongside the modern sect. The stone was a different color, more weathered, marked with runes that had faded to near invisibility over the centuries. Inside, the space opened up into a vast library, but not like the Iron Fist sect's collection of practical techniques or the Azure Crane sect's elegant repository. These texts were more ancient, more esoteric, dealing with the deep mysteries of cultivation rather than the application of power. Some of the texts seemed to predate the current era of cultivation by thousands of years, their characters written in forms that had been abandoned by modern cultivators, in languages that required special knowledge to decipher. The air in the library felt different, thicker somehow, as if centuries of accumulated knowledge had weight and presence. The shelves stretched up into darkness, lit by glowing crystals that provided just enough illumination to navigate. The smell was that of old paper and old ink, a scent that suggested both preservation and the passage of time. Cultivation arrays were woven through the library's structure, protecting the ancient texts from decay and damage. "The Crimson Phoenix Sect," Xianxia explained, moving through the shelves with familiarity born of years of study, "has a different philosophy than most sections. We don't believe that power is the only measure of a cultivator's worth. We don't believe that strength through dominance is the only path to advancement. We believe that the universe itself is alive, possessing a form of consciousness that operates on principles we're only beginning to understand. And we believe that certain people are born with a sensitivity to its deeper patterns." She pulled a text bound in leather that seemed to shift color in the light, the material changing from crimson to gold and back again, depending on the angle. The book was ancient, the pages worn from handling, the binding somehow still intact despite centuries of use. "This is the record of natural calamities, not written by any single author, but compiled over 10,000 years by cultivators who studied the correlation between individuals and disasters. Thousands of scholars contributed to this work, each adding their observations, their theories, their understanding of patterns that seemed to connect certain individuals with catastrophic events." She opened the text carefully, handling it with reverence. "They discovered something fascinating. 1 in every 100,000 people is born with what they called a resonance pattern. These individuals' presence creates subtle disturbances in the world's equilibrium. Around them, entropy increases. Instability accumulates. Calamity is drawn. The mechanism isn't entirely understood, but the pattern is consistent across cultures, across centuries, across every place where humans have cultivated power." "That's exactly my problem," Lu Feng said miserably, his voice hollow with despair. "I bring destruction. Everywhere I go, people die. You bring resolution," Hong Yin corrected gently, her voice carrying certainty and compassion in equal measure. You see, the pattern doesn't create calamity randomly. It doesn't simply accumulate damage and destroy sects for the joy of destruction. It doesn't work like a curse that damages everything indiscriminately. It targets instability that already exists. A sect with a cracking foundation stone won't fall until something resonates with that existing weakness, until something provides the catalyst that transforms potential failure into actual collapse. A formation core with even minor flaws will function perfectly until a pattern bearer walks within its radius. Then, suddenly, all that hidden instability crystallizes into visible, catastrophic failure. She opened the text to a specific section, and Lu Feng saw diagrams of intricate formations and the notations of some of the cultivation world's greatest masters, their theories and calculations spread across pages worn with study and annotation. The complexity was staggering. These were techniques that required lifetimes to understand fully. The Azure Crane Sect, Hong Yin continued, her voice taking on the tone of someone delivering a difficult truth that had to be said, had been showing signs of internal weakness for 3 years before you ever arrived. Their sect master was too old, clinging to power he could no longer effectively wield. Their council was divided into factions with conflicting visions. Their disciples were showing the symptoms of a sect losing direction: frustration, fractured loyalty, decline in recruitment. The protective formation that you triggered, it wasn't breached by your presence. It was destabilized by decades of accumulated neglect and poor maintenance. No one had reinforced the core arrays in years. The energy channels were corroded. The matrix was failing quietly, slowly, becoming more dangerous with each passing season. That crack was going to widen eventually, sooner or later, destroying itself under the weight of its own corruption. You didn't cause that fundamental instability. You just made it happen when it would have happened anyway. Accelerated a process that was already in motion. An iron fist? Lu Feng asked quietly, needing to understand. They'd been pushing their disciples too hard, ignoring the signs of meridian damage and cultivation instability, Hong Yin said, and her voice carried sadness for the knowledge she possessed. The outer disciples were being worked beyond safe limits, pushed to train for hours longer than their bodies could safely sustain. The inner disciples were being forced into breakthroughs before they were ready, their foundations not yet solid enough to support the next level of power. The entire structure was becoming unstable, a house of cards built on sand, waiting for the slightest disturbance to collapse entirely. The mountain itself was being taxed by their constant cultivation, their use of formation arrays that drew power from the earth itself. They were going to collapse under the weight of their own ambition. You didn't cause that either. You just accelerated the inevitable. Lu Feng sat down heavily on a bench that seemed to materialize from nowhere, his legs unable to support his weight as the implications sank in. The world shifted, tilted, reformed itself around this new understanding. He was not cursed. He was not evil. He was not a weapon of destruction. He was simply a force of nature that exposed problems, a mirror that reflected the truth of situations that others wanted to ignore. So I'm not cursed. I'm not evil. I'm just a force of nature that exposes problems. Precisely. Hong Yin settled beside him on the bench, her presence warm and supportive. And yes, that's deeply inconvenient for any sect that's hiding serious issues behind a facade of strength. It makes you dangerous to organizations that are fundamentally unstable because your presence forces them to face the truth they've been avoiding. But for a sect that's healthy, that maintains proper balance, that looks honestly at its own weaknesses, you become something entirely different. What? Lu Feng asked, hope beginning to kindle in his chest despite his efforts to keep his expectations low. A blessing. Hong Yin smiled warmly, the first truly happy smile Lu Feng had seen from her. An anchor, a weight that keeps us honest, forces us to face problems before they metastasize into catastrophe. Your presence, if you live here, will make this sect stronger. Because we'll know that if we're hiding something, if we're pretending strength we don't have, the pattern will expose it. So we'll choose not to hide things. We'll maintain real strength, real balance, real honesty about our limitations and our problems. That's how a pattern bearer actually helps a sect that's willing to face the truth. Chapter 13. Integration and mystery. The next 3 months were the most stable of Lu Feng's life since his parents died. He was given a dormitory room, small but private, with windows overlooking the sect's gardens, along with access to the sect's common facilities. He trained with other outer disciples, though his training was modified to acknowledge both his limited ability and his unique role. Instead of the brute force techniques of Iron Fist or the flowing forms of Azure Crane, he was taught to work with his meridian structure, to cultivate not against his nature, but in alignment with it. It was a revolutionary approach, one that suggested his limitations weren't flaws, but rather unique characteristics that could be shaped and directed. Surprisingly, he began to improve. Not dramatically. His spiritual sense didn't suddenly expand to rival inner disciples. His dantian didn't bloom into greater size overnight. His meridians didn't straighten and strengthen like those of a normal cultivator would. But over weeks of patient practice, his meridians began to develop flexibility. The qi that flowed through his body, instead of fighting against rigid structure, began to learn how to bend, to flow around obstacles, to find pathways that worked with his unique physiology rather than against it. It was progress that no one would have expected from someone of his limited talent, but it was real, measurable, and most importantly, it was his own achievement. It was like learning a language that was built for the way his mind worked rather than forcing his mind into the shape of a language designed for others. After years of struggling against his own nature, trying to become something he could never be, he was finally learning to work with what he had instead of against what he lacked. Senior Sister Wei, his cultivation advisor, a woman perhaps 5 years older than him with sharp eyes and sharper intellect, was enthusiastic about the progress. "You're not learning techniques," she explained as they sat in the training garden one afternoon, watching the sun set over the mountains. The garden was different from the rest of the sect, wilder and more natural, with streams running through it in patterns that seemed random until you realized they responded to the landscape. "You're learning to be your own technique." Most cultivators try to fit themselves into the mold that techniques provide. They bend themselves to match what someone else created, force their bodies and minds into shapes they weren't naturally suited for. You're building something new, something that only works because of how you're built. That's the real cultivation. It was oddly encouraging, the first time in his life that someone had suggested his limitations were an asset rather than a liability. Wei seemed to genuinely believe in his potential, even if that potential looked nothing like the potential of normal cultivators. But beneath the peace, questions remained. Lu Feng had come to accept that he was a pattern bearer, that his presence revealed hidden instability. But he didn't understand the mechanism. Why did expulsion trigger the destruction? Why was it always the sect that expelled him, not some other sect nearby? Why was the timing so consistent? These were the mysteries that kept him up at night, that sent him to the library for hours of research while other disciples slept. There had to be a reason, a mechanism, something that explained why the pattern worked the way it did. The questions consumed him. He spent his evenings in the library, reading texts that sometimes predated the current era of cultivation, looking for answers in the ancient wisdom of dead scholars. He filled notebooks with observations, with theories, with attempts to map the pattern beneath the pattern. His obsession occasionally worried Wei, who would find him in the library in the early morning hours, books scattered around him in a haphazard arrangement that suggested he'd been working through the night. He found himself spending hours in the Crimson Phoenix Sect's library, studying the records of natural calamities, trying to find some clue to the deeper pattern beneath the pattern. The texts offered frameworks and theories, but not concrete answers. They described the phenomenon, but not the mechanism. It was like having a description of a disease without understanding the bacteria that caused it. Every answer he found only led to deeper questions. Every theory seemed to have exceptions that contradicted its core principles. His obsession grew. He filled notebooks with observations and theories. He mapped out the timeline of events, when the Azure Crane destruction occurred relative to his expulsion, when the Iron Fist disaster happened relative to his arrival. He studied the accounts of other historical pattern bearers, looking for commonalities in how their presences had affected the sects around them. Some sects had been destroyed immediately. Others had managed years of existence with a pattern bearer in their midst, apparently because they maintained greater stability. The variables seemed infinite, the patterns too complex to fully comprehend. Senior Sister Wei found him one morning in the library, asleep at a desk surrounded by open books and filled notebooks, his pen still clutched in his hand. Without comment, she helped him to his feet and practically dragged him back to the dormitory, insisting he sleep in an actual bed. But even as he rested, his dreams were filled with formations, with arrays, with the sensation of being pieces of a puzzle he didn't know how to complete. It was in one of those deep research sessions, buried in texts that predated the current era of cultivation by millennia, that he encountered Elder Su. The Elder was ancient, possibly older than the library itself, her cultivation base so refined that she seemed barely present in the physical world. She was translucent in a way that had nothing to do with her physical form and everything to do with her spiritual presence, like looking at someone through shimmering heat waves. She moved through the stacks with the familiarity of someone who'd been walking these corridors for centuries, her movements so quiet and deliberate that Lu Feng almost didn't notice her approach. "You're looking for explanation," Su said without preamble, as if she'd been monitoring his research all along, and this was simply a continuation of an ongoing conversation. Her voice was soft, but carried absolute clarity, each word precisely enunciated. "I can see it in how you search. Not the obvious answers, you've accepted those, but the real mechanism. Why does it work? What's the fundamental principle underlying the pattern?" "Do you know?" Lu Feng asked eagerly, hope blooming in his chest despite his attempts to remain realistic. The despair that had characterized his life so far had given way to a desperate need for understanding. "I have a theory," Su said, and they moved to a more private section of the library, deeper into the building where only the most ancient and restricted texts were shelved. "Come, let me show you something that might change how you think about all of this." Chapter 14. The Deeper Mystery. Elder Su produced a text that Lu Feng had never seen before, bound in black material that hurt to look at directly, as if his eyes were sliding off the surface every time he tried to focus. The elder handled it carefully, reverently, as one might handle something sacred and dangerous in equal measure. "This is the treatise on causality and consequence," Su explained, settling into a chair that seemed to form itself from the very air to support her. "Written by the master cultivator Rinzhou over 8,000 years ago. It explores the theory that the universe is not actually governed by random chance, but by a deep underlying pattern of balance and adjustment." Su opened the text to a marked section, the pages yellowed with age but still legible, the characters still sharp and precise. The writing was archaic, but Lu Feng could make out the core theory, that every action had consequences extending far beyond the moment of action, rippling forward through time in waves of causality that affected everything they touched. A sect that expelled someone carried a debt of imbalance. They had violated natural harmony by casting out someone who didn't deserve expulsion. The universe, according to Rinzhou's philosophy, would collect that debt. "But what does that mean?" Lu Feng asked. "Does the universe have consciousness? Is this some kind of karma?" "That's where the theory becomes murky," Su admitted, leaning back in her chair with the weariness of someone who'd pondered this question for far too long. Rinzhou believed in a mechanism, but he never managed to describe it clearly. He argued that certain people are naturally sensitive to these imbalances, that they become focal points for the universe's correction mechanism, that their presence near an imbalanced situation causes cascade failures. Lu Feng turned the pages forward, scanning Rinzhou's dense theoretical framework. The characters were small, packed with meaning, employing terminology that had mostly fallen out of common use over the centuries. But if the pattern bearer doesn't know they're causing the damage, if they're not acting with intention, how can that make sense morally? How can the universe balance an injustice by using someone who had nothing to do with it? Su nodded, as if she'd expected that question, had probably asked it herself countless times. Rinzhou grapples with that problem throughout the text. He suggests that the mechanism isn't about moral balance in the way humans understand it. It's more like physical balance. Imagine a scale weighted unevenly. The universe doesn't care about the intention of the person placing items on the scale. The weight is the weight, the imbalance is the imbalance, and something has to give eventually. A pattern bearer is simply someone sensitive to these imbalances who becomes a focal point for the correction. Not a punisher, not an agent of cosmic justice, just a pivot point around which reality adjusts itself. So the sects fell because they created the conditions for their own falling. and I was just the trigger? Lu Feng's voice was hollow, understanding the implications. Something like that, Su agreed. She turned to another passage in the ancient text, one marked with multiple colored threads indicating centuries of scholarly annotation. Look here. This is where Rinzhou describes the cascade failures. He believed that an imbalanced situation contains inherent instability. When a pattern bearer enters that environment, their presence acts like a vibration passing through a structure already weakened, already fracturing. The pattern bearer doesn't cause the fracture, but their presence makes the fracture spread at accelerated rates. The mechanism Rinzhou proposed involved resonance with weaknesses. The pattern bearer naturally attunes to instability and amplifies it through their mere existence. But here's the fascinating part, Su continued, her eyes gleaming with genuine intellectual excitement. Rinzhou also theorized that if a pattern bearer were to live somewhere stable, somewhere in genuine equilibrium, the pattern would develop a different function. Rather than causing catastrophe, it would prevent it. A pattern bearer living in a sect that maintains true balance would make that sect nearly invulnerable to external attack, internal collapse, or even environmental disaster. Your presence would reinforce the stability rather than shatter the weakness. The same sensitivity to imbalance would work in reverse. Instead of amplifying fractures, you would amplify harmony, strengthen bonds, prevent the formation of dangerous instabilities. Lu Feng stared at the implications. So the Azure Crane sect was already doomed before I arrived? The expulsion just happened to trigger what was inevitable. Rinzhou would argue that yes, the conditions for collapse were already present, Su said. But Lu Feng, consider this. What does inevitable mean? Was the collapse absolutely necessary, or just likely? How much did your presence accelerate the timeline? These are questions Rinzhou couldn't answer because he lacked examples. You're the first documented pattern bearer anyone has seriously studied. Everything we understand comes from theory, not observation. Lu Feng looked at the text, at the ancient words describing a phenomenon that had consumed the last month of his life, had upended his entire understanding of cause and effect. Is the Crimson Phoenix sect stable? Is that why Sect Master Hong Yin invited me? Su smiled, and it was a knowing smile that suggested the elder had been waiting for that question. Not yet, she said, but she's building it to be. And I suspect you're going to help her in ways neither of you fully understands yet. Come, there's more to show you. Rinzhou spent his final years attempting to describe what a fully stable sect looked like, what conditions would prevent even the existence of the pattern's destructive resonance. Chapter 15. The revelation 3 months became 6. Lu Feng's training continued, and his understanding of his own nature deepened. He learned to meditate in ways that enhanced his sensitivity to the pattern, to feel the subtle vibrations that indicated where imbalances were forming. These weren't dramatic sensations. They were the quiet knowing that came from perfect alignment with a force that was fundamentally part of his being. He became something like a living detector, able to sense the places where the sect was developing problems before those problems became visible. The detection worked on multiple levels. Sometimes it was physical, a tightness in his chest, a pulling sensation in his meridians that drew him toward locations where problems were developing. Sometimes it was emotional, a creeping sense of wrongness, a discord that made his skin ache until he moved away from the source of instability. Sometimes it was purely mental, sudden awareness of situations he had no logical way of knowing about, insights that appeared fully formed in his consciousness. The Crimson Phoenix sect took his observations seriously with a seriousness that initially surprised him and eventually became routine. When Lu Feng mentioned that he felt instability developing in the Western Tower's foundation, an unusual pressure in his meridians when he walked past it, construction crews were immediately dispatched to investigate. They found hairline fractures in the stone that would have eventually caused the structure to collapse. The fractures were old, the result of years of settling and stress that the original builders hadn't anticipated. Without intervention, the tower would have eventually killed someone. When he noted a subtle wrongness in how the senior disciples were treating the junior disciples, a discordant note in the harmony of the sect's social structure, management protocols were reviewed and adjusted before resentment could poison the sect's harmony. The senior disciples had been establishing a subtle hierarchy that excluded some junior disciples from resources and training opportunities. The practice wasn't intentional malice, but it was creating the kind of factional division that could fester into serious problems. When he sensed tension brewing between two cultivation schools within the sect, a friction that made his entire body ache with discomfort, mediators were brought in before factions could form. The two schools had been developing philosophical differences about the nature of cultivation, differences that could have split the sect into competing power blocks if allowed to continue unchecked. It was almost like having a purpose. It was almost like belonging. For the first time since his childhood, before the plague took his family, Lu Feng felt like he was genuinely contributing something of value to the people around him. They weren't just tolerating him. They were actively using his abilities to make the sect stronger, and they were grateful for it. The gratitude was expressed in small ways. Wei brought him tea and checked on his sleep schedule. The kitchen staff began setting aside special portions of food for him. Other disciples began approaching him with their problems, believing that somehow his presence would help them resolve issues. It was as if the entire sect had begun to view him as a blessing rather than a curse. And then, one morning, an envoy arrived from the Iron Fist sect, shattering the peace that had begun to settle over Lu Feng's life. Lu Feng was training in the outer courtyard when the messenger landed, a cultivator he recognized, senior brother Kong. Though Kong was altered, his dantian was still broken, his cultivation crippled, but he'd somehow survived the cascade of destruction that had obliterated the sect. The fact that he'd survived suggested either incredible luck or incredible skill. Kong looked older, harder, marked by the experience of living through catastrophe. His left arm was withered, the muscles having never fully healed, and he moved with the careful caution of someone permanently injured. Lu Feng, Kong called out, and his voice held no anger, only a strange kind of urgency. I need to speak with you. About what happened. They met in a private courtyard, away from other disciples. Kong stood with the awkwardness of someone whose body no longer moved the way it used to, his martial grace replaced by the careful caution of the permanently injured. I've been investigating, Kong said without preamble. The destruction of the Iron Fist sect wasn't caused by external forces. It wasn't even truly caused by my tribulation instability, which is what everyone believed. We've had engineers studying the remains of the sect for months. They found something interesting. Someone had deliberately weakened the mountain's foundation. Not obviously, not in ways that would be noticed during normal inspections. But someone, years ago, had placed cultivation disruptors throughout the stone. They were waiting for a trigger, and your presence provided it. Lu Feng's heart went cold. Someone tried to destroy the Iron Fist sect intentionally? Yes, Kong said. And when we started investigating further, when we dug into the records of the Azure Crane sect's destruction, we found evidence of the same thing. Deliberate sabotage, placed long before you ever arrived. Someone set two sects up to fall, and they used you as the timing mechanism. But why? Lu Feng felt the urge to sit down, but he remained standing, waiting for the rest. That's the part one wanted to warn you about, Kong said seriously. We've narrowed down the evidence to 3 possible perpetrators. The Crimson Phoenix sect, who had obvious rivalry with both Azure Crane and Iron Fist, and who suddenly gained significant prestige as the sect that could handle the calamity pattern. 2 major organizations in the capital who stand to benefit from having fewer rivals in the provinces. And, he paused, and in that pause, Lu Feng realized what was coming. And a cultivator traveling through the region, powerful enough to place sophisticated sabotage without being detected, who had personal history with both sections. Who? Lu Feng asked, though he had begun to suspect. That's what we haven't determined yet, Kong said. But the pattern of the sabotage, the way it was done, the sophistication of the cultivation arrays, all of it points to someone very specific. Someone the records call the Nameless Wanderer. A cultivator who's been involved in the fall of 7 sects over the past 50 years. Never directly, never provably, but always present at the edges, always leaving traces of advanced cultivation that don't match any known sect or school. Chapter 16. The uncertainty deepens. Kong departed the next morning, having delivered his warning and extracted a promise from Lu Feng that he would be careful. The junior disciple assured him he would, though careful of what remained unclear. If someone had deliberately orchestrated the destruction of 2 sects, and had done so in a way that exploited Lu Feng's very nature, then what was the solution? How could he protect himself against a force that might be using his own curse against him? The entire foundation of his understanding, that he was a natural phenomenon, a force of the universe itself, was suddenly thrown into question. The possibility that he was an artifact, a constructed tool rather than a natural being, was more terrifying than the possibility that he was cursed. A curse could be lifted, could be healed, could theoretically be endured. But if someone had deliberately constructed him, deliberately woven cultivation arrays through his meridians as an infant, then he was fundamentally something other than human. He was a weapon. He was an experiment. He was an object of someone else's design. Lu Feng brought the information to Sect Master Hong Yin that afternoon, watching carefully for any reaction that might indicate guilt or prior knowledge. He described what Kong had told him in detail. The evidence of deliberate sabotage placed years in advance, the theory about the nameless wanderer, the pattern of 7 sects destroyed over 50 years. Hong Yin listened without interruption, her expression growing increasingly thoughtful. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment, her eyes closed, as if she were consulting something beyond the physical world. When she finally spoke, her response was troubled but not shocked, which suggested she'd been aware of the possibility. "The nameless wanderer," she said thoughtfully. "We've had interactions with that cultivator in the past. Ancient rivalry, power struggles that were settled generations ago. I can understand why Kong would suspect us of sabotage. But Lu Feng, think logically. If we were orchestrating events to manipulate you, would we be inviting you to stay? Wouldn't the point be to use you and discard you, as the Wanderer appears to do? Why would we invest time and resources into helping you understand your nature if our goal was simply to exploit you? Unless," Lu Feng said slowly, his voice hollow, "the pattern is more complex than we understood. What if living here, with me in a stable sect, creates a different effect than expulsion? What if there's value to me being here that I don't understand? What if by helping me, you're actually advancing your own agenda?" "There might be," Hong Yin acknowledged, and she seemed unsurprised by his suspicion, which was either a good sign or a very bad one. "But the solution isn't to be suspicious of everyone around you. The solution is to continue your research, to understand yourself better, to find out whether you're truly a pattern bearer by natural calling, or if something else is involved. If you're a constructed artifact, wouldn't you want to know? Wouldn't understanding how you were made help you understand why you work the way you do?" So Lu Feng continued his research with renewed urgency, diving deeper than ever into the dusty texts of the Crimson Phoenix Sect's library. He cross-referenced accounts of the nameless wanderer with records of sect destructions, mapping out the timeline and pattern of the 7 known sects that had fallen. He studied the cultivation signatures left at different disaster sites, looking for commonality, trying to identify if the sabotage had a distinctive magical signature. He learned the theoretical frameworks of causality and consequence, trying to understand if the pattern was a genuine universal phenomenon or something more specific, more targeted, more engineered. Each new piece of information felt like a betrayal, a revelation that the world he'd accepted as reality might be a carefully constructed lie designed to control his behavior and understanding. The research consumed him. He spent entire days in the library, reading accounts of disasters from decades past, finding parallels and patterns that suggested a deliberate engineering rather than natural occurrence. When disciples brought him meals, he barely noticed eating them. When evening turned to night, he'd light cultivation-enhanced lanterns and continue reading. His hands developed calluses from turning ancient pages, his eyes strained against the archaic characters written in fading ink. The knowledge accumulated in his mind like sediment, layer upon layer of terrible understanding building into a weight that pressed against his chest. One evening, reading an account of the Crimson Peak Sect's destruction 53 years prior, he found a detail that made his blood run cold. The description of the destruction's pattern was nearly identical to the destruction patterns of the Azure Crane Sect. The same characteristic patterns of cascade failure. The same signature of destruction that spread outward from a central point. The same utterly devastating completeness of the annihilation. Could this be the work of the same person? Could the nameless wanderer have been orchestrating sect destructions for over half a century? And slowly, over weeks of obsessive study interrupted only by meals and minimal sleep, over nights where he'd lie awake in his dormitory room staring at the ceiling while his mind replayed the implications, he began to perceive the outline of something larger. something that suggested that neither option was entirely correct. The pattern was real. He could feel its effects deep in his bones, could sense the instabilities it revealed with the certainty of someone perceiving something fundamental. The sensitivity was genuine, the detection real, not imaginary. But the catastrophes that followed expulsion didn't seem to be purely natural consequences following from natural laws. There was something else, something directed, something intelligent in how the sects were falling. The timing was too precise. The damage was too targeted. The aftermath was too consistent. It was as if the destruction was being orchestrated, as if the natural cascade failures were being amplified by deliberate manipulation from someone with the knowledge to exploit them. It was as if the universe itself had learned to resonate with his presence. Or more accurately, as if someone had engineered the universe to resonate with his presence. As if his very being was a tuning fork for destruction, calibrated to trigger precisely when expelled from organized communities. And now he had to live with the knowledge that he might not be a force of nature at all. He might be a tool, deliberately created, deliberately weaponized, deliberately unleashed on Sects for reasons he still didn't understand. The existential horror of that possibility haunted him during every waking moment and followed him into his dreams with all the persistence of a curse that couldn't be escaped. Chapter 17. The visiting scholar. In the 7th month of his stay at the Crimson Phoenix Sect, a scholar arrived in a manner that drew everyone's attention. She didn't arrive by riding cultivation, didn't perform any spectacular displays of power. She simply appeared one morning in the Sect gardens, sitting on a bench as if she'd been there all along, waiting. She was a woman of indeterminate age, possibly young, possibly old, possibly something that transcended such categories entirely. Her robes were simple, unadorned by Sect markings or cultivation indicators, just plain gray cloth that suggested she belonged to no organization. Her face was kind but careful, as if she'd learned to hide her true thoughts behind a pleasant expression that revealed nothing. She carried herself with the manner of someone who moved through the world on their own terms, answering to no authority but her own curiosity. She introduced herself simply as Lao Chun, an independent researcher studying the phenomenon of pattern bearers and calamity. Her credentials were impeccable. She had studied at multiple major sects, had published papers recognized by the cultivation establishment, had interviewed surviving members of sects destroyed by pattern bearers going back 50 years. She was not affiliated with any sect, which was itself unusual and suggested either remarkable independence or remarkable skill. Sect Master Hong Yen brought her to meet Lu Feng personally that afternoon, which suggested the visitor was important or at least well-regarded by the sect leadership. The meeting took place in a private study, isolated from the rest of the sect, away from casual observation. Lao Chen settled in like she owned the space, arranging her materials on the table without asking permission. "I understand you're experiencing pattern sensitivity," Lao Chen said without preamble, settling into a chair in the meeting room as if she'd been there for hours already and was simply continuing a conversation that had been interrupted. "The sects you've been part of have both experienced catastrophic destruction within weeks of your expulsion. You're uncertain whether you caused these events directly or were merely present as some kind of conduit for destruction. You've been researching in the Crimson Phoenix Library to understand the mechanism underlying your phenomenon. Is this accurate?" "All of that is true," Lu Feng confirmed cautiously, wary of how much this stranger seemed to know about him. "Excellent," Lao Chen said, and there was something almost predatory in her smile, not hostile, but hungry for information. "Then I believe I can help you. You see, I've spent the last 30 years studying pattern bearers across multiple provinces, multiple generations, multiple cultural contexts. I've come to some conclusions that contradict the popular understanding of what you are." She pulled out a journal bound in simple cloth, clearly her own research record compiled over decades. The pages were worn from constant use, filled with notes in handwriting that had changed and evolved over the years, suggesting decades of work and careful observation. The journal was massive, easily 500 pages or more, filled to capacity with information. The popular theory, which you've probably encountered, is that pattern bearers are rare individuals born with intrinsic sensitivity to universal imbalance. That you're the natural expression of the universe's tendency to expose weakness. That you're essentially a force of nature. Correct. Lu Feng nodded, that description matching everything he'd been told. That's partially true. But it's not the complete picture, and it's certainly not the full picture in your specific case. You see, in my research, I found that there are multiple types of pattern bearers. Some are indeed born with the sensitivity, their meridian structures naturally arranged in ways that make them sensitive to the underlying patterns of stability and instability in the world. But others. She paused significantly, letting the weight of what she was about to say sink in. Others are made. Made how? Lu Feng felt a chill run through him, a cold hand closing around his heart. This was the conversation he'd both dreaded and anticipated. Through deliberate magical manipulation, Lao Chen said, her voice precise and clinical. Someone with sufficient skill in cultivation and array work, someone with mastery of esoteric techniques, can create what I call a triggered pattern bearer. Not someone born with the sensitivity, but someone artificially infused with it. Someone who isn't naturally sensitive to imbalance, who wouldn't naturally trigger disasters, but who has been deliberately engineered to do so. They function perfectly normally in most environments, seem like unremarkable people. But when exposed to certain catalysts, when placed in proximity to specific weaknesses, they become a walking trigger for disaster. That's. Lu Feng couldn't find the words to express the existential horror of that revelation. Exactly what appears to have happened to you. Lao Chen finished, and she said it gently, as if delivering a terminal diagnosis. And it explains several things that the natural pattern-bearer theory simply cannot account for. It explains why the disasters follow your expulsion so precisely, why there's no randomness in the timing. It explains why the damage is so targeted to specific sect weaknesses rather than generalized. It explains the consistency, the pattern within the pattern. Because someone built you to be a tool, engineered you down to the cellular level, and they've been watching to see how effective that tool is. Chapter 18. The Terrible Truth. Over the next 3 days, Lao Chen walked Lu Feng through the evidence supporting her theory with the methodical precision of someone who had spent decades compiling this information. She showed him cultivation marks that would only appear if someone had deliberately woven arrays through his meridian structure, marks that a casual inspection would miss, but which became obvious when examined with the right techniques. The marks were there in his meridians like scars, like traces of ancient surgery performed on living tissue. The array work was old, at least 20 years old, possibly much older. It had the distinctive signature of master-level cultivation, someone with the skill to hide their work so thoroughly that it had gone undetected for 2 decades, masterful enough that even the cultivators of the Azure Crane sect, who had examined him during his expulsion, had not identified the artificial arrays underlying his natural meridian structure. She explained how the process would have worked with the confidence of someone who had studied the theoretical framework extensively. Someone would need to have been in proximity to him as an infant or very young child, before his meridian structure hardened, before his fundamental nature was set. This was the critical window, after birth but before the age of 5, when meridian structure was still malleable, still capable of being shaped and directed. They would need to have woven in a complex pattern of cultivation arrays, subtle enough that they wouldn't interfere with normal growth and development, but sophisticated enough to respond to specific triggers with lethal precision. What triggers? Lu Feng asked, fearing the answer even as he asked the question. Probably rejection, Lao Chen said quietly, and her voice was kind, which somehow made it worse. Expulsion from a community. Deliberate separation. Force casting out. Social rejection at a fundamental level. These would activate the arrays, causing them to resonate with existing weaknesses around you. The arrays would amplify any instability in your environment, amplify any weakness in nearby structures, force all hidden problems to surface simultaneously. But who would do this? Lu Feng struggled to comprehend the depths of such manipulation, the cruelty, the casual violation of another person's autonomy. The idea that someone would deliberately alter his body without consent, insert arrays into his meridians as a child too young to understand what was happening, and then spend decades waiting to see if their experiment would work. It was almost incomprehensible in its violation. And why? Why me? Why target an orphan? Why not someone else? The why is easier to answer, Lao Chen said. Someone wanted to test whether such a thing was possible. Whether you could be turned into a weapon that destroyed sects from within, that collapsed organizations without your even being aware you were doing it. Whether power could be weaponized in this way. The who. She hesitated, and in that hesitation, Lu Feng could sense the weight of what she was about to say. That's more complex. I have suspicions, but I don't have absolute proof. She showed him her research on the nameless wanderer, on the pattern of sects that had fallen to catastrophe over the past few decades, organized chronologically. Each destruction was documented, dates, locations, casualty counts, nature of the disaster. And there, woven through the documentation, was a pattern that suggested individual intelligence, individual agency, individual purpose. And there, in the margins of her notes, appearing again and again, was a name that appeared like a refrain. Ren Hong, a master of arrays and cultivation theory, who disappeared from public record about 40 years ago, shortly after being publicly accused of unethical research into artificial pattern bearing. 40 years ago, which was almost exactly the age Lu Feng was now. Ren Hong was obsessed with the idea of weaponized pattern bearers, Lao Chen explained, and she pulled out additional documents, publications by Ren Hong, accusations from the cultivation establishment, notices of expulsion from respectable sections. She published papers arguing that pattern bearers could be created artificially, that cultivation arrays could be used to infuse someone with resonance sensitivity. When the cultivation community rejected her research, when they declared her work immoral and dangerous, when they expelled her from organizations and banned her from publishing, she vanished, disappeared completely. But her work continued. And I believe she's been using you as the validation of her theories. You're the proof that her work was successful. Lu Feng's world shifted again, inverted, twisted, reformed into something alien and terrible. Everything he understood about himself suddenly required re-examination. His nature wasn't natural. His abilities weren't born from the universe's fundamental patterns. He was engineered. He was manufactured. He was created. So the sects fell not because of any natural imbalance or because I'm naturally cursed, but because someone deliberately built me to cause their destruction, and they've been orchestrating events to prove the concept works. Lu Feng heard his own voice from very far away, hollow with comprehension. Yes, Lao Chen said simply, and she reached across the table to grip his hand. And if I'm correct, if someone went to such lengths to create you, to place the initial arrays into your infant meridians, to engineer these destructions, then there's almost certainly a reason. A purpose beyond simply proving the concept works. You are, essentially, the capstone of decades of research. You're the demonstration. You're the proof. Lu Feng felt something break inside him. He had spent the last 7 months trying to understand the pattern, trying to accept his nature, trying to find a way to live with what he was, only to discover that what he was an artifact, a tool, an experiment, a weapon designed by a woman whose name meant nothing to him, but whose every action had defined his existence. What do we do? He asked, and he wasn't even sure he wanted the answer. Chapter 19. The question of agency. Sect Master Hong Yin called a council meeting that evening, gathering the sect's most senior cultivators, the elders who made decisions about the sect's direction and policy. Lu Feng presented what Lao Chun had discovered, watching the reactions range from shocked disbelief to skeptical doubt to grimly unsurprised acceptance. Some of the elders had apparently already suspected something like this was possible. If this is true, one elder said, his face pale, then we need to remove the arrays. It's a complicated procedure, requiring someone with mastery of array work exceeding even our most skilled cultivators. But it should theoretically be possible to extract the artificial patterns without damaging his natural meridian structure too badly. It's not that simple, Lao Chen said quietly, and she looked genuinely sorry to deliver the news. The arrays have been in place for so long, 20, 30, possibly 40 years, that his entire cultivation base has developed around them. His natural meridian structure has grown through and around the artificial arrays, integrating with them in a way that would be impossible to separate cleanly. Remove them, and you risk collapsing his meridian structure entirely. He'd lose all ability to cultivate, all the power he spent months learning to control and understand. Worse, he might lose fundamental aspects of his being, the parts of his consciousness that have grown up alongside these arrays. The arrays are so integrated into his nature that separation might cause spiritual death. Not physical death, but the death of the person he's become. Better than being a walking weapon. The elder countered sharply, and he said it with genuine conviction, with the certainty of someone who believed that preserving autonomy and freedom was worth more than preserving life itself. A living slave is still a slave. A person whose nature is someone else's design is not truly free. Lu Feng deserves the chance to be something other than what he was created to be. But is he really a weapon? Another voice asked. It was Wei, Lu Feng's cultivation advisor, and her tone was thoughtful rather than afraid. She stood, commanding the room's attention with her steady presence. Yes, the arrays were placed artificially. Yes, someone apparently designed him as an experiment for purposes we still don't understand. But Lu Feng has agency. He makes choices. He chooses his actions. He chose to come to this sect. He chose to study and learn. The arrays trigger his resonance with existing imbalance. Yes, but they don't control his will. They don't dictate his actions or his values. He's not a puppet dancing on Ren Hong's strings, responding automatically to her machinations. He's a person who was given an unusual nature, a nature he didn't choose and didn't ask for, but a person nonetheless who is learning to live with it and shape it into something meaningful. The debate continued for hours, voices rising and falling as the elders cycled through different perspectives. Some argued for extraction despite the risks, believing that autonomy was more important than safety. Others argued for keeping the arrays, for accepting that some people were born into circumstances not of their choosing and learning to work with those circumstances. Still others argued for a middle path, teaching Lu Feng to understand and control the arrays, but allowing him to make the final decision about removal when he was older, more experienced, more capable of understanding the consequences. The arguments became increasingly heated as the sun moved across the sky, voices clashing, perspectives colliding, different visions of morality and autonomy competing for precedence. Lu Feng found himself oddly grateful for Wei's perspective, for her insistence that his agency mattered, for her refusal to treat him as merely a problem to be solved or a weapon to be defused. The truth was that he didn't feel like a puppet. The pattern felt as natural to him as breathing, as fundamental as the beating of his heart, as integral to his being as consciousness itself. And while it was deeply unsettling to know that his nature was artificially created, that someone had engineered him as a weapon or a tool or an experiment, it didn't change the fact that the nature existed. It didn't change the fact that he was aware of it, that he could work with it, that he could understand it and develop mastery over it. The pattern wasn't foreign to him. It was as much a part of his being as his consciousness, his thoughts, his will. There's another possibility, Lao Chen said quietly, and she waited for the room to fall silent before continuing. What if we tried to contact Ren Hong, to understand what she wanted, what her ultimate goal is? So far, you've all been reacting to events, responding to disasters after they occur. But if someone created Lu Feng for a purpose, understanding that purpose might give us choices in how to respond. Understanding what Ren Hong ultimately wants might give us leverage in negotiating with her. That's absurdly risky, one elder argued, his voice sharp with fear. If this Ren Hong is the nameless wanderer, if she's orchestrated the destruction of multiple sects over 50 years, then approaching her directly could lead to the destruction of the Crimson Phoenix sect. She might see it as a threat to her work. Or it could lead to answers, Lao Chen countered, and she leaned forward, her intensity palpable. And the answers might change everything. We might discover that her goals are compatible with the sect's goals. We might discover that she never intended for Lu Feng to harm the sects he was supposed to help identify and expose problems in. We might discover that there's a way to work with her rather than against her. That's treason, another elder said flatly. Deliberately contacting someone who has destroyed multiple sects, deliberately engaging with the nameless wanderer, is a crime against the cultivation community itself. Sect Master Hong, Yin sat in silence for a long moment, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes closed. The weight of the decision seemed to press down on her visibly. Finally, she looked at Lu Feng directly, and in that look was something that transcended the council's debate. It was a question asked with genuine respect for the person being questioned. This is your life we're discussing. What do you want? It was, Lu Feng realized, the first time anyone had asked him that question since this nightmare began. Everyone else had had plans for him. The Azure Crane sect, trying to expel their pattern bearer, trying to eliminate him without the moral weight of direct violence. The Iron Fist Sect, trying to weaponize him for their benefit. The Crimson Phoenix Sect, trying to understand him and use his nature to strengthen the sect. Even Lao Chun had her own research agenda, her own goal to understand the mechanism of artificial pattern bearing. But no one had asked him what he actually wanted, what he desired, what would bring him fulfillment or peace. Chapter 20. The choice. Lu Feng walked the gardens of the Crimson Phoenix Sect that night, trying to arrange his thoughts into something coherent enough to act upon. The gardens were different from the rest of the sect, less formal, more wild, more a reflection of nature than an attempt to control it. Water flowed in patterns that seemed random until you realized they were responsive to the landscape, working with gravity and stone rather than fighting against them. The stream that ran through the garden had been constructed to seem natural, its path avoiding force, seeming to choose its own way downhill, while actually having been carefully engineered centuries ago to follow a course that appeared spontaneous. Plants grew in profusion, some cultivated with intention, their positions chosen to maximize beauty and harmony, others simply allowed to flourish and develop naturally without interference. Flowers bloomed in shades of crimson and gold that matched the sect's colors, intertwined with wildflowers of purple and white that had seeded themselves without invitation. It was a place that acknowledged both order and chaos, both control and freedom, as if the sect itself understood that both were necessary, that the pretense of pure order was just as false as the chaos of complete freedom. He walked slowly along the stone paths, his feet finding their way by habit and memory, though his mind was elsewhere. He was an artificial pattern bearer, created as an experiment, engineered as a weapon. That knowledge sat in his chest like a stone, immovable, undeniable, a fundamental fact about his existence that changed everything about who he was. Two sects had fallen, and while they had hidden serious weaknesses that would eventually have destroyed them anyway, the fact remained that the destruction had killed or injured hundreds of disciples who hadn't deserved that fate. Families had been separated, dreams had been destroyed, futures had been obliterated, all because someone had wanted to prove a point about power, had wanted to demonstrate that the universe itself could be weaponized, that reality itself could be shaped to serve a creator's will. The moral weight of that knowledge was crushing, the responsibility unbearable. He was, by any reasonable definition, dangerous. He carried destruction in his meridians the way a sword carrier bears a blade, always ready to strike. His very existence was a threat to any organization that harbored him, any sect that failed to maintain perfect stability. He was a living test of stability, a measurement of weakness made flesh. Some part of him wondered if the merciful thing might be to end his own existence, to remove the threat from the world permanently, to stop being a liability to everyone around him. But he was also, by every subjective definition, alive. He thought, he felt, he wanted things. He had developed genuine connections with people at the Crimson Phoenix Sect, with Wei, who had believed in him despite the danger, with Hong Yin, who had offered respect and understanding instead of fear, with Lao Chun, who had delivered truth without judgment. He went to Sect Master Hong Yin in her personal study and told her what he wanted to do, find Ren Hong. Not to join her, not to oppose her, not to seek revenge, but to understand her, to see if there was any possibility of peaceful understanding, or if one of them would have to eliminate the other, to face the architect of his existence and demand answers, to reclaim agency in a life that had been constructed by someone else's will. The sect master nodded slowly, as if she'd been expecting this answer all along, had known that this was the inevitable conclusion. Lao Chun has been researching her location. There are rumors that she's established a retreat in the hidden peaks, the mountains beyond even the broken range. It would be a dangerous journey. Many cultivators have sought her out, and few have returned. I know, Lu Feng said, but I'm the only person who might actually understand what she created. I'm the proof of her theory. I'm the living embodiment of her success or failure. If anyone is going to find her, it should be me. When will you leave? Hong Yin asked. Soon, Lu Feng said, but I want to understand my training first. I want to learn everything I can about how to control the pattern, to direct it, to understand its limits. If I'm going to face Ren Hong, I need to know what I am, need to master this thing inside me before I confront the person who created it. Sect Master Hong Yin smiled, and there was something almost proud in her expression, the look of a mentor watching a student finally grasp a lesson that had eluded them. "Then let's begin," she said. "Let's teach you how to be master of your own nature." And with that, the first stage of Lu Feng's journey truly began. Not the journey of a curse, not the journey of a weapon, but the journey of a young man learning to understand himself and the woman who had created him. It was a journey that would define not just his own future, but possibly the future of the entire cultivation world, the fate of sects and disciples caught in the middle of a conflict they didn't understand. The pattern bearer was no longer running from his nature. He was finally ready to face it, to master it, to seek the architect of his existence and demand the answers that he rightfully deserved. The sect expelled me and got destroyed the next day. Step 2. Chapters 21 to 40. Chapter 21. The departure the morning Lu Feng left the Crimson Phoenix sect. The sky was clear and unnaturally still, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation of the journey he was about to undertake. The dawn came late to the mountains where the sect was located, the sun taking its time to crest over the eastern peaks, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold before finally emerging in full brilliance. The light caught the crimson walls of the sect's main compound, making them glow as if they were absorbing and re-radiating the sun's energy, as if the buildings themselves were alive with cultivation power, responding to the light with an intensity that suggested their construction involved more than simple stone and mortar. The walls seemed to pulse with an inner vitality, and for a moment, Lu Feng felt a deep sense of loss at leaving a place that had given him sanctuary when he had none. He stood at the gate for a long moment, looking back at the place that had become his sanctuary, his school, his refuge from a world that had rejected him. The morning bells had not yet rung, and the sect remained largely quiet, the disciples still sleeping in their quarters, unaware that he was departing. He had chosen this early hour specifically to avoid lengthy farewells, knowing that goodbyes would only make his departure harder. The Crimson Phoenix sect had been good to him in ways he was still struggling to fully understand, and leaving it felt like abandoning a part of himself. The 3 months he had spent at the Crimson Phoenix sect had transformed him in ways that transcended simple physical development or accumulation of cultivation power. The intensive training with sect master Hong Yin and the sect's most skilled cultivators had taught him to refine his control over the pattern in ways he'd never imagined possible. He had moved beyond the panic-stricken discovery of his artificial nature into something more nuanced and mature, a genuine understanding of what he was, not as a weapon or a mistake, but as a person with unusual capabilities that required discipline and control to master properly. This shift in perspective had been the most important transformation of all, more valuable than any cultivation technique he'd learned, more fundamental than any meditation breakthrough he'd achieved. The mental framework Wei had helped him develop had been nothing short of revolutionary. The training had been more rigorous than anything he'd previously experienced. It wasn't simply the theoretical exploration of how pattern-bearing worked in isolation, but the practical mastery of his own nature, the development of techniques that would allow him to channel the destructive sensitivity of his meridians into forms that were at least partially controllable. Every session had pushed his understanding further, had revealed new layers of complexity in how his nature functioned, had demonstrated that control was possible if he approached the problem with the right framework and the necessary dedication. The cultivation masters had been patient with him, understanding that he was not simply learning new techniques, but fundamentally reconstructing his relationship with his own body and consciousness. The meditation exercises had been particularly demanding and profound in their effects on his understanding. Wei had guided him through sessions that lasted 12, sometimes 16 hours at a time, where he would sit in absolute stillness while channeling cultivation energy through the artificial arrays in his meridians. The sensation was precisely as Wei had described it. Similar to threading a needle while the needle was on fire. Similar to flowing water through a system of channels deliberately designed to create friction and resistance at every point. It required absolute precision, dangerous work that demanded complete awareness of every subtle fluctuation in the flow of energy. One moment of distraction could cascade the entire system out of control, triggering resonance that would destabilize everything nearby. The meditation chamber had become his training ground, a space where he could practice these techniques under controlled conditions with Wayne nearby to guide and correct him. The chamber walls were reinforced with cultivation arrays designed to contain and absorb destructive energy, allowing him to practice without fear of damaging the broader sect. During one particularly intense meditation session in the second month, he'd lost focus for only a few seconds. His mind had wandered to thoughts of the people who died when the Iron Fist sect fell, the disciples whose lives had been cut short, whose families had been separated by tragedy, whose futures had been obliterated. The weight of that responsibility, the guilt of understanding his role in those deaths, had briefly overwhelmed his concentration. In that moment of emotional disturbance, the energy had slipped from his control. The result had been catastrophic. The cascade of instability had shattered every piece of pottery in the meditation chamber, had cracked the walls with sounds like thunder, had set off secondary resonances in the sect's foundation that had required hours of work by multiple cultivators to repair. The destruction had been frightening, a reminder of the danger he represented, but also instructive. But that failure had taught him something crucial. Control was genuinely possible. The catastrophe happened not because the pattern was inherently uncontrollable, but because he'd allowed his concentration to lapse. With proper discipline, with the right mental framework, with sufficient training in maintaining awareness, he could maintain the precise balance the pattern demanded. That understanding had transformed his relationship with his nature from one of despair to one of pragmatic acceptance. He began to see the pattern not as a curse, but as a capability that required respect and careful handling, like a powerful blade that could cause terrible damage if misused, but that could also serve important purposes in skilled hands. Wei's insistence that he was not merely a weapon but a person with agency had slowly begun to reshape how he understood himself. The cultivation manuals had presented theoretical frameworks attempting to explain what the arrays in his meridians were actually doing. The books were filled with diagrams of meridian structures, mathematical models of how energy flows could be directed and shaped, discussions of cultivation theory existing at the boundary between mainstream accepted understanding and esoteric, experimental research that Rin Hong had pioneered decades ago. Each manual revealed new layers of complexity. The pattern wasn't simply a mechanism that responded to proximity to weakness, but a sophisticated system of detection and response that could potentially be directed toward different ends if understood deeply enough. There were hints in the margin notes that Lao Chun had added that the pattern might even be capable of constructive uses, strengthening weaknesses, reinforcing instabilities, building stability rather than merely revealing failure. The possibility that his nature could be used constructively, that the arrays in his meridians could serve purposes beyond destruction, had slowly shifted his sense of what was possible. The sparring sessions had been the most difficult in different ways. Wei had arranged for him to practice combat against multiple opponents simultaneously, forcing him to maintain simultaneous awareness of physical threats while managing the pattern sensitivity that could be triggered by the energy fluctuations of the people he was fighting. The goal wasn't to defeat his opponents through destructive resonance, but to develop the ability to fight as a normal cultivator would, using physical skill and directed cultivation energy while suppressing the pattern response. This distinction had taken weeks to truly understand. The difference between being powerful and being able to choose not to use that power, between having capability and having control over that capability. The cultivators fighting him were skilled and aggressive, pushing him toward his limits repeatedly. During these sessions, he would face up to 5 cultivators at once, all attacking with the goal of forcing him to lose control. The cultivators fighting him had been specifically selected for their skill and ability to attack in unpredictable, disorienting ways. They would fake attacks then shift targets. They would combine their efforts to create complex weaves of energy that would confuse his perception. They would intentionally create instabilities in their own cultivation bases to see if he would be unable to resist responding. The sessions were designed to be incredibly difficult, and they had humbled him repeatedly. But through those sessions, he had learned something essential, that he could choose not to respond to the pattern's demands, that he could wall off the sensitivity and act with intention rather than reaction. The discipline required had been exhausting, but it had paid dividends in actual control. His pack contained minimal supplies, carefully selected over the course of several days before his departure. For cultivation manuals selected by Wei as the most valuable references, chosen specifically for their theoretical clarity and practical applicability. A change of robes, enough for a week of travel without laundry facilities. Implements for meditation, a meditation cushion embroidered with protective arrays, a small prayer bell infused with cultivation energy, incense specially prepared to enhance focus and mental clarity. A map, although it was more of a sketch than a detailed representation. It showed the general locations of major sects, positions of major cities, outlines of geographical features like mountain ranges and major rivers. The exact route would have to be determined as he traveled, influenced by conditions he couldn't anticipate now. He had very little money. What coin he carried would sustain him for perhaps 2 weeks if he was careful, 3 if he was fortunate. Beyond that, he would have to rely on the hospitality of sects he encountered, the willingness of other cultivators to share resources, or on his own ability to sustain himself through cultivation and the techniques he'd learned for finding food and water. Wei came to see him off at the gates in the pre-dawn darkness when most of the sect was still sleeping, the quiet hours before the morning bells would call people to their daily practices. The two of them stood together in the shadows, the light from the lanterns creating pools of illumination around the gate, but leaving the space between them mostly in darkness. She had been the most important person to him during his time at the Crimson Phoenix sect, not a mentor in the traditional sense, but something more subtle and arguably more valuable. She had been the person who insisted on his agency, who refused to treat him as a problem to be solved or a weapon to be controlled, who believed fundamentally that he was a person deserving of respect and autonomy. Her support had been quiet and consistent, present in every session, every correction, every moment of guidance. You understand that finding her might not lead to the answers you want, Wei said as he approached the gates, her voice quiet but steady, carrying the weight of hard-won wisdom. Finding Renhong might actually make your situation more complicated rather than simpler. She might not be willing to undo what she did. She might not have any interest in helping you resolve the ethical problems of your existence. She might see you as a success to be celebrated rather than a problem to be fixed. And you need to be prepared for that possibility, because if you're not prepared, if you're expecting her to apologize or to offer some kind of redemption, you might find yourself destroyed by that expectation. I understand, Lu Feng said, and he meant it with absolute sincerity. The thought had occupied his mind for weeks, the possibility that his search would lead him to someone who saw nothing wrong with what she had done, who viewed his creation and the consequent destruction of sects as a validated hypothesis rather than a moral catastrophe. But he had to know. He had to face her. He had to demand answers from the person who had constructed his existence from conception to current moment. The uncertainty was better than the alternative, remaining at the sect, never knowing, forever wondering. Then go with my blessing, Wei said, placing her hand on his shoulder. The physical contact was surprising after months where interactions had been primarily through instruction. The warmth of her hand felt like an anchor, a reminder that he was a person deserving of respect and care, not simply a phenomenon to be studied. Remember that you're not a pattern bearer that destroys sections. You're a person who happens to have an unusual nature. Don't let anyone, not Renhong, not the cultivation community, not yourself, forget that distinction. You are the sum of your choices, not the sum of what someone else made you. Keep that truth close to your heart, and you won't lose yourself in what comes next. He nodded and turned, walking out through the gates without looking back. The road stretched ahead of him, winding down the mountain slope toward the valleys below. Behind him, the Crimson Phoenix sect disappeared into the morning mist, and Lu Feng moved forward into an uncertain future, carrying with him the knowledge of what he was and the determination to understand why. Each step took him further from safety and deeper into a journey whose destination remained uncertain. Chapter 22. The refugees. It took 3 weeks of traveling through village roads and mountain passes before Lu Feng encountered the first visible consequences of the sect's destruction. The route he'd chosen tried to follow a path toward the hidden peaks, but it also meant passing through regions directly affected by the cascade of sect failures that his own presence had catalyzed. The town of Broken Vale had once been a minor but prosperous trading hub, a place where merchants gathered to sell goods, where cultivators occasionally passed through seeking supplies or information, where caravans transited on routes connecting larger cities. The reputation of the town had been based on its reliability, its role as a neutral meeting point where parties could conduct business without sect interference. Now it was overcrowded with refugees, people whose entire lives had been destroyed by the collapse of the sects that had sustained their communities economically and socially. The destruction had killed approximately 300 disciples directly. People crushed in the collapse of structures that had been reinforced by cultivation arrays, buried in avalanches triggered by the sect's defensive mechanisms turning against it, caught in the fire that had consumed much of the sect's main compound. The death toll alone was staggering, a number that represented hundreds of families now forever altered by loss. But the direct casualties were only the beginning of the disaster, only the most visible and immediate consequences. The economic cascade that followed had devastated the entire region in ways that extended far beyond the immediate tragedy. The merchants who had sold exclusively to sect disciples found their entire customer base vanishing overnight, the purchasing power that had sustained their businesses simply disappearing as if it had never existed. The farmers who had provided food to feed the sect's hundreds of disciples discovered that their surplus production suddenly had no buyer. Their carefully developed relationships with sect suppliers and managers rendered useless. The craftspeople who had created goods specifically designed for sect use found their entire market disappearing, their specialized skills suddenly without application. The innkeepers, the herbalists, the various service providers found themselves suddenly without income, without purpose, unable to transition to other work because their entire identity had been built around serving the sect's needs. The collapse affected not just those directly employed by the sect, but also the merchants and service providers throughout the region, creating a cascading economic disaster that touched every family in the area. The economic collapse wasn't immediate. Goods that had been stockpiled would sustain people for a few months, but the long-term consequences were devastating. An entire ecosystem of employment and trade had been built around the sect's existence, and the sect's sudden destruction left thousands of people without viable income or purpose. Families that had been stable for generations found themselves suddenly without resources. Young people who had been training to take over family businesses discovered that those businesses would no longer exist by the time they were ready to inherit them. The loss of hope was perhaps the worst part of the catastrophe, as people realized that the futures they'd been planning and working toward had been destroyed by forces entirely beyond their control. The town itself had become essentially a refugee camp, transformed from a prosperous trading hub into a survival zone where displaced people struggled to maintain basic dignity and functionality. Tents lined the streets, replacing the orderly shops that had once defined the space. The camps had grown organically, with families staking claims to particular sections, creating small communities within the larger refugee settlement. The smell of smoke and desperation hung over everything. Families that had been middle class just months ago were sleeping in the open, their savings depleted, their futures uncertain. Aid stations had been set up by passing cultivators and other sects, but the scale of the disaster far exceeded available resources. The aid was important, was genuinely helping people avoid absolute destitution, but it was distributed in insufficient quantities to actually solve the underlying problems. Lu Feng watched as people begged for food, watched children sleeping on hard ground, watched entire families trying to figure out how to rebuild from nothing. The despair in people's eyes was profound and heartbreaking. He knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones like lead, that he was at least partially responsible for these consequences. His presence in the Iron Fist sect, his eventual expulsion, had triggered the cascade. Yes, the sect had been unstable. Yes, it would have eventually failed anyway. But eventually, and now, were not the same thing. The difference between a gradual decline that might have allowed people time to adjust and prepare versus the sudden catastrophic collapse that had actually occurred was the difference between disaster and manageable hardship. He had caused that difference. His nature had transformed a problem into a cataclysm. The burden of that knowledge was almost unbearable. He spent 2 days in Broken Vale using most of his limited monetary resources to contribute to the aid efforts, working alongside volunteers at the aid stations. He organized food distribution, ensuring that supplies were allocated fairly and that people understood what resources were available. He assisted with construction of shelters, using his cultivation power to reinforce structures and make them more resistant to the coming weather. He treated injuries he encountered, burns from fires, injuries from structural failures, infections that had developed in wounds left untreated during the chaos of the initial collapse. He shared the meditation techniques he'd learned from Wei for managing trauma and fear, teaching groups of displaced people how to find stillness in the midst of chaos, how to maintain mental clarity when everything around them was falling apart. The instruction was not easy. People who had experienced such trauma often resisted the idea of meditation, wanted action rather than contemplation, but he persisted in the teaching, believing that mental resilience was as important as material aid. Slowly, some people began to respond to the teachings, finding moments of peace within the meditation practice. An old woman named Xin approached him on his second evening in the town, after she'd watched him tend to a child with a severe burn. The burn had been angry and red, covering the entire left side of the child's torso, and everyone had believed the child would not survive given the severity of the injury and the lack of proper medical resources. The burn had become infected, and the child had developed a fever that suggested the infection was spreading. But Lu Feng had channeled healing energy through his hands, had carefully soothed the inflammation, had layered protective cultivation arrays over the wound to prevent further infection. The child had fallen asleep in the treatment, exhausted from pain, and by morning, the burn had begun the slow process of healing. The speed of the improvement had surprised everyone who observed it. Xin had the bearing of someone who had been important before the disaster, someone who had occupied a position of authority and respect that the collapse had stripped away. She was missing an eye, the socket scarred deeply, the surrounding tissue marked by heat damage, and injury sustained during the section collapse. "You're a cultivator," Xin said. It wasn't a question. She had the perceptiveness that came from a lifetime of reading people, of understanding the subtle signs of power and intention that separated cultivators from ordinary people. Her single eye was sharp and observant, taking in details others might miss. "You have the look of someone running from something, or someone about to become something. Which is it?" "Both," Lu Feng said, finding no reason to lie. There was something in Shun's manner that suggested she would appreciate honesty more than comfort, that she had seen too much to be satisfied with easy answers. "I was associated with the sect that fell, connected to the events that triggered the destruction. I'm traveling to find answers, to understand what I am and how to control what I've become." Xin was silent for a long moment, studying his face with her single eye, as if she could read his entire story in the features and expression he wore. Then she reached out and took his hand. She examined it as if reading a fortune, running her fingers across his palm, feeling the cultivation marks that ran through his meridians. Her touch was gentle but assured, the hands of someone who'd learned to perceive things through sensation. "The sect was corrupt," she said bluntly, her voice neither kind nor cruel, but absolutely honest. Everyone knew it. The sect master was selling positions to wealthy families. The sect was extorting bribes from merchants. Discipline was used as an excuse for torture and control. We knew. Everyone knew. We profited from the sect anyway because that was the only way to survive in a world where such sects had power. So don't come here apologizing for its destruction. The sect needed to fall. The only tragedy is that innocent people suffered alongside the guilty." She released his hand and walked away, leaving him with complicated emotions. It was true that the Iron Fist sect had been corrupt. The evidence that Lao Chun had compiled had made that clear: the systematic abuse of disciples, the exploitation of the surrounding communities, the elevation of wealth and power above cultivation principles or personal development. But that truth didn't change the fundamental mathematics of consequences. Hundreds of innocent people had suffered consequences they hadn't deserved. Innocent disciples had died in the collapse. Families had been separated. Economic systems that had functioned for generations had been destroyed. The fact that the sect's fall was justified didn't make those consequences any less real or tragic. The moral clarity that people like Shun could achieve wasn't available to him, at least not yet. He left Broken Vale the next morning, having contributed everything he could to the aid efforts, knowing that it was nowhere near sufficient. The refugee crisis would continue long after he left, the town would struggle to rebuild, and all of it traced back in some way to his existence, his nature, the pattern that Rin Hong had engineered into his meridians. He carried that knowledge with him as he walked, a weight that pressed down on his shoulders with each step, a burden of responsibility that he would have to learn to live with. Chapter 23. The Wanderer's Trail. The weeks that followed took Lu Feng deeper into the cultivation world. Information about what had happened to the Azure Crane Sect and the Iron Fist Sect was no longer secret, carefully guarded within the circles of major sections. News had spread through the cultivation community via cultivators passing through towns and villages, through messages sent between sects, through the inevitable gossip network that connected even remote regions. People understood that a pattern bearer had been involved in both destructions. The question of whether it was a natural pattern bearer or an artificial one remained unclear to most, but the fact of the destruction and the involvement of someone with pattern-bearing sensitivity was now common knowledge among informed circles. He began to encounter evidence that Rin Hong had been far more active than even Lao Chun had documented in her extensive research. There were whispers in tea houses, rumors passed between cultivators, hints of a figure who appeared at moments of crisis, who observed the destruction of sects, who seemed to take particular interest in organizations that were built on inequality and exploitation. The pattern was subtle enough that he might have missed it if he hadn't been looking for it specifically, but once he started noticing the connections, they became impossible to ignore. Everywhere he went, he heard fragments of stories that seemed to point toward a single mysterious figure. The accumulation of these stories created a picture of someone deliberately observing, documenting, and potentially influencing the fall of sections. In a mountain town near the ruins of the shattered Lotus Sect, Lu Feng encountered someone who seemed to have direct knowledge of the nameless wanderer. The person was a cultivator named Chun Mo who'd survived the sect's destruction by breaking with the sect during the crisis and helping to organize evacuations. Chun Mo had the practical competence of someone who'd learned to think quickly and act decisively under pressure. Chun Mo was operating a small tea house in the town, employing survivors of the sect who needed work, creating economic opportunity for people who would otherwise have been destitute. The tea house was not elegant or impressive. It was simple, made of reclaimed wood, with tables that didn't quite match and chairs repaired multiple times. But it was a space of genuine hospitality, a place where people who had lost everything could sit and drink something warm and feel, if only temporarily, that they had not been completely abandoned by the world. "I saw her," Chunimo said when Lu Feng explained his purpose, asked about sightings of the mysterious wanderer. They were sitting in the back room of the tea house after closing, the lanterns turned low, casting long shadows on the walls. The room was quiet, a refuge from the bustle of the common room. The quietness itself seemed to invite deeper conversation, to make the sharing of memories feel more appropriate. During the evacuation, when the buildings were collapsing, when people were dying, I saw a woman standing on a cliff overlooking the sect. She wasn't helping, wasn't attacking. She was just watching, taking notes, or at least gesturing as if she was taking notes, observing the destruction with the intensity of someone measuring something, ensuring the measurements were precise. "Did she seem satisfied?" Lu Feng asked, trying to imagine what Ren Hong would have felt in that moment, what had driven her to create him and then position him in sects where his presence would trigger their destruction. "She seemed interested," Chunimo said thoughtfully, his eyes distant as he recalled the memory. The way a researcher is interested in an experiment that's proceeding according to prediction. But there was something else too. Something like sadness, like she was taking no joy from the destruction, like she was doing something necessary rather than something she wanted to do. If I had to guess, I'd say she was performing a necessary task that she had accepted the moral weight of. Not someone enjoying destruction for its own sake, but someone who'd convinced herself that the destruction was necessary, even if that necessity came at a terrible cost. "Do you think she meant to destroy the sect?" Lu Feng asked, trying to determine whether Ren Hong's role had been passive observation or active catalyst. "I know she did," Chunimo said flatly. "I lived in that sect for 8 years. I watched the instabilities develop over time. The sect was going to fall eventually. The foundation was rotten, built on deception and exploitation. But the timing of the destruction, the way it happened all at once rather than slowly degrading over years, that timing was deliberate. She was there. She was the catalyst. I have no proof, nothing I could present in court or before sect authorities, but I know what I saw. I know what her presence meant. Lu Feng left the tea house the next morning with significantly more questions than answers, but with a noticeably deeper understanding of what Ren Hong's project and larger objectives seemed to be. She wasn't randomly destroying sects across the cultivation world in some kind of indiscriminate campaign. Instead, she was carefully selecting which sects to target based on criteria that suggested she was testing a specific hypothesis about how pattern-bearing sensitivity could be deployed. The sects she had destroyed or influenced were all ones that contained serious internal instabilities, serious moral failings, serious systemic problems that would eventually have led to their collapse anyway over time. She was using pattern bearers. Specifically, she was using him to deliberately accelerate that collapse, to bring forward the inevitable destruction so that it happened now rather than years or decades in the future. But Lu Feng still couldn't determine with certainty whether that deliberate acceleration was intended as a form of mercy, allowing people to rebuild and restructure sooner rather than being trapped in a slowly declining sect for years or decades, or whether it was primarily a demonstration of her power, a way of proving to the entire cultivation community that her theoretical work and research had been correct all along, validating her lifetime of work. The ambiguity troubled him deeply. If Ren Hong was motivated by genuine concern for preventing suffering, then her project might have moral justification despite the destruction it caused. But if she was motivated primarily by the desire to prove her theories correct and to demonstrate her power, then she was fundamentally selfish in her motivations, willing to sacrifice people and sects for the sake of advancing her career and her reputation. The truth likely lay somewhere in between, containing elements of both motivations in proportions he couldn't accurately judge without more direct knowledge of her thinking and her reasoning processes. As he continued his travels, seeking Ren Hong's location and trying to understand her larger plans, Lu Feng found himself increasingly confident that finding her was necessary. He needed to confront her directly, to demand answers to the questions that consumed his thoughts, to determine whether she was a brilliant researcher pursuing important work or a manipulative person willing to justify destruction in the service of her vision. The only way to know for certain was to reach her, to speak with her, to judge for himself what kind of person had created his existence. Chapter 24. The pattern intensifies as Lu Feng traveled further east, toward the regions where the hidden peaks were rumored to exist. The effects of his own pattern sensitivity began to intensify in ways he found both fascinating and deeply unsettling. The sensitivity that had been refined through his training grew even more acute, expanding in range and precision. He began to sense instabilities in organizations he encountered with a clarity and precision that suggested his sensitivity was growing stronger, becoming more refined with his increased understanding of how it functioned. Where once he could only detect problems in sects he inhabited directly, now he could feel them from a distance, could perceive the hidden fractures in systems that appeared solid to casual observation, could sense instability from miles away if the conditions were right. The growing range of his sensitivity was almost overwhelming at times, bombarding him with information about instabilities in organizations around him. A major sect called the Crimson Mountain Sect, one of the 5 largest and most powerful organizations in the entire cultivation world, was located in the regions he was traveling through. As he approached it, the pattern sensitivity began to surge in ways that surprised him, an intensity of sensation that threatened to overwhelm his carefully maintained control. The instability around the sect was immense, almost overwhelming, a sense of pressure building, of weight being held back by increasingly fragile structures. The sensation was similar to approaching a dam that was beginning to crack, where the pressure of accumulated water pushed against the integrity of the structure with increasing force. He had to stop for several days near a small village to recover from the intensity of the sensation before he could continue. The sect was clearly built on severe internal contradictions that had accumulated over decades of operation. On the surface, it presented itself as dedicated to righteous cultivation and genuine development of disciples, but in reality, it operated as essentially a territorial power through enforcement and coercion. The philosophical teachings emphasized harmony and balance, but the actual implementation of discipline operated through strict hierarchies and brutal punishment. The leadership claimed dedication to the development of disciples, but functioned primarily in ways that advanced the sect's power and expanded its resources. These contradictions didn't exist as minor inconsistencies, but as fundamental organizing principles, deep fractures in the sect's foundation that determined how every decision was made and how power flowed through the organization. The instability was profound, the kind of problem that had taken centuries to develop, built up layer by layer as contradictions accumulated and were never genuinely resolved. The sect had reached a critical point where the contradictions would soon become impossible to ignore or suppress, where the weight of the accumulated inconsistencies would finally force some kind of transformation or collapse. Lu Feng could sense that the break point was approaching, that the sect's internal structures were beginning to show signs of stress. And somewhere, he could sense a presence near the sect, someone who was watching, recording, perhaps waiting for the moment to apply some kind of catalyst. Lu Feng made a careful approach to the sect, not entering it directly, but positioning himself to observe from a distance. He needed to understand whether Rin Hong was here, whether she was about to trigger another collapse, whether he would encounter her in this place, or whether she remained hidden in the mountains, waiting for the right moment to emerge. What he discovered was more complex than simple observation. There were signs of another cultivator in the area, signs so subtle that most people would have missed them entirely. This other cultivator had immense power, possessed skills and concealment techniques that most people wouldn't be able to perceive. The signs suggested this cultivator had been in the area for weeks, had been carefully studying the sect, had been meticulously documenting something with systematic precision that suggested academic research rather than hostile intent. But Lu Feng also discovered something else that surprised him deeply, evidence that this other cultivator was not Rin Hong. The energy signatures were fundamentally different, suggesting a different source of cultivation power and a different base of technical knowledge. The patterns of activity around the sect suggested a different personality entirely, a different purpose, a different philosophical framework guiding their observations. This was someone else, another observer entirely, another party with independent interest in the Crimson Mountain sect's eventual fate. And the realization struck him with considerable force. He was not the only person interested in understanding how sects failed and what caused their eventual collapse, not the only cultivator in the world tracking the patterns of destruction and instability across the broader cultivation world. There were others watching, others documenting, others analyzing the same phenomena, and the existence of such multiple observers suggested that the broader cultivation community was gradually beginning to understand that something had fundamentally changed, that something systematic was at work reshaping the landscape of sect relations. The discovery that there were other observers gave him much to think about as he continued his travels. It meant that the instability he perceived wasn't something that was unique to his own sensitivity, wasn't something that only he could see. Others had developed the ability to perceive organizational problems, to understand sect dynamics at the level of fundamental instability, to track patterns across multiple organizations. This realization both comforted and troubled him. It comforted him because it meant he wasn't alone in his perceptions, that others shared his understanding of the problems affecting the cultivation world. But it troubled him because it suggested that the time for gradual reform and slow change had perhaps passed, that the problems were now visible enough that multiple observers were tracking them, that some kind of reckoning might be approaching. He made a decision at that moment to attempt to contact the other observer, to try to establish communication and understand what they were doing and why. If there were others out there working to understand and address the problems of sect instability, then perhaps there was the possibility of coordination, of working together toward common goals rather than each of them working in isolation. The pattern sensitivity had shown him one person near the sect, but Lu Feng was beginning to understand that there might be a larger network of such observers scattered throughout the cultivation world, each one tracking different sects, each one documenting instability in their own way. Chapter 25. The Meeting with Su Wei. While observing the Crimson Mountain sect from a distance, maintaining careful stillness that would prevent him from alerting either the sect's scouts or the mysterious cultivator he sensed nearby, Lu Feng was surprised by a direct approach. A woman appeared beside him on the observation ridge, not through any visible movement he could perceive, but simply materializing from the landscape as if she'd always been there, as if the air itself had coalesced into human form. The transition was so smooth and complete that it took him a moment to fully register that someone was standing beside him, that his carefully maintained isolation had been penetrated without warning or visible movement. The surprise of her appearance made him realize just how much skill it had taken for her to approach undetected. She was middle-aged, possibly older, possibly younger. Time seemed to have a different relationship with her, her age determined not by physical markers, but by the weight of accumulated experience and knowledge written into her bearing and expression. Her robes were plain, unmarked by sect affiliations, suggesting either extreme independence or the kind of careful concealment that someone hiding their true identity might employ. Her face was kind but guarded, with the expression of someone who'd learned to reveal only what she chose to reveal, who understood that information was power and that every word, every gesture, every expression was a choice about what knowledge to share and what to conceal. Her eyes were sharp and assessing, studying him with the attention of someone taking detailed notes. "I am Su Wei," the woman said without any preamble, with the confidence of someone who expected their name to carry weight, or if not weight, then at least respect. "And I've been watching you travel for approximately 30 miles. I'm curious about you because you have the unmistakable signature of a pattern bearer, which is extremely rare, but also because you're traveling toward the hidden peaks, which suggests you're searching for Renhong. I wanted to meet you before one of you managed to kill the other." "You're the other observer," Lu Feng said, not bothering with pretense. If this woman had the power to approach him undetected, then she had more than enough power to kill him if she chose. The only sensible response was honesty and acknowledgement of her superior capabilities. "The cultivator I sensed observing the Crimson Mountain sect." "I am," Su Wei confirmed, and there was something almost like approval in her expression, as if she was pleased that he had recognized the signs despite her attempted concealment. "I've been monitoring sect destruction patterns across the entire continent for the past 15 years, collecting data on how organizations fail. I'm not affiliated with Renhong, but I have professional respect for her methodology. She's far more extreme than I am. I prefer to observe and document rather than actively participate in destruction. But I understand her motivations." "What are her motivations?" Lu Feng asked, and this was the core question he'd been trying to answer for months. Why would someone spend decades creating an artificial pattern bearer? What's the purpose of all this destruction and manipulation? "Power and proof," Su Wei said simply, and her simplicity was profound, cutting through layers of complexity to the essential truth beneath. She wanted to prove that cultivation could be turned into a weapon at a fundamental level, that the human body could be engineered to become a tool of destruction and reorganization. "You're the culmination of her life's work. From her perspective, you're a triumph. From yours, you're a violation of your autonomy. From the perspective of the sects that have fallen, you're a catastrophe. All three perspectives are true." "I don't want to be a tool," Lu Feng said, and the conviction in his voice was absolute. He had spent months coming to terms with his nature, and in that process, he had discovered something essential. He was a person first, a pattern bearer second. His existence wasn't defined by what Renhong had created him to be. "I don't want to destroy sects, even if they deserve it. I don't want my existence to be defined by someone else's agenda." "No," Su Wei agreed. "But that's not really your choice to make anymore. You exist as you are. You have the nature you have. The question isn't whether you'll be an instrument, but whose instrument you'll be, your own or someone else's." "Why are you telling me this?" Lu Feng asked. "What's your interest in my journey?" "Because I think you should meet Renhong prepared for the conversation you're about to have," Su Wei said. She settled herself onto the rocky outcrop beside him, as if they were old friends meeting for a casual conversation rather than two strangers with profound differences in capability and understanding. She's not a monster. She's a person who became convinced that her research was crucial, that it was the most important work anyone in the cultivation world could possibly be doing. She's going to try to convince you to work with her, to join her vision, to become part of her project. You should be prepared to say yes or no with full understanding of what that choice would entail. "I'm not interested in becoming her agent," Lu Feng said firmly, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "No," Su Wei agreed. "But you might become something she respects. You might become an equal rather than a subordinate. And you might be surprised by what mutual respect looks like between two powerful people who fundamentally understand each other." The hidden peaks are 2 weeks' travel from here, northeast, following the river that leads toward the mountains. You'll find what you're looking for. Whether you find what you need is another question entirely. Su Wei departed the way she had come, stepping into empty air as if it were solid ground, and then vanishing completely, leaving Lu Feng alone with his thoughts and the weight of the knowledge she had imparted, the weight of understanding that he was rapidly approaching the moment he had been traveling toward ever since he'd left the Crimson Phoenix sect with his few possessions and his urgent questions. Somewhere in the hidden peaks, Runhong waited, the architect of his existence, the woman who had painstakingly constructed his very nature through decades of research and engineering, the person who had orchestrated the destruction of multiple sects as proof of her theories and validation of her work. And soon, very soon, they would finally meet face to face in direct confrontation. He sat for a long time on the rocky outcrop, watching the sunset paint the landscape in colors of gold and red, contemplating everything that Su Wei had told him and what it meant for his future. He understood now that his journey wasn't about escaping Runhong or refusing her vision, at least not fundamentally. His journey was about claiming agency in his own existence, about deciding who he was going to be and what he was going to do with what Runhong had created. The pattern-bearing sensitivity that had been engineered into his meridians wasn't something he could escape or deny, but he could choose how to use it, could choose what it meant in his life, could choose whether he would serve Runhong's vision or pursue his own. Chapter 26. The First Confrontation. As Lu Feng drew closer to the hidden peaks, he began systematically to encounter explicit obstacles designed to test anyone foolish or determined enough to attempt the passage into this hidden sanctuary. The first barrier was fundamentally a test of power, a straightforward measurement of cultivation strength that would require cultivators attempting to pass to demonstrate sufficient power to break through enhanced stone formations. The formations had been constructed with elaborate cultivation arrays woven into the stone itself, making the stone stronger and more durable than stone should naturally be, harder to move, more resistant to destruction or deformation. The stone had been deliberately infused with cultivation energy in ways that created a barrier intended to prevent the weak from passing while allowing the strong to break through if they possessed sufficient power and technique. Lu Feng had to channel his cultivation energy with absolute precision, carefully feeling for the weak points in the formation structure while directing power with enough control to break through without inadvertently collapsing the entire structure or triggering some kind of counter mechanism. It required hours of careful, methodical work, his hands pressing repeatedly against stone that seemed to actively resist his touch, his cultivation energy flowing out in measured increments rather than overwhelming bursts that would lack subtlety. He tested the stone repeatedly, carefully adjusting his approach each time based on what he learned, gradually mapping where the structure was weakest, where force could be applied most effectively. By the end, his hands were bleeding from the friction of continuous contact with enhanced stone, the skin rubbed raw and red in multiple locations, blood dripping slowly onto the ground as he worked. His forearms ached deeply with the strain of maintaining precise control over his energy output throughout the ordeal. The second barrier was fundamentally a test of mind, an elaborate labyrinth formation constructed with the specific intent of confusing those without sufficient mental clarity to perceive and identify the actual path through. The labyrinth was constructed from curved stone walls, each one perfectly identical to the others, creating a maze that should have been simple in theory, but that proved impossibly complex in practice for anyone relying on visual perception. The labyrinth attacked his perception directly, tried to convince him that stone walls were solid and impassable where they were actually passages, that empty air was filled with barriers and obstacles. But Lu Feng had trained extensively with Wei, had learned through months of meditation to maintain mental clarity even through deliberate manipulation and attempted deception. He closed his eyes and relied on the pattern sensitivity to guide him, using his awareness of instability in the formation itself to identify the weak points in the labyrinth structure. The instability was subtle, present at the fundamental level of the formation itself, and by carefully following the threads of weakness and disharmony, he found the path through the maze, emerging on the other side after what felt like both minutes and hours simultaneously. The third barrier presented a genuine, and more profound difficulty that Lu Feng could sense the moment he approached it. He stood before a wall of pure cultivated energy, constructed from raw power shaped and refined into a form that seemed to have genuine intelligence, that seemed designed to evaluate anyone who approached it. The barrier didn't attack him, didn't try to force him away through destructive power. It simply stood there, solid and immovable, and it asked questions directly into his consciousness, bypassing speech and auditory perception entirely, communicating directly with his mind in a way that was intimate and deeply disorienting. "Why do you seek passage into the interior of the hidden peaks?" the barrier asked, and its voice was strange in ways that transcended description, neither male nor female, carrying the quality of being the voice of the mountains themselves, ancient and impersonal and vast beyond human comprehension. "What purpose drives you forward? What truth do you hope to find in this place? What do you expect to change or transform through making this journey?" "I seek Renhong," Lu Feng answered with absolute honesty, speaking the words aloud even though the barrier communicated directly with his mind rather than through conventional auditory channels. "I seek the woman who created my existence, who engineered the cultivation arrays in my meridians, who transformed me into a living tool for measuring and detecting organizational failure. I seek answers about my nature, about my purpose, about whether my existence was worth the cost to the people whose sects fell and whose lives were destroyed because of what I am. I seek direct confrontation with her, seek judgment, seek resolution." "You seek confrontation," the barrier observed analytically, its vast intelligence analyzing his response with precision. "You seek judgment. This is not a pure purpose, not a simple goal. This is a purpose tangled with anger and hurt, mixed with competing desires. You come seeking answers, but also seeking revenge. You come seeking understanding, but also seeking condemnation. Which of these do you truly want? Which desire is authentic?" "Yes," Lu Feng admitted without hesitation, accepting the barrier's analysis without defensiveness or evasion, acknowledging the essential truth of its observation. "All of it is true, but it's my genuine purpose. That's the complete honesty I'm willing to offer. I don't know what I'll find here. I don't know if I'll forgive her or condemn her or arrive at something more complex than either. But I know I need to face her. I know I can't move forward with my life until I understand who she is and what she wanted from me." The barrier dissolved entirely, granting him passage without further resistance. The way forward became clear, the path through the mountains opening before him like an invitation written in stone and cultivation energy. And Lu Feng moved forward, his hands still bleeding from the first barrier, his mind still reeling from the encounters he'd already had, but his resolve absolute and unwavering. Very soon now, he would meet the person who had created him. Very soon, he would finally begin to understand his own nature. Chapter 27. The Hidden Retreat. The interior of the Hidden Peaks was unlike anything Lu Feng had ever encountered in all his travels through the cultivation world, and he found himself momentarily stunned by what he was observing. The terrain was impossible in ways that transcended theoretical impossibility, twisted by cultivation into forms that shouldn't have been stable according to any known principle of physics or cultivation theory. Mountains hung suspended in the air like clouds, held aloft by enormous cultivation formations that glowed with visible energy, formations so massive that their sheer scale suggested power levels that most cultivators would have believed fictional. Rivers flowed upward and doubled back on themselves in intricate patterns, defying the fundamental pull of gravity that governed the natural world, creating patterns of motion that seemed completely impossible by any normal understanding of how physical law operated. The rivers seemed to flow through the air as if the land itself had been redesigned to allow water to move according to aesthetic principles rather than gravitational ones. Plants grew throughout the landscape in colors that had no name in conventional language, shades that seemed to exist outside the normal spectrum of human perception. Purples that were somehow both dark and luminous simultaneously, greens that seemed to contain the entire spectrum of light within themselves, blues so vivid they seemed to hum with energy and presence. The colors weren't just unusual. They seemed to have properties that transcended ordinary visual perception. Looking at them for more than a moment created subtle sensations of disorientation, as if the colors were communicating something that the eye was interpreting but that the mind couldn't quite process. The landscape seemed almost alive, responding to his presence with subtle shifts in light and color, as if the environment itself was aware of him and was reacting to his movements through space. The entire region had been deliberately engineered into a space that existed more as a comprehensive work of art than as a conventional geographical location that had developed naturally. It was as if someone had taken the fundamental concept of landscape and decided to completely deconstruct it, to rebuild it according to aesthetic and philosophical principles rather than being constrained by physical laws. Every vista was composed with meticulous care for maximum beauty and emotional impact. Every visible perspective was designed deliberately to evoke specific emotional responses in observers. The beauty was absolutely stunning and simultaneously deeply unsettling, a reminder that power could be used to reshape the very foundations of reality itself in service to a single person's personal vision of what the world should be. And in the center of this impossible landscape was the retreat itself, a complex of structures built from a material that seemed to be somewhere between stone and crystal, something that transcended conventional materials entirely. Its surfaces reflected light in ways that made it seem to exist in multiple locations simultaneously, as if the architecture existed partially in several dimensions at once. You would look at one section carefully and see it clearly, perceive every detail with perfect clarity, understand its position and orientation perfectly. Then you would look away briefly and look back, and the position had shifted slightly, or the perspective had changed in subtle ways, or something indefinable had transformed the structure you'd been observing. The architecture was beautiful in ways that were alien and disorienting, clearly designed by someone with mastery over cultivation and materials far exceeding the normal human capability. The structures seemed to flow into one another in ways that shouldn't have been structurally possible, creating an effect of organic growth despite the obviously artificial construction. Lu Feng approached the retreat with careful, deliberate steps, each one chosen consciously, each one a choice to continue forward toward a confrontation that he could no longer avoid or defer. The answer to his questions awaited him here, and he was simultaneously desperate for answers and terrified of what he would discover. As he drew closer to the retreat's entrance, movement caught his attention on one of the impossibly angled balconies overlooking the approach to the main structures. A woman appeared on the balcony, not emerging from a door or materializing through cultivation technique, but simply being there, as if she had always been present and he was only now perceiving her. She was tall and slender, moved with the precision of someone whose body perfectly expressed her will, and seemed to exist at a specific point in age that transcended normal human progression, not young, not old, but suspended at some ideal of human maturity. Her robes were elaborate and complex, decorated with patterns that seemed to shift as he looked at them, changing their arrangement and composition as if they were responding to his observation in real time. Her face was striking in ways that transcended conventional beauty, marked visibly by the weight of decades spent in research and contemplation, scarred subtly by the moral costs of decisions made in the service of her grand work. She looked at him with the intensity of someone observing a successful experiment, someone seeing the direct validation of a theory that had consumed decades of effort being made flesh and walking toward her. She was, beyond any possibility of doubt, Ren Hong herself. "Lu Feng," she said, her voice carrying across the significant distance with perfect clarity that suggested cultivation-enhanced projection, a technique that allowed her words to reach him with undimmed force despite the physical separation. "You've finally come to find me. I've been expecting you to make this journey for years now. Welcome to the Hidden Peaks. Welcome to the place where your existence began to take shape, where I first conceived of what you could become." Chapter 28. The conversation begins. The interior of Renhong's retreat was precisely what Lu Feng would have expected, a space dedicated entirely to research and understanding, filled with papers and journals and cultivation arrays, every surface serving some functional purpose in her grand project. There were dozens of workspaces, each dedicated to different aspects of the research, desks covered in notes and diagrams, walls papered with interconnected observations, tables covered with cultivation materials and implements used in array working. The space was organized in a way that only made sense to someone intimately familiar with the project, with decades of research accumulated into a space that functioned as both laboratory and sanctuary. Every surface bore traces of decades of intensive work. She settled into a chair in what seemed to be her primary study, a room where light filtered in from impossible angles, where multiple sources of illumination seemed to intersect and create a space that felt somehow more real than normal reality. The light made everything seem sharper, more defined, more precisely itself. Papers on the desk seemed to contain more information simply from being viewed in this light. Diagrams glowed with contained energy, as if the arrays drawn into them were actually functioning rather than merely depicted. She gestured for him to sit in a chair opposite her, and he did, preparing himself for a conversation that would likely redefine everything about his understanding of himself. "Before you ask the questions that brought you here," Renhong said, "I should explain the context for what I did. 25 years before your birth, I was conducting research into the nature of pattern bearers. My hypothesis was that pattern bearers were the universe's way of identifying and eliminating organizations that had become fundamentally unstable. I published papers proposing this theory in the most respected cultivation journals, attempted to establish this as an accepted theory within the academic community. The cultivation community rejected it entirely. They claimed I was making wild and unsubstantiated assertions, that my theory lacked proper evidence, that I was allowing metaphysical speculation to override empirical observation. When I tried to conduct more direct experiments, when I attempted to collect data by placing myself in proximity to sects and documenting instabilities, the sects moved to suppress my work." She paused, watching his reaction, seeing how he processed the information she was sharing. "I was expelled from 3 different sects for what they called unethical research. One sect attempted to kill me directly, viewing my research as a threat to their authority and stability. I barely escaped with my life. I realized that the cultivation world would never accept my research unless I provided undeniable proof, evidence so compelling that it could not be disputed or ignored. You created me," Lu Feng said, not as an accusation but as a statement of fact, a straightforward acknowledgement of what she was describing. "Yes," Renhong said simply. "I decided that if natural pattern bearers existed, and if my theory about their purpose was correct, then artificial pattern bearers could serve the same function. I could create a person with the same sensitivity to instability and prove that the theory was viable. And if the theory was viable, the cultivation world would have to acknowledge the truth of my research. They would have to accept what I'd been saying all along. I spent 20 years developing the theory further, understanding the mechanics of how pattern bearing could be artificially engineered into a person's meridian structure." "You used an orphan," Lu Feng said, continuing to state facts rather than accusations, working through the logic of her decisions. "Yes," Renhong said simply. "An adult's meridian structure would have rejected the arrays. The enhancement had to be done in infancy, when the meridian structure was still malleable enough to accept the artificial additions. And finding a child with no family, no protection, was pragmatic. You needed to be alone, isolated, given to a sect that would then reject you when the pattern manifested. You needed to experience rejection in a pure form, undiluted by existing relationships or emotional bonds that might have complicated the response. Only through such isolation could the pattern be properly triggered and tested." "Did you choose the sects?" Lu Feng asked, trying to understand how much of his life had been orchestrated, how much of what had happened to him had been predetermined by her planning. "Yes," Renhong confirmed. "The Azure Crane sect was my first choice. It was built on a foundation of inequality and exploitation, with leadership that prioritized power accumulation over genuine cultivation principles. I knew it would fall. The Iron Fist sect was also selected because it was unstable, built on brutality and control rather than legitimate authority. Each sect I placed you with was chosen based on assessment of their fundamental viability. I was careful to place you only in organizations that were already approaching failure, that would have eventually fallen anyway. I was accelerating an inevitable collapse, not creating one from nothing. People died," Lu Feng said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Hundreds of people. Good people who didn't deserve what happened to them." "Yes," Renhong said, and for the first time, Some emotion seemed to cross her face, some acknowledgement of the weight of those deaths. Good people died. That's the cost of transformation. Every change in power structures involves casualties. The process of restructuring organizations, of creating new systems, always requires some destruction of old systems. I accepted that cost. I believe it was justified. I believe that the knowledge gained, the proof of pattern-bearing theory, the potential for using pattern-bearers to reshape the cultivation world toward greater justice and stability, justified the lives that were lost. Lu Feng found himself without words, unable to articulate the depths of his revulsion at her moral calculus and the justifications she had constructed. How could she possibly believe that abstract theoretical proof and academic validation justified the deaths of innocent people? How could she look at the destroyed sects, the displaced families, the refugees begging for food and shelter, and convince herself that it was all necessary, all justified by her larger vision of reform and transformation? "You're shocked," Renhong observed, watching his expression with the detached interest of someone studying a subject rather than addressing a person. "You're thinking that I'm a monster, that I sacrifice human lives for the sake of proving my theories. But consider the alternative. If my research was correct, if pattern bearers do represent a necessary mechanism for eliminating unstable organizations, then preventing the knowledge of pattern bearers from spreading would perpetuate a condition where sects would slowly decline and take their member populations with them into destruction. By proving that pattern bearers exist, by demonstrating their capability, I've created the possibility for the cultivation world to understand and prepare for what pattern bearers represent. In the long term, the knowledge I've generated may save far more lives than were lost in its discovery." "That's sophistry," Lu Feng said quietly, finding his voice finally. "You're using philosophical arguments to justify atrocities. Good people died because you needed to publish a paper and prove your theories. You transformed me from a person into a weapon because you wanted to be right, wanted to be vindicated, wanted the cultivation community to respect your work." "Perhaps," Renhong said, and she seemed almost amused by his accusation rather than offended by it. "But does that change the reality of what I've created? You exist. You have the pattern-bearing sensitivity. You can perceive instability in organizations in ways that no one else can. The question is not whether I was justified in creating you. That question is irrelevant now, a matter of past history that cannot be changed. The question that matters is what you're going to do with what you are, how you're going to use the capabilities that I engineered into your being. That's where your agency lies. That's where your moral choices begin to matter." He sat in silence, processing what she had said, working through the implications. She was right that the past couldn't be changed, that the people who had died were already dead, that questioning the justification for their deaths didn't alter that reality. But she was wrong about the irrelevance of that question. Understanding what had happened, understanding why it had happened, understanding the moral costs of her project, all of that mattered for determining what he would do going forward. He wasn't going to let her dismiss the question of her accountability simply because time had moved on. "I need time to process all of this," Lu Feng said finally, his voice hollow and exhausted. "I came here seeking answers about who I was, about why I exist. I've gotten those answers, but they're not the answers I was hoping for. You created me deliberately, knowing what would happen, understanding that my presence would cause destruction, choosing that destruction anyway because you believed it was necessary. And now you want me to work with you on your next project, to become your partner in reshaping the cultivation world according to your vision." "Yes," Renhong said simply. "That's exactly what I want. You understand what you are. You understand the scope of my project. You understand the stakes involved. And I believe you have the moral clarity and the personal strength to use your capabilities constructively rather than destructively. I want you to become the first leader of the next generation of pattern bearers, the person who guides them toward my vision of cultivation world transformation." "I need to think about it," Lu Feng said, though in that moment, he already knew what his answer would be. He wasn't going to become her agent. He wasn't going to spend his life implementing her vision. But he needed time to figure out what alternative was available to him, what path he could take that wasn't simply defined by opposition to Renhong, but that was genuinely his own creation. Chapter 29. The deeper truth. Over the next several days, Renhong methodically presented her research in exhaustive detail. walking him through the years of work that had culminated in the creation of his own existence. She showed him the original designs for the arrays in his meridians, explained meticulously the cultivation theory that underpinned the work, demonstrated through detailed drawings and theoretical calculations how they were supposed to function. The work was brilliant, genuinely, undeniably brilliant in both its conceptual scope and its practical sophistication. The array design was elegant at every level. The way the arrays interfaced with his natural meridian structure was seamless and intuitive. The feedback mechanisms that allowed the sensitivity to manifest while maintaining at least some degree of control were sophisticated beyond anything Lu Feng would have imagined possible. She walked him through the mathematics of how the arrays functioned, showed him calculations that demonstrated precisely how instability could be detected and amplified, explained the theoretical basis for why the arrays should work the way they did. The mathematics was rigorous, built on principles of cultivation theory, but extended far beyond conventional bounds. She had clearly spent decades thinking about these problems, refining her approaches, testing her theories against practical results. The level of detail and sophistication suggested that this had consumed a significant portion of her life's work. She explained the larger theoretical framework that suggested pattern bearers served a natural and perhaps even essential function in the cultivation world as a whole. Sects that became corrupt over time, that accumulated contradictions and internal inconsistencies, eventually became fundamentally unstable in ways that threatened everyone within them. Without some external force to trigger their collapse and force genuine transformation, these organizations could persist in their dysfunction for centuries, perpetually damaging countless lives in the process. Pattern bearers, from Ren Hong's perspective, were a natural check on such organizational degeneration, a mechanism by which the universe itself ensured that unstable systems eventually failed rather than simply persisting indefinitely in their corruption. The logic was compelling, almost seductive in its elegance and its apparent moral justification. She showed him the mathematical models she had painstakingly developed over the years, the calculations that precisely predicted how pattern-bearing sensitivity would manifest, the theoretical frameworks that suggested multiple pattern bearers could be effectively deployed across the cultivation world simultaneously without them interfering with one another's work. She demonstrated the elegance of her research through detailed presentations, the way that every single piece of her theoretical system fit together with every other piece, the coherence of her comprehensive theoretical framework. Every component supported every other component, creating a unified intellectual architecture that was intellectually compelling and difficult to refute on its own terms. She explained how she had refined her understanding over decades of study, how each piece of experimental data had revealed new possibilities and new directions for refinement, how her techniques had gradually become more sophisticated and more reliable through iterative improvement. The commitment evident in her presentation was undeniable. This was not a casual research project undertaken in spare moments, but rather the driving passion of her entire existence. But as the days progressed, and he spent more time immersed in her research, more time working through her theoretical frameworks and understanding how the pieces connected, Lu Feng began to perceive deeper and more troubling layers to Ren Hong's overall project. The pattern bearers weren't simply tools for revealing organizational weakness, he began to understand. She began to discuss plans for what appeared to be a new generation of pattern bearers created through artificially engineered enhancements applied to cultivators who were not infants, but rather already developed cultivators with established bases of power. She was planning to create multiple pattern bearers, each one positioned in a strategically important sect or organization, each one serving as a node in a larger interconnected network that would report to her or that she could coordinate. She explained how she was working to improve the array designs across generations, making them more sophisticated with each iteration, allowing for greater control and precision in how the pattern bearer responded to different types of instability. She discussed how she could calibrate different pattern bearers to respond to different types of organizational problems, creating a nuanced system of sect inspection and deliberate transformation. "You're planning something," Lu Feng said on the fifth day of their sustained conversation, his understanding crystallizing into sudden and disturbing clarity. "You're not just interested in proving that pattern bearers can exist, in demonstrating that your theoretical work has practical validity. You're interested in creating multiple pattern bearers, in building a comprehensive network of them distributed across the cultivation world, in wielding them as a powerful force to fundamentally reshape the entire cultivation world according to your vision. Rin Hong smiled. A slow, satisfied smile that conveyed both pleasure at his understanding and something darker, something almost predatory. The smile suggested the expression of someone who had finally found someone worthy of truly understanding her work, someone intelligent enough to comprehend the scope of her vision without requiring extensive explanation or conceptual scaffolding. Yes, she said simply, and in that single word was the confirmation of everything he had feared and dreaded since beginning his journey. The initial research was fundamentally about proof, about validating that pattern bearers could be created through artificial enhancement and could function as theoretically designed. But proof is only the beginning point, only the foundation upon which larger work is built. Once the concept is validated, once the theoretical possibility becomes established practical reality, the next phase is application on a much broader scale. And the application I envision is nothing less than comprehensive reformation of the entire cultivation world from its very foundations upward. Not destruction for its own sake, not random elimination of sex as some kind of nihilistic cleansing act, but rather deliberate and carefully guided transformation. Guided change toward a cultivation world where genuine justice is actually possible, where real stability can be achieved and maintained, where power is distributed more equitably among different communities and individuals, where the strong are no longer able to exploit the weak with complete impunity and without any consequences for their actions. I've spent decades contemplating what the cultivation world should be if rebuilt from the ground up with the benefit of pattern-bearer understanding. I see organizations built on cooperation rather than hierarchy, power distributed widely rather than concentrated in the hands of a few senior cultivators, decision-making processes that genuinely incorporate the perspectives of all members rather than being determined by sect masters. I see a world where instability is recognized and addressed early, before it metastasizes into the kind of catastrophic failure that destroys everything. And I believe pattern bearers are the key to achieving this vision. You are the key. Chapter 30. The proposal. On the 10th day of his stay at the Hidden Peaks, Rin Hong made her actual proposal. The real reason she had brought him to her retreat, the objective she had been working toward since deciding that direct interaction might prove more persuasive than allowing him to make his decisions in isolation. She wanted Lu Feng to stay at the Hidden Peaks, to work with her on the next generation of pattern-bearer development, to become her collaborator in the grand project that had consumed her life for decades. The offer came with inducements carefully calculated to appeal to him on multiple levels. She offered him knowledge, deep knowledge about his own nature and the arrays that had been engineered into his meridians, understanding that would far exceed what he could achieve through independent study or accumulated experience. She offered him resources, access to her research libraries, her cultivation materials, her experimental facilities. She offered him the chance to understand himself at depths he could never achieve alone, to move beyond the surface-level control he had developed through Wei's training into a sophisticated comprehension of how his own nature actually functioned at the level of cultivation theory and practical application. She offered him the ability to shape the future of the cultivation world in profound ways, to use his nature not simply as a curse or an accident, but as a deliberate weapon for justice and transformation, for correcting the accumulated problems of centuries of sect mismanagement. She explained how she had refined her techniques over years of research, how she could now create pattern bearers with greater sophistication than had gone into his design, with greater control built in from the beginning, with greater precision in how they detected and responded to instability. She described a vision where pattern bearers could work constructively with sect leadership to create better organizations, to mentor sects toward genuine health and stability rather than simply triggering catastrophic collapses that left destruction in their wake. You could lead this work, she said, her voice carrying the weight of genuine emotion, genuine belief in what she was offering. You could become the first of a new order of cultivators, ones who understand instability and can guide the cultivation world toward sustainable health. You could work with sect leaders to implement structures that would prevent the kind of organizational decay that plagued most sections. You could fundamentally reshape the world in ways that benefit everyone, not just the powerful. I'm not interested, Lu Feng said without hesitation, his response immediate and absolute and unambiguous. He had known this moment would come eventually, had spent the preceding days preparing for it mentally, consciously understanding what his refusal would likely cost him. I don't want to spend my life engineering other people to be tools for my vision, or for your vision, or for anyone else's vision. I don't want to participate in a project of world reformation that operates fundamentally through manipulation and destruction, even if those tools are deployed toward what you believe are just ends. I don't want any of this. The rejection seemed to genuinely surprise Ren Hong, catching her off guard in ways that his acceptance of her research papers and her theoretical explanations had not. She studied him carefully in the moment following his refusal, as if she was seeing him for the first time, as if she had fundamentally misunderstood something essential about the person she had spent decades creating. Her expression shifted rapidly through surprise, disappointment, frustration, and finally something more complex. A kind of fascination with the unexpected depth of his resistance to an offer that she had believed would be irresistible. "Then what do you want?" she asked, and for the first time since he had arrived at her retreat, there was something almost like frustration in her voice, the irritation of a researcher encountering data that contradicted their predictions, that refused to fit into the frameworks they had constructed. You can't simply reject your nature as if it doesn't exist. You can't pretend that the arrays in your meridians don't exist, or that they don't create certain capabilities and certain pressures on you. So what will you do with what you are? What do you want to become if you refuse this? I don't know yet, Lu Feng admitted, accepting the uncertainty rather than pretending to possess an answer he didn't actually have. But I know what I don't want. I don't want to be your solution to the perceived problem of cultivation world instability. I don't want to spend my entire existence being defined as a weapon, whether deployed for your purposes or anyone else's. I refuse that transformation, refuse to allow my life and my choices to be constrained by your vision of what I should be and do, even if that vision is more sophisticated and more just than the visions of the sects that have been the sources of so many problems. Ren Hong stood from her seat and walked slowly to one of the large windows that looked out onto the impossible landscape of her cultivated domain. The landscape was beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with conventional aesthetics. It was beautiful in the way that sophisticated design was beautiful, in the way that the manifestation of a coherent vision was beautiful. Your refusal changes nothing about the fundamental work, she said quietly, her voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of something complex. Neither anger nor sadness, but something more complicated. My work will continue forward regardless of whether you participate. I'll find others, cultivators more willing to accept what I'm offering. Others who understand the necessity of what needs to be done. You are remarkable, undoubtedly the most successful of my creations so far, but you are not irreplaceable. You are simply the first genuine success. There will be others. Then I'll stop them, Lu Feng said, and in the moment of saying it, he discovered that he meant it absolutely, that he was willing to commit his life to opposing her work if necessary. I'll travel through the cultivation world, and every time you try to create another artificial pattern bearer, I'll find a way to disrupt the plan if I can. I'll become the counterweight to your work, the opposition force that prevents you from implementing your vision unchecked. I'll stop what I can stop and mitigate what I can't prevent. Ren Hong turned from the window and smiled. And in that smile was something both terrible and beautiful. The smile of someone who had finally found worthy opposition after decades of moving through the world largely unchallenged. Someone who could truly comprehend the scale of her vision and choose to oppose it anyway despite understanding its sophistication and its justifications. Then we have become enemies, she said, and there was something almost like satisfaction in her voice. The satisfaction of a creator recognizing that what she had made had transcended its original purpose and become something independent. How fascinating. I spent decades planning and constructing and refining the person who would participate in my work, and the outcome is that we are now opposed to each other. That is unexpected and remarkably interesting. Don't romanticize this, Lu Feng said coldly, his patience exhausted. This isn't some grand philosophical opposition between equals. This is what happens when you treat a person like a tool and that person discovers they have the capacity to refuse. You made a mistake in creating me with enough agency to choose differently from what you intended. Now you have to live with the consequences of that mistake. Rin Hong stood, and there was something in her bearing that suggested she was preparing him for dismissal, preparing him to leave her retreat. Perhaps, she said, or perhaps this is exactly what I intended, a necessary part of the process. You may believe you've chosen independence, chosen opposition. But consider the possibility that I anticipated this outcome all along, that your resistance is part of my larger project in ways you don't yet understand. The opposition you represent may be exactly what the cultivation world needs to balance my influence, to prevent my vision from becoming absolute and unopposed. The words hung in the space between them, troubling because they might be true. Had she really anticipated his resistance? Had she factored it into her calculations? Was he truly independent, or simply playing a role in a larger script that she had written decades ago? It doesn't matter, Lu Feng said finally. Whether you anticipated this or not, my choices are my own. I'm going to stop you wherever I can. I'm going to build alternative structures, alternative approaches, alternative visions of how the cultivation world could be. And I'm going to do it because I believe it's right, not because you intended for me to. Chapter 31. The escape. Lu Feng left the hidden peaks that night, and his departure was remarkably simple and unobstructed in ways that troubled him deeply. Rin Hong made no move to stop him, did not dispatch anyone to prevent his leaving, did not attempt to physically or spiritually constrain him. Instead, she allowed him to walk deliberately toward the gates of her retreat, allowed him to pass through each of the barriers that protected her residence, allowed him to walk away from her sanctum and back out into the broader cultivation world as easily as if he had never been her guest at all. The ease of his departure troubled him even as it seemed to confirm his freedom. Only when he was far enough away from the hidden peaks, when the landscape had returned to normal and the impossible cultivated environment had receded into distance, did he realize with certainty that she had permitted his departure intentionally. She hadn't held him captive through external force, hadn't tried to constrain him physically or spiritually to prevent him from leaving. She hadn't even argued extensively or tried to persuade him to stay when he made clear his intention to leave. Instead, she'd let him go as easily as she had created him, as if his departure meant nothing to her, as if she was confident at levels that transcended normal certainty that he would eventually return, that he would eventually be forced to accept her offer and her vision, or that circumstances would create such pressure that he would have no choice but to work with her. The realization that his departure had been permitted rather than merely tolerated disturbed him more profoundly than any physical obstacle would have. If she had tried to force him to stay, if she had attempted to constrain him through power or coercion, he would have known exactly what he was dealing with. A captor who didn't want to let him go. But her complete lack of concern about his departure suggested something far more troubling. Confidence that his leaving didn't matter, that he was still hers regardless of his physical location or his stated intentions. As he traveled back into the normal world over the following days and weeks, gradually leaving the cultivated landscape of the hidden peaks further behind, Lu Feng found himself understanding what Rin Hong had been communicating through her silence, through her absolute lack of pursuit or recrimination. She was supremely confident in her work. She was fundamentally certain that eventually, he would have to accept his role in her project or be destroyed by it, crushed under the weight of what he was and the consequences of existing as an artificial pattern-bearer in a cultivation world that had not been designed to accommodate such creatures. She was infinitely patient, willing to wait for months or years for the moment when his refusal would become practically impossible, when the circumstances of his life and the consequences of his choices would force him to work with her or be overwhelmed by the consequences of continuing to refuse to participate. And she was probably right, he thought grimly as he traveled through the mountain passes. There were other possibilities theoretically available to him, other paths he might follow in principle. He could work neither with her nor actively against her, could attempt some kind of neutrality. He could simply move through the world, accepting his nature as a fact of existence, using his sensitivity and capabilities as he saw fit, neither weaponizing himself for destructive purposes nor pretending that the weapon didn't exist within him. He could become something other than either her instrument or her enemy, something that existed in the space between those extremes, something that used his understanding of instability and organizational weakness for purposes of his own choosing rather than for either her agenda or in opposition to it. But each of these supposed alternatives carried costs and risks that he was only beginning to understand. If he tried to remain neutral, Rinhong would likely interpret that as permission to proceed with her plans unchallenged. If he attempted to simply live his life without reference to his nature, situations would eventually force him to confront that nature, probably in ways that would create harm. If he tried to chart some middle path, he would spend his entire existence being pulled in multiple directions, never fully committing to any vision or purpose. The pressure of these choices weighed upon him heavily as he began his long journey back to the cultivation world, a weight that seemed to grow heavier with each step he took away from Rinhong's retreat. In the nights when he stopped to rest, he would sit watching the stars and contemplate the situation he found himself in. Rinhong had created him with certain capabilities and certain limitations. She had engineered his nature according to her understanding of what he should be. She had released him believing, correctly, that he would eventually realize that every path forward carried costs, that his freedom was more constrained than he initially believed. She had let him go confident in the knowledge that he would eventually return, not because she had forced him to, but because all the available alternatives would prove more untenable than working according to her vision. This realization filled him with a sense of determinism that he found deeply disturbing. He had thought himself free when he walked out of her retreat. But freedom, he was beginning to understand, was not the simple absence of external constraints. True freedom required not just the ability to choose, but viable alternatives to choose between. If all the alternatives available to him were fundamentally unacceptable, then he wasn't really free. He was just deluded into thinking he was. But as he continued his journey away from the hidden peaks, as he allowed time to process what had transpired, Lu Feng began to understand something important about freedom. True freedom wasn't about having unlimited options or perfect alternatives. It was about claiming agency within the constraints that existed, about making genuine choices within the boundaries of what was possible, about building something meaningful from the limited resources and options that circumstances offered. Rinhong had engineered his nature and released him with confidence that he would eventually return or surrender to her vision. But in doing so, she had made a mistake. She had given him time to develop his own perspectives, his own understanding of what mattered, his own vision of how the cultivation world could be different. She had expected determinism to bind him, but what she hadn't anticipated was that he would learn to value his freedom itself, that he would choose to fight for the right to define his own future, even if that future would always be constrained by what she had created him to be. Chapter 32. The reconstruction. The 6 months following his departure from the Hidden Peaks took Lu Feng across the cultivation world in a markedly different manner than his earlier travels, moving through the landscape not as a fugitive or a seeker, but as someone with a clear sense of purpose and direction. He was no longer running from his nature or desperately chasing answers about his origin and the circumstances of his creation. He was someone with genuine knowledge about what he was, with agency to make his own choices about his future, with the beginning of authentic mastery over what he was and how to use his capabilities. The transformation was both personal and visible to others. People who encountered him could sense the shift in his bearing and his confidence. He began to work extensively with sects and organizations throughout the cultivation world that were attempting to rebuild and recover after the destructions caused by pattern-bearer sensitivity. These were communities that had experienced organizational collapse, that had lost members to the cascading failures that occurred when a pattern-bearer's presence revealed the accumulated instabilities in their structures. They came to Lu Feng desperate for guidance on how to prevent such disasters from recurring, how to rebuild in ways that would be more resilient and stable. Lu Feng helped establish what were essentially comprehensive disaster response systems and preventative infrastructure, organizational structures and protocols designed to detect early signs of instability and address them before they metastasized into catastrophic failures that would destroy organizations. These systems incorporated multiple layers of oversight and feedback mechanisms, creating redundancy so that problems could be caught at multiple points rather than falling through cracks in the organizational structure. The systems were designed to be sustainable over long periods, not requiring constant external oversight, but rather building capacity within the organization itself to maintain stability. He worked extensively with sect leadership to implement practical accountability measures that would reduce opportunities for corruption and exploitation. He helped communities design systems of checks and balances that would prevent power from concentrating in too few hands, creating mechanisms by which junior members could voice concerns and have them addressed before those concerns metastasized into organizational problems. He advocated for more equitable distribution of power and resources, arguing that organizations built on exploitation and inequality were inherently unstable and vulnerable to the kind of cascading failures that pattern-bearers could detect and trigger. Many sect leaders resisted these changes, viewing them as threats to their authority, but an increasing number came to understand that stability was worth the compromise of absolute power. He traveled to affected communities as a teacher and guide, working to help people recognize the early warning signs of organizational instability in their own sects and communities. He taught them how to address problems while they were still manageable through discussion and negotiation rather than waiting until issues became crises that could only be resolved through drastic action. He helped rebuild the economic structures that had been devastated by sect failures, working with merchant communities and farming villages to develop more sustainable systems of trade and mutual support that didn't depend entirely on sect patronage. He established comprehensive training programs for cultivators who wanted to understand pattern-bearing better, who wanted to recognize instability not as some mysterious external phenomenon, but as something they could learn to perceive and understand through training. The training programs taught people the mental discipline necessary to recognize instability in themselves and their organizations, to feel the subtle disharmonies that preceded larger failures, to understand the patterns of imbalance that created susceptibility to cascading collapse. The work was diverse and demanding, involving him in everything from large-scale organizational redesign to intimate counseling sessions with individuals who had been traumatized by sect collapse. He moved constantly from region to region, rarely staying in one place longer than a few months, working until a community had developed sufficient internal capacity to handle their problems, then moving on to the next crisis point. The pace was exhausting, but it also felt necessary and meaningful in ways that nothing else in his life had been. And in that work, he found something he had not expected to discover. Purpose that wasn't derived from or dependent upon his nature as a pattern-bearer, but rather from his choice to use his understanding of instability in service to stabilization and constructive transformation rather than destruction. The work was slow, often frustratingly slow, progress visible only across months of effort. The work was frequently thankless, with communities accepting his assistance without gratitude and then gradually forgetting that outside help had been necessary to achieve their recovery. The work was frequently interrupted by crises that he couldn't have anticipated, by situations that forced him to abandon his current projects and respond to emergencies elsewhere. But it was meaningful in ways that working for Ren Hong would never have been, because it was work of his own choosing, undertaken because he had decided these were the right goals to pursue, not because someone else had set his agenda. It was work toward goals that he had defined for himself based on his own values and his own understanding of what mattered, rather than goals that had been imposed upon him by an external authority. The sense of agency, the recognition that he was not a tool being used but a person making meaningful choices, was intoxicating in its power and grounding in its stability all at once. He would sometimes find himself in moments of reflection, sitting by himself as evening fell, contemplating the distance he had traveled from the person he had been when he first left the Crimson Phoenix sect. That person had been frightened, uncertain, desperate for answers and validation. He had been driven primarily by the need to understand what he was and why he had been created. Now he was driven by something different, the understanding that what he was had created certain capacities, and that those capacities created certain responsibilities. He could see instability in ways that others could not. That vision imposed an obligation to use it constructively if he had any claim to being a good person. These moments of reflection were important for Lu Feng, allowing him to process his experiences, to understand how far he had come, to recognize the ways that his perspective had shifted over time. The person he had been when first leaving the Crimson Phoenix sect would have been overwhelmed by despair at learning the truth about his origins. That person would have seen his engineered nature as a fundamental violation a destruction of his autonomy. But the person he had become through his travels and his choices understood that violation couldn't be undone, that the past couldn't be changed, that the only way forward was through accepting what had been done to him and choosing to use his nature for purposes he genuinely endorsed. The work of reconstruction was never easy, rebuilding sects, helping communities recover from disaster, teaching people to recognize and address instability before it became catastrophic. But it was meaningful work, work that felt worth doing even though it was slow and difficult and sometimes seemed insufficient to the scale of the problems they were trying to address. And as he continued this work, traveling from sect to sect, from region to region, Lu Feng began to understand that this was his true purpose, not the purpose Ren Hong had engineered into him, but a purpose he had created for himself through his choices and his commitments to people and communities in need. In time, this work would lead him to discover others like himself, pattern-bearers who had also chosen to define themselves against Ren Hong's vision, who had also decided that their capabilities created obligations rather than opportunities for power. Together, they would begin to create alternative structures, alternative organizations, alternative ways of understanding what pattern-bearers could become if they were treated as persons with genuine agency rather than tools to be deployed according to someone else's plan. The journey that had begun with his expulsion from the Crimson Phoenix sect would continue forward, not as a story of one person's individual destiny, but as the story of a growing movement, a community united in the commitment to transformation and healing through cooperation rather than destruction and coercion. The path forward would be long and difficult, full of challenges and setbacks and moments of profound doubt, but it would be a path chosen freely and consciously, defined by the values he believed in and the principles he had come to embrace rather than by the vision of his creator and her grand designs. This was the true victory, not defeating Ren Hong, but claiming the right to define his own existence. And in that claiming of agency, in that fundamental assertion of independence, Lu Feng would ultimately find meaning and purpose. Chapter 33. The growing network. By the end of the first year after leaving the Hidden Peaks, Lu Feng had become something he had not anticipated and had certainly not set out to become. A focal point of credibility and authority, a person that other people found themselves drawn to for guidance and understanding. A cultivator who was widely recognized as possessing genuine expertise in understanding organizational instability and in developing practical approaches to rebuilding damaged systems. The transformation from solitary fugitive to recognized authority happened gradually, almost imperceptibly, through the accumulated weight of his actions and the visible effectiveness of his approaches to the problems that sects across the cultivation world were beginning to confront. A network of pattern-bearers began to form around him organically, not through his deliberate recruitment or political maneuvering, but through the natural gravitation of individuals towards someone who understood their experience at levels that most cultivators simply could not access. The network was composed of individuals with sensitivity to instability, both those who had been born with the sensitivity and those who had been engineered to possess it, who desperately wanted guidance on how to live with their nature without being condemned to become agents of destruction or weapons deployed in others' agendas. The formation of this network happened in stages, as different people discovered Lu Feng's existence and his willingness to work with pattern-bearers from different backgrounds and philosophical perspectives. Some of the pattern-bearers in the network were natural ones, people who had been born with the sensitivity and had discovered their nature through the emergence of the sensitivity at moments of crisis or during intense cultivation. Others were people who had encountered Lu Feng and recognized something in his presence that suggested he understood what they were dealing with at levels that transcended normal cultivator knowledge. The commonality was the experience of pattern-bearing sensitivity, the ability to feel weakness and instability in the world around them in ways that others could not perceive. The network was heterogeneous in composition, deliberately so, composed of people from different sects, different regions, different social strata, different backgrounds and experiences who shared only the common experience of being pattern-bearers and a fundamental desire to understand what their nature meant and how to use it constructively. This diversity was actually one of the network's greatest strengths, as it prevented the development of a unified ideology or approach that might have made the network brittle and vulnerable to criticism. This network was fundamentally nothing like what Renhong had envisioned or designed her pattern-bearer projects to create. It was not hierarchical in structure, not organized around a clear chain of command that directed action from the top down. It was not coordinated toward a specific agenda or unified goal that all members were expected to advance. It was not designed to target particular sects for destruction or to serve as an instrument for any individual's vision of how the world should be organized. Instead, it was simply a growing community of people who understood each other in fundamental ways, who could discuss the moral implications of their sensitivity without fear of judgment or condemnation, who supported each other in learning to live with their nature in ways that felt meaningful and authentic to each individual member. The network provided mutual support in practical ways, shared knowledge about how to manage the experience of pattern-bearing sensitivity, and a sense of belonging to people who had previously felt isolated and alien in the cultivation world. Members of the network could come together and discuss their experiences without the fear that they would be seen as monsters or weapons or moral aberrations. They could work through the psychological trauma of learning about their nature, the existential questions about identity and agency that their artificially engineered existence raised, the practical challenges of living in communities where their presence was potentially destabilizing. As the network grew and developed, members began to develop their own distinct philosophies about what pattern-bearing meant and what responsibilities it entailed. Some argued that pattern-bearers had a moral obligation to use their sensitivity to prevent organizational collapse and suffering. Others believed that pattern-bearers should remain neutral observers, using their sensitivity for insight, but not allowing it to guide their actions. Still others argued for an interventionist approach where pattern-bearers should actively reshape organizations according to principles of fairness and sustainability. These philosophical disagreements created productive tensions within the network, encouraging members to think deeply about the implications of their nature rather than simply accepting prescriptions from authorities. The network also developed practical mechanisms for mutual aid and support. Members shared information about sects that were experiencing organizational crises, helped each other develop meditation and control techniques for managing their sensitivity, worked together to create frameworks for understanding what their pattern-bearing sensitivity was actually detecting. They created safe houses in various regions where pattern-bearers who were fleeing hostile sect authorities could find refuge. They developed education materials that they could share with newly emerged pattern-bearers who desperately needed to understand what was happening to them. The network became increasingly sophisticated in its operations, moving from a loose collection of individuals toward a genuine community with infrastructure and organizational capacity. Some of the network members became specialists in particular areas of knowledge or practice. One cultivator, a woman named Lin, became the network's primary expert on meditation techniques for controlling and channeling pattern-bearing sensitivity. Another, a man named Wei, ironically sharing a name with the Wei who had trained Lu Feng, developed expertise in teaching meditation and trauma management to sects that had experienced organizational collapse. A third, named Chun, became the network's foremost expert on sect governance and organizational design, helping communities implement structures that could avoid the kinds of instability that pattern-bearers were sensitive to. This distributed expertise meant that the network could provide increasingly sophisticated guidance to its members and to the broader cultivation world. Lu Feng found himself in the position of being the network's primary philosopher and strategist, the person who helped people think through the larger implications of what pattern-bearing meant and how they should approach their own nature in light of these implications. It was not a role he had sought, and it often exhausted him emotionally and intellectually. But it was a role that seemed necessary, and he was uniquely positioned to provide the kind of guidance that the network needed. Chapter 34. The second wave 2 years after leaving the Hidden Peaks, Lu Feng began to receive reports of pattern-bearers being found in sects where they hadn't previously existed in the cultivation world. Not natural ones discovered through random chance or ordinary cultivation, but artificially created ones, pattern-bearers who had been deliberately generated through the advanced techniques that Renhong had spent decades refining and perfecting in her research laboratory. These new pattern-bearers carried the distinctive signature of her arrays in their meridians, a particular configuration and harmonic pattern that was unmistakable to anyone with sufficient experience to recognize it. There were 4 of them initially, distributed across different regions of the cultivation world in what appeared to be a deliberate geographic strategy, each one placed in a sect that showed varying degrees of internal instability and organizational problems. The appearance of these new pattern-bearers sent shockwaves through the community that had formed around Lu Feng, suggesting in unmistakable fashion that Renhong had not abandoned her project or her vision merely because Lu Feng had refused to participate in her grand scheme. She had simply moved forward with the next phase of her project, untroubled by his rejection or his departure, undeterred by his decision to work against her rather than with her. She had continued her research, refined her techniques, and had now successfully created and deployed a second generation of pattern-bearers who carried her signature and presumably her perspective on how their abilities should be used. The existence of this second generation created immediate and serious challenges for Lu Feng's network. They came to him with urgent questions, with grave concerns about what these new pattern-bearers might represent, with requests for practical guidance on how to approach these newly created individuals who might potentially become allies or sworn enemies, depending entirely on their perspectives, their understanding of their own nature, and their individual choices about which vision of pattern-bearer existence they would embrace. The reports that came in detailed the circumstances of each discovery. The first new pattern-bearer was found in the Azure Thunder Sect, a mid-sized organization with a long history of internal political struggles and power imbalances that had never quite reached the critical breaking point. The pattern-bearer there had triggered a crisis that forced the sect to confront its accumulated problems. But the crisis was not immediately destructive. It was more like lancing a festering wound, forcing the infection out into the open where it could be addressed. The second was discovered in the Jade Peak sect after the discovery triggered an immediate cascading failure that destroyed significant portions of the sect's structure. The third appeared in the White Cloud Monastery, where she was initially mistaken for a senior cultivator and was not discovered to be a pattern-bearer until she had already spent weeks integrated into the monastery structure. The fourth was encountered not in a sect at all, but among a group of independent cultivators, discovered almost by accident when her presence revealed the instabilities that had been building in the group's social and organizational structure. Lu Feng made a personal effort to attempt contact with each of the new pattern-bearers, to reach out to them with offers of mentorship and understanding that he had developed over the years of living with his own nature and working with others to understand theirs. His approach was carefully considered. He knew that these individuals were at a critical moment in their existence, newly aware of what they were, struggling to understand the implications of their nature, uncertain about what their future might hold. The choices they made in this early period would likely shape their entire path forward. Some of the new pattern-bearers proved receptive to his overtures, grateful to learn from someone who genuinely understood their nature, who could provide perspective and guidance on what they were and how to live with their newfound and profoundly disorienting abilities. These pattern-bearers were often experiencing profound shock at the revelation of their artificially created nature, traumatized by the discovery that their existence had been engineered as an experiment, struggling with existential questions about their identity and agency. Lu Feng's offer of community, of shared experience with others who had faced the same questions, of a philosophical framework that positioned them as persons rather than weapons, these offers resonated with them powerfully. Others, however, proved stubbornly hostile to his approach and immune to his attempts at persuasion. These pattern-bearers were dedicated to Ren Hong's agenda, willing participants in her project, individuals who had been shaped by her approach in ways that made them fundamentally resistant to alternative visions. They saw the destruction of unstable sects as necessary and justified work rather than moral catastrophe, viewed their role as agents of correction and reform, and were convinced that Ren Hong's vision was the correct path forward for the cultivation world. These hostile pattern-bearers made clear that they would resist any attempts to recruit them into Lu Feng's network, and some of them actively worked against his interests in their respective sects. The distinction between receptive and hostile new pattern-bearers became increasingly important as Lu Feng worked to understand Ren Hong's strategy and her intentions. The mix of responses suggested that Ren Hong was using deliberate selection criteria in creating her new pattern-bearers, that she was not simply trying to create multiple copies of the same person, but was rather crafting individuals with different personalities, different values, and different perspectives on how their abilities should be used. This diversity of approach suggested a sophisticated understanding of psychology and social dynamics, a recognition that a network of identical pattern bearers would be more brittle and vulnerable to failure than a network with internal diversity and disagreement. Chapter 35. The alliance deepens in response to the appearance of the new pattern bearers and the escalating conflicts that their emergence had provoked. The network that had formed around Lu Feng began to take more active and deliberate steps toward coordination and mutual protection that went far beyond what they had attempted in earlier periods. They understood that the casual, informal structure that had worked during the network's early years would be insufficient to meet the challenges that were emerging. The appearance of Ren Hong's improved pattern bearers, the increasing pace of conflict between sects and pattern bearers, and the growing visibility of pattern bearers throughout the cultivation world all suggested that a more robust organizational framework would be necessary for the network to maintain its cohesion and effectiveness. They established a more formal organizational structure that represented a significant shift in how the network operated, though they were careful not to replicate the sect model that had so many problems built into it. The structure they created was not a sect exactly. It lacked the hierarchical rigidity and the rigid organizational structure that traditional sects possessed, but it was clearly a community with recognized responsibilities and clear lines of communication that could be invoked in moments of crisis or coordination. The members of the network formalized their commitment to the larger project, established regular meetings and communication channels, and created decision-making structures that allowed the network to act as a coherent unit while still preserving the autonomy and agency of individual members. Within this formalized framework, they developed detailed protocols for identifying new artificially created pattern bearers as they appeared throughout the cultivation world and for reaching out to them quickly with offers of support and alternative perspectives. The timing of outreach was crucial. Pattern bearers in their first days or weeks of existence were often disoriented, confused about their nature, and susceptible to persuasion if they encountered someone who could explain what they were and offer them a path forward that didn't involve serving Ren Hong's vision. The network trained dedicated cultivators to recognize the signs of a new pattern bearer's emergence, to locate them quickly, and to establish initial contact before Ren Hong or hostile sect authorities could reach them. The goal was to win new pattern bearers over to a philosophy of reconstruction rather than destruction, to help them understand that their nature did not condemn them to being weapons or destroyers, that other paths were available if they were willing to seek them out. This represented a direct competition with Ren Hong for influence over the new pattern bearers, a competition that would determine whether Ren Hong's network of artificially created agents would continue to grow unchecked or whether the number of pattern bearers committed to alternative visions would increase to the point where actual balance existed. During this same period of network formalization and expansion, Lu Feng received communication from Su Wei, the independent observer who had provided him crucial information years earlier during his journey to find Ren Hong's hidden peaks. Su Wei had remained one of the few cultivators in the world who was capable of observing the larger patterns of development without being directly involved in the day-to-day conflicts and crises that consumed so much of Lu Feng's attention. Su Wei had been monitoring Ren Hong's work from a different perspective than Lu Feng, taking detailed notes on the broader implications of widespread pattern-bearer deployment, tracking how the cultivation world was beginning to change in response to the growing reality of pattern-bearer existence, documenting the ways that the cultivation community was adapting its assumptions and expectations based on what was becoming undeniable. When they finally met in person to discuss what Su Wei had discovered, the location they chose was carefully selected for its neutrality and obscurity, a tea house in a merchant city that was far from any sect's direct influence, located in a region that belonged economically and administratively to no particular power structure. The city was the kind of place where cultivators could move relatively freely without drawing excessive attention, where neutral parties could conduct business without worrying about being drawn into sect conflicts. "She's building leverage," Su Wei explained as they sat in a private room at the back of the tea house. The sound of brewing water and the quiet murmur of the tea house's other customers providing cover for their conversation. The analysis Su Wei presented was sophisticated and deeply troubling. representing weeks or months of careful observation and thought. She's creating a web of pattern bearers distributed across the cultivation world in a careful, deliberate pattern. Each one is positioned in a location where their presence will exert influence, not necessarily immediately, but over the course of months and years as circumstances develop. Some are positioned to destabilize sects that have accumulated serious problems. Others are positioned in locations where sect conflicts might break out. Others are placed in sects that hold positions of regional importance. What's her objective? Lu Feng asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer, or at least part of it. Is she trying to destroy everything? No, I don't think so, Su Wei said. And there was something like respect in her voice, respect for the sophistication of what she was observing even as she disagreed with the ethics of the project. She's trying to create a network of control through which she can guide the cultivation world toward her vision of how it should develop. She's creating leverage points, locations, and individuals through which she can exert influence over the larger direction of the cultivation world's development. When sects begin to face crises, when conflicts break out between organizations, when the cultivation world needs to make decisions about how to handle the reality of pattern bearers, she wants to be positioned such that her influence on those decisions is maximized. She's being strategic, patient, careful, Su Wei continued, her tone suggesting both admiration and grave concern. She's not acting impulsively or trying to force immediate outcomes. She's playing a long game, constructing the conditions under which her vision will eventually become the dominant force in the cultivation world, not through open warfare, but through subtle influence and patient positioning. And from what I can determine, she's ahead of where I expected her to be. Her planning is more sophisticated than I initially credited. Her ability to anticipate how the cultivation world would respond to the emergence of pattern bearers suggests that she has been thinking about these problems longer and more deeply than most observers realized. This analysis confirmed Lu Feng's growing suspicion that he was engaged in something more complex and challenging than a simple conflict between two competing visions of how pattern bearers should be used. He was involved in a struggle with someone who had been planning far longer than he had, who understood the cultivation world's political and social dynamics at a level of sophistication that he was still working to develop. The realization was both sobering and motivating. Chapter 36. The confrontation continues. The third year after Lu Feng's departure from the Hidden Peaks brought new developments in his conflict with Rin Hong that forced him to reckon with the reality of his situation in ways he had been avoiding. The new artificially created pattern bearers began to demonstrate anomalies and capabilities that suggested Rin Hong was refining her technique, improving the way the arrays functioned with each iteration and generation. The arrays were becoming more sophisticated, more controllable, less likely to trigger unintended cascades of instability that had made early pattern bearers, like Lu Feng, so unreliable as instruments of her will. The fundamental design remained rooted in her original vision, but the implementation had been refined through careful study and incremental improvements that showed the depth of her theoretical understanding and her commitment to achieving her goals. One of the new pattern bearers was particularly notable, and her emergence triggered a crisis of confidence in Lu Feng's leadership that he had to work hard to suppress and manage among his network. Her name was Wei, not the same Wei who had mentored Lu Feng at the Crimson Phoenix Sect, but another person who happened to share the name. Though Lu Feng suspected the shared designation was not entirely coincidental given Rin Hong's attention to detail and her understanding of the psychological dimensions of her project. This Wei had been created using an improved version of the enhancement technique, one that incorporated lessons learned from Lu Feng's natural resistance patterns and psychological responses to the presence of the arrays in her meridians. She demonstrated a level of control over the pattern that exceeded even Lu Feng's mastery, moving through complex cultivation maneuvers with a precision and smoothness that suggested she had internalized the operation of the arrays at a level that took Lu Feng months of intense practice to achieve. The implications of this advancement became clear during the first documented encounter between the two of them. Lu Feng had positioned himself to observe the new Wei as she worked to stabilize a minor sect that was experiencing organizational instability, a task that would have required Lu Feng to spend weeks on intensive study and consultation. The new way accomplished the stabilization in less than 3 days through techniques that combined Lu Feng's stabilization philosophy with manipulation methods that seemed to transcend what should have been possible with a pattern-bearing sensitivity. She was not simply detecting instability, but somehow strengthening the weak points, reinforcing the fractured areas of the organization, building resilience where there had been only fragility. This development was simultaneously impressive and terrifying in ways that Lu Feng struggled to articulate to the other members of his network without revealing the depth of his concern. It suggested that Ren Hong was not simply replicating her success with Lu Feng, but actively improving it, creating pattern bearers who were more advanced, more capable, more dangerous than he was, and more importantly, more aligned with her vision of how the technology should be used. The implications were clear and unavoidable. Over time, as Ren Hong refined her technique further and created additional pattern bearers, the network around Lu Feng could become increasingly irrelevant, overshadowed by more powerful alternatives that were more reliable and more efficient at whatever task Ren Hong had in mind for them. The new way represented something more troubling than simple competition. She represented the possibility that Ren Hong had learned from the mistake she made with Lu Feng. The original Lu Feng had been her first successful pattern bearer, created without the benefit of practical experience or the accumulated understanding that came from actually watching the arrays function in a living cultivator. Ren Hong had learned through Lu Feng's experiences what worked and what didn't, where the arrays were prone to instability, how psychological factors influenced the manifestation of the pattern-bearing sensitivity. With that knowledge, she had presumably engineered the new way to avoid the pitfalls that had made Lu Feng's early days so difficult and dangerous. This created a profound strategic problem that kept Lu Feng awake at night during the weeks following the new way's emergence. If Ren Hong continued to improve her technique, if she created additional pattern bearers who were each more capable than their predecessors, then at some point the power dynamic would shift decisively in her favor. She would have an army of pattern bearers, each one more skilled than the last, each one more loyal to her vision, each one more effective at implementing her goals. Against such a force, the network that Lu Feng had built, composed of natural pattern bearers and artificially created ones who had chosen to break away from Ren Hong's vision, would be unable to stand. The solution was not obvious, and it troubled Lu Feng deeply. He could not improve the pattern bearers in his network the way Ren Hong was improving hers. He lacked the theoretical understanding to refine the arrays, lacked the technical skill to design the enhancement modifications that Ren Hong was implementing. What he could do was build a network of people whose strength lay not in individual capability, but in coordination, cooperation, and shared commitment to the larger goal of balancing Ren Hong's vision against the autonomy and agency of individual pattern bearers. He called a meeting of the network's leadership to discuss the challenge posed by the new way and the other advanced pattern bearers that Ren Hong had deployed. The gathering took place in a neutral location, a monastery in the southern reaches of the cultivation world that had agreed to host them out of a mix of genuine sympathy for their cause and a desire to stay informed about developments that seemed likely to shape the future of the entire cultivation world. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was tense, filled with the kind of uncertainty that came from confronting evidence that your position was weaker than you had believed. One of the older pattern bearers, a woman named Chun whose artificial nature had been created by Ren Hong's earlier generation of techniques, spoke first. The new way represents a fundamental shift in the technological capability, Chun said, her voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of concern. If Ren Hong continues to improve her designs, we're facing obsolescence. Within 5 years, within 10 at most, the pattern bearers she creates will be so far beyond our capabilities that we won't be able to compete in any meaningful way. That assumes we're in competition at all. Another member of the network responded, a natural pattern bearer named Shun who had joined the network early in its formation. Maybe the right approach is to work toward coexistence rather than competition. The new way seems to be working towards stabilization rather than destruction. Maybe we can find common ground with the new pattern bearers, build alliances rather than facing off as enemies. Ren Hong's vision is not our vision, Chen said, and the distinction mattered. She sees pattern bearers as tools, as instruments for reshaping the cultivation world according to her understanding of how it should function. We see pattern bearers as people, as individuals with agency and the right to determine their own futures. Those two visions are fundamentally incompatible. The new way might seem collaborative now, but that's because Ren Hong has engineered her to be responsive to input and suggestion. If Ren Hong decides differently, if she chooses to program her network of pattern bearers as agents of force and control, there's no amount of negotiation that will change that outcome. Lu Feng listened to the debate, heard the legitimate concerns on both sides, understood the truth embedded in both perspectives. Shen was correct that Ren Hong's improved pattern bearers represented a technological and strategic threat. But Shen was also correct that confrontation was not inevitable, that other paths existed if they could be creative enough to imagine them. The question was what those other paths might be, and how to pursue them while maintaining the cohesion and commitment of the network that had come to depend on his leadership. Chapter 37. The larger war. What happened in the months that followed was not a direct confrontation between Lu Feng and Ren Hong, but rather an escalating conflict between the cultivation world at large and the network of artificially created pattern bearers that Ren Hong was deploying with increasing frequency and sophistication. The conflict spread across regions, touched sects of all sizes and philosophical orientations, and forced every significant institution in the cultivation world to grapple with the reality of pattern-bearer existence in ways that could not be avoided or deferred. Sects that recognized they were hosting artificially enhanced pattern-bearers attempted to eliminate them before they could cause the organizational destabilization that everyone understood was inevitable if the pattern-bearer remained in the sect long enough. These sects adopted harsh measures, assassination attempts, imprisonment, attempts to suppress the pattern-bearer's cultivation power through isolation or meditation suppression techniques. Some of these efforts succeeded in eliminating the pattern-bearer before catastrophe struck, but many failed, either because the pattern-bearer was strong enough to resist, or because the sect's attempts at elimination triggered the very cascade of failure they were trying to prevent. Other sects took a different approach, attempting to use the pattern-bearers as tools for their own purposes, hoping to weaponize them against their rivals, or to channel their destructive power toward enemies rather than internal problems. These sects tried to form alliances with pattern-bearers or to control them through various means of coercion or manipulation. Some of these efforts showed promise. Pattern-bearers could indeed be directed toward external enemies, and their presence as weapons could alter the balance of power between rival sections. But this approach carried its own risks. Pattern-bearers were not simple weapons that could be controlled precisely. Their sensitivity could be triggered accidentally. Their destructive power could spiral out of control, and the very act of trying to weaponize them often resulted in the kind of organizational chaos that their presence was intended to create in rival sections. Still, other sects tried to protect the pattern-bearers, recognizing despite the obvious risks that they possessed potential value that transcended simple destruction or weaponization. These sects saw that pattern-bearers could be partners in organizational improvement, that their sensitivity to weakness could be harnessed toward constructive ends, that the cultivation world might be better served by learning to work with pattern-bearers rather than against them. This perspective was initially a minority view, held only by the most forward-thinking sects and those with sufficient confidence in their own strength to take risks that most organizations would have found terrifying. But as time passed and the benefits of this approach became more evident, more sects began to adopt similar positions. The conflict became increasingly visible and increasingly hard to hide from public awareness or to isolate within particular regions. Cultivation world communities that had previously been insulated from the reality of pattern-bearer existence suddenly found themselves confronting the phenomenon directly, watching as pattern-bearers appeared in nearby sects, observing the consequences of their presence, hearing from refugees and survivors accounts of what happened when a pattern-bearer was present in an organization experiencing instability. Sects that had ignored warnings about their own organizational instability found themselves forced to confront the problems as they became acute and critical, as pattern-bearers within their walls began triggering the catastrophic failures that the most observant cultivators had been warning about for months or years. The problem was that removing the pattern-bearer after the cascade had begun was usually too late to stop the destruction. The energies unleashed during the cascade would flow through the sect's systems like a river flooding its banks, destroying everything in their path, leaving behind only ruins and despair. The cultivation world watched as sects fell, some through the direct catalytic effect of pattern-bearers, others through the internal conflicts and power struggles that pattern-bearer presence provoked. Regional authorities attempted to impose order, but found that the scale of the phenomenon had grown beyond the ability of traditional governance structures to contain it. What had once been whispered about as rumors and legends had become a visible, undeniable feature of the cultivation world's landscape. Lu Feng found himself working with increasing intensity to minimize casualties during this chaotic period, attempting to prevent full-scale warfare between sects and the pattern-bearer network that might have destroyed the entire institutional structure of the cultivation world. He understood the stakes better than most. Rin Hong had released forces that she could not easily control if she ever chose to do so, and the competition between different sects for control of these forces could easily spiral into the kind of escalating violence that would benefit no one. He moved between regions where conflict was emerging, traveling constantly, always moving toward the next crisis point, the next location where pattern bearers and sect authorities were approaching open warfare. At each location, he attempted to mediate between the sects and the pattern bearers, explaining to sects the futility of trying to eliminate pattern bearers through force and explaining to pattern bearers the long-term unsustainability of triggering sect collapse as a means to resolve organizational problems. He tried to create frameworks by which coexistence might be possible rather than inevitable mutual destruction, though he often felt like he was fighting against tides that were too large to be turned by any individual actor. The work was exhausting in ways that went far beyond physical fatigue. Lu Feng carried the weight of knowing that people would die in conflicts he could not prevent, that organizations would be destroyed that might have been saved with more time or better luck, that the fundamental instability introduced by the presence of pattern bearers would take years to resolve even in the best-case scenarios. But he persisted, driven by the understanding that the only alternative to working toward a negotiated settlement was to surrender to the chaos and destruction that would result from allowing the conflict to escalate without restraint or mediation. Chapter 38. The unexpected alliance in the chaos of the larger conflict that had consumed the cultivation world's attention for months, something unexpected emerged from the fractious political landscape. A potential alliance between Lu Feng's network of pattern bearers and certain major sects that had come to understand the value of what pattern bearers represented and the impossibility of eliminating them through force. The emergence of this opportunity caught Lu Feng somewhat off guard, as he had become accustomed to viewing most sect authorities as fundamentally opposed to his vision, unwilling to recognize that pattern bearers could be anything other than weapons or aberrations to be controlled or destroyed. The sects that approached him with the alliance proposal were not minor organizations, but some of the most significant and influential institutions in the cultivation world. The representatives who came to negotiate were senior cultivators with real authority and decision-making power, individuals who understood the political realities of the situation well enough to propose genuine solutions rather than simply demanding submission or continuation of the current conflict. These representatives came with a clear understanding that the status quo was unsustainable, that the current path of escalating conflict between pattern bearers and sect authorities would eventually lead to a catastrophic confrontation that would damage everyone involved. The sects had conducted their own research into pattern-bearer capabilities and had reached conclusions remarkably similar to those of Lu Feng's network. They understood that attempting to eliminate the pattern-bearers was functionally impossible in the short term and strategically unwise even if it could be accomplished. The pattern-bearers' numbers were growing, their power was increasing, their ability to trigger destruction was demonstrably absolute if it came to open warfare between the organized pattern-bearer network and the combined forces of major sect authorities. Any conflict between these two forces would be devastating, potentially destroying the entire institutional structure of the cultivation world and leaving only rubble and chaos in the aftermath. Instead of pursuing this path of mutual annihilation, the representatives proposed a fundamentally different approach that reframed the relationship between pattern bearers and sect authorities from one of conflict to one of cooperation and mutual benefit. The proposal had several core components that suggested significant thought and serious commitment from the sect authorities who had developed it. First, They proposed the creation of formal positions for pattern bearers within sect hierarchies, positions that would come with official recognition, institutional authority, and real decision-making power. These positions would be integrated into the existing administrative structures of the sects, placed where pattern bearers could exercise their gifts in ways that benefited the overall organizational health of the sect. Second, the proposal included giving pattern bearers official responsibilities for monitoring internal organizational stability, roles that would formalize what Lu Feng's network had been doing informally for years. Pattern bearers would be tasked with identifying early signs of instability, detecting problems before they metastasized into organizational crises, and recommending corrective measures to leadership. This would transform pattern bearers from something threatening into something protective, positioning them as guardians of organizational health rather than threats to stability. Third, the sects proposed integrating pattern bearers into decision-making structures at multiple levels, from senior leadership councils down to regional administration, where their sensitivity to weakness could inform policy, where their unique perspective could help prevent decisions that would eventually lead to organizational degradation. They would be given seats at the table and genuine influence over outcomes. This represented a recognition that pattern bearers possessed unique knowledge that could make organizations stronger and more functional. The mutual benefits of this arrangement were clear to everyone involved in the negotiation. The sects would gain access to the pattern bearer insight and sensitivity without having to worry about the costs of involuntary destruction or the chaos that came from sect collapse. They would be able to address problems at their root, strengthening their organizations through prevention and early intervention rather than having to rebuild after catastrophic failure. The pattern bearers would gain positions of acknowledged importance within institutional structures, the ability to influence events constructively rather than simply destructively, and the security that came from operating within established frameworks rather than as outsiders or fugitives. Lu Feng was initially surprised by this proposal, both because it represented a genuine change in how the major sects perceive pattern bearers, and because it suggested that the cultivation world's authority structures were more pragmatic and flexible than he had believed them to be. He had assumed that institutional resistance to pattern bearers was rooted in fundamental ideology, in the belief that pattern bearers were aberrations or weapons that could never be integrated into normal organizational structures. But as he listened to the representatives explain their reasoning and their vision for how this alliance could function, he began to reconsider that assumption. As he considered it carefully over subsequent discussions and negotiations, he began to realize that the proposal was not fundamentally different from what his own network had been attempting to achieve in recent years. They had been working toward the same goal: the integration of pattern bearers into the broader cultivation world, the recognition that pattern bearers could use their gifts constructively, the establishment of frameworks by which pattern bearer sensitivity could strengthen organizations rather than destroy them. The significant difference was that this new proposal came with institutional support, with recognition from major sects that carried weight and credibility throughout the cultivation world. It came with resources, with formal authority structures, with the possibility of creating systemic change at a scale that Lu Feng's network had never been able to achieve through voluntary cooperation and informal networks. Where his network had been limited to offering guidance and advice to individual cultivators and small organizations, this alliance could potentially establish pattern bearing as an accepted and valued role within the institutional structures of the entire cultivation world. The strategic implications were profound. If Lu Feng accepted this alliance, if the pattern bearers integrated themselves into major sect structures, they would be moving from the margins of the cultivation world into its centers of power. They would have influence, resources, legitimacy, and the ability to shape how the cultivation world developed in the future. The trade-off was that they would be operating within institutional constraints, answering to sect authorities, functioning within established hierarchies rather than maintaining the independence that the network currently possessed. Chapter 39. The turning point: the confrontation came to a decisive head at a large gathering of representatives from major sects and independent cultivators. A meeting convened specifically to address the pattern-bearer question and to collectively determine how the entire cultivation world would move forward in the face of pattern-bearers becoming a visible and acknowledged reality rather than a secret or rumor. Ren Hong appeared at the gathering. not to conceal herself or to operate from the shadows, but rather to openly present her work and her comprehensive vision, to defend her project and justify her methods in the presence of the cultivation community at large. She came to the gathering as someone convinced of the righteousness of her work and confident that when presented with the evidence and the logic of her arguments, the cultivation world would understand the necessity of her approach. She presented exhaustive evidence of her research spanning decades of intensive study, demonstrated the clear superiority of her artificial pattern bearers over natural ones through empirical comparison, argued with considerable persuasiveness that her project represented the only feasible and workable path toward genuine reformation of the cultivation world's accumulated problems. She presented detailed case studies of sects that had fallen due to pattern bearer sensitivity, carefully analyzing how the instabilities had manifested in each instance, demonstrating how the destructions could potentially have been prevented through better governance, showing how the same mechanisms could be deliberately targeted at sects that persisted in corruption and exploitation. Her presentation was sophisticated, well-researched, and compelling to anyone willing to follow her logic. But she did so in the face of opposition that she hadn't fully anticipated or fully prepared for. Not just Lu Feng as a single opponent, but an entire community of pattern bearers who had developed their own distinct perspectives on what pattern bearing meant, their own ethics regarding how the sensitivity should be used, their own competing visions of how pattern bearing sensitivity could be deployed constructively. She faced sects that had learned how to work constructively with pattern bearers rather than against them, that had integrated pattern bearers into their governance structures and decision-making processes in ways that created mutual benefit rather than mutual destruction. She faced an emerging consensus within the cultivation world that while genuine transformation and reform were necessary, it need not proceed through the mechanisms of deliberate destruction and forced collapse that Renhong advocated. And in that confrontation at the gathering, something significant shifted, a turning point in how the cultivation world would understand and address the question of pattern bearers and organizational instability. Renhong's vision was not simply rejected outright. The evidence supporting her theoretical arguments was too strong for that, the logic of her theory too compelling to simply dismiss or refute. But her vision was modified significantly, contextualized within a larger and more complex framework that she had not created and that she could not fully control or direct. Her project and her research became one influence among many in the cultivation world, influencing how the world would develop but not determining it entirely, not possessing the absolute power to reshape everything according to her vision. Chapter 40. The new path in the aftermath of the gathering and the extensive negotiations that followed in its wake, Lu Feng found himself in an unexpected and somewhat uncomfortable position of influence and authority within the broader cultivation world, not because he had sought such status or worked deliberately to achieve it, but because his work over the preceding years had created something that the entire cultivation community recognized as valuable and important. He did not become a sect master or build a major hierarchical organization with all the attendant structures and constraints. Instead, he became something more subtle and arguably more genuinely powerful. A person whose perspective on complex issues carried significant weight, whose understanding of pattern bearing was increasingly recognized as foundational and essential, whose voice in discussions and debates about organizational reform and stability was heard with genuine respect and serious consideration. Renhong continued her work at the Hidden Peaks, continued to create and refine successive generations of artificial pattern bearers, continued to pursue her vision of cultivation world transformation with the same intensity and commitment that had always driven her research. But she did so now in a fundamentally different context where her work was transparent to the broader cultivation community, where it could be observed and questioned and challenged by people who possessed genuine power and the willingness to exercise it. She had not been stopped. Her work proceeded, but she had been constrained in significant ways. Her project would continue forward, but it would be one influence among many competing influences rather than the overwhelming dominant force she had originally intended it to be. Her vision would shape the world, but it would not exclusively determine how the cultivation world developed. Lu Feng, standing consciously at the threshold between the person he had been at the beginning of his journey and the person he was becoming through his choices and experiences, looked out over the transformation of the cultivation world with new and expanding understanding. His existence as an artificial pattern bearer, as a deliberately engineered being designed by someone else to reveal organizational instability, had become an opportunity not just for destruction or for manipulation, but for genuine growth and transformation on the broadest scale. He still carried the complex arrays in his meridians, still possessed the distinctive sensitivity to instability that Rin Hong had engineered into his very being. But he had transformed that engineering from a simple liability or an external tool imposed upon him into a foundation for meaningful work, into a genuine reason to move through the world with deliberate purpose and conscious intention. And as he began his next major journey, not toward confrontation with Rin Hong or escape from his nature, but toward the ongoing work of building something better from the remnants of what had been broken and destroyed, he found himself genuinely grateful for the path that had led him to this moment, grateful for the knowledge he'd gained through his experiences, grateful for the people he'd met along the way and the communities he'd helped build and reconstruct. The journey from his initial expulsion from the Crimson Phoenix Sect and the destruction of everything around him had not led him to answers that resolved his existence or eliminated the existential questions about what he was. But it had led him to a way of living and being that made existence deeply meaningful. And in that profound transformation was a kind of victory that Rin Hong had never anticipated and that Lu Feng was only beginning to fully understand in all its complexity. His future stretched before him, uncertain in many respects, but genuinely filled with possibility and genuine hope. The sect expelled me and got destroyed the next day. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60. Chapter 41. The architecture of leadership. Lu Feng stood in a large administrative building that had been converted into the operational hub of what had once been just a loose network of pattern bearers and sympathetic cultivators. The building was located in a neutral city called Xianxia, carefully chosen to be accessible from multiple regions of the cultivation world without being under the direct control of any single sect. The city sat at the convergence of 3 major trade routes and maintained deliberate neutrality through centuries of careful diplomacy and strategic positioning. The transformation from informal network to something approaching an actual organization had happened gradually over the years, almost without conscious decision-making on Lu Feng's part. Each step had seemed necessary and reasonable at the time, but when taken in aggregate, they had fundamentally altered what he had created. The building itself was an architectural marvel that reflected the network's values and aspirations. 3 stories tall, constructed from pale stone that had been carefully selected from quarries in the southern regions, it featured large windows on all sides that allowed light to flood the interior spaces. This was intentional, nothing hidden, nothing done in shadows. The building proclaimed itself and its purpose openly to anyone who wished to know. The foundation was sunk deep into the earth, anchoring the structure in ways that cultivators recognized as symbols of stability and permanence. The roof was designed with multiple peaks and valleys, creating a shape that reminded observers of mountains, an image that connected the network to the natural world and to the principles of transformation that governed all things in nature. Inside, the administrative building was divided into multiple functional areas, each devoted to different aspects of the network's operations. The upper floors contained private offices where important decisions were made, where strategy was discussed in confidential settings, where sensitive information about pattern bearers and their locations was maintained. The middle floors held public meeting spaces where sects could be welcomed and where the network could present itself to the broader cultivation community as a legitimate organization engaged in important work. The ground floor housed a library of research materials, documents compiled by Su Wei and her researchers that documented everything the network had learned about pattern bearing, about sects, about the mechanics of organizational transformation. The walls of the administrative building were reinforced with cultivation arrays that had been carefully inscribed over the course of weeks by teams of specialized cultivators. The arrays served multiple purposes. They provided defensive protection against potential attacks or infiltration. They provided sound dampening to ensure that confidential conversations would remain private. They also served symbolic purposes, communicating to anyone entering the building that this was a place where cultivation power was taken seriously, where the inhabitants understood the deeper dimensions of cultivation reality that extended beyond simple physical space. Lu Feng spent much of his time in a private office on the third floor of the administrative building, a space that had been deliberately designed to be as simple and unadorned as possible. The office contained only essential furniture: a desk, a chair, meditation cushions arranged in one corner, shelves of books that he studied regularly. The walls were bare except for a single painting that had been commissioned by the network, depicting pattern bearers gathered together in a circle, their cultivation energies flowing into and around each other in patterns of connection and mutual support. The painting served as a reminder of what the network was fundamentally about: connection, mutual growth, transformation through cooperation rather than through isolated individual effort. The responsibility of leadership pressed heavily on Lu Feng's shoulders as he navigated the complexities of managing an organization that had grown far beyond what any single individual could easily comprehend. There were dozens of regional leaders reporting to him, each one managing network activities in their own region. There were scholars and researchers like Su Wei who investigated Renhong's work and attempted to predict her likely next moves. There were warriors and cultivators who were responsible for protecting members of the network who were threatened or who had been identified by hostile sections. There were diplomats and administrators who maintained relationships with various sects and attempted to build alliances and cooperation. The network had begun to take on more and more of the characteristics of a traditional sect as it grew, developing hierarchy and bureaucracy and rules. Lu Feng sometimes felt that this development was contrary to the fundamental principles that the network should have embodied. The pattern bearers, by their nature, were supposed to be sensitive to organizational dysfunction and to rigid hierarchy. And yet the network itself was gradually becoming more rigid and more hierarchical, constrained by the need to manage thousands of cultivators and coordinate their activities across a vast geographical region. This contradiction troubled him deeply. He understood that some level of organization was necessary to accomplish anything meaningful on a large scale. But he also understood that the more the network came to resemble traditional sect structures, the more it became vulnerable to the same problems that had always plagued sects: corruption, rigidity, disconnect between leadership and the people being led. The challenge of maintaining the network's ideals while also building an organization that could function effectively was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. Chapter 42. The internal fractures. The growth of the pattern-bearer network had not been entirely harmonious, and beneath the surface of the administrative structure that Lu Feng had attempted to create, there were tensions and conflicts that threatened to tear the organization apart from within. Some of the pattern bearers who had been with the network from its earliest days felt that the organization was losing its way, that it had become too focused on working with existing sects rather than on building an alternative structure that would genuinely transcend sect-based organization. These pattern bearers argued that by cooperating with sect leaders and attempting to integrate pattern bearers into sect hierarchies, the network was compromising its fundamental mission and was essentially accepting the constraints of the very system that pattern bearers were supposed to help transform. Others in the network disagreed vehemently with this position, arguing that genuine transformation could only happen if the network worked within existing institutions rather than against them. These cultivators believed that the most effective strategy was to gradually reform sects from within, to show how pattern-bearer integration could strengthen rather than weaken sect institutions, to demonstrate that the cultivation world could evolve without requiring the complete destruction of existing structures. The debate between these two positions had become increasingly heated as the network grew larger and more complex. Regional leaders reported that factions within their areas were beginning to refuse to cooperate with each other, that meetings of network members were becoming contentious and sometimes even physically confrontational. In some regions, the network had effectively split into competing groups that were working at cross-purposes, sometimes even sabotaging each other's efforts. Lu Feng had attempted to manage these internal conflicts through careful mediation and through attempts to create unity of purpose. But the fundamental disagreement about strategy went deep, touching on questions about what the network's ultimate goal actually should be. Was the goal to transform sects, to make them more responsive and more adaptive? Or was the goal to transcend sects entirely, to create a civilization where sect-based organization was no longer the dominant institutional form? These were not questions with easy answers, and the fact that the network's founder and primary leader could not definitively answer them himself made the internal tensions even more difficult to resolve. Lu Feng found himself in the uncomfortable position of attempting to hold together an organization that was fundamentally divided about its own purpose and direction. Chapter 43: Cultivation Advancement. Despite the internal tensions and conflicts that characterized the network's organizational life, the actual cultivation work that the network engaged in was advancing at an unprecedented pace. The pattern bearers who were part of the network were discovering cultivation techniques that had never been recorded in the histories of civilization, developing methods for sensing and manipulating organizational patterns that went far beyond what any single cultivator could have achieved in isolation. The advancement came not from any single breakthrough, but from the cumulative effect of hundreds of pattern bearers working together, sharing discoveries, building on each other's insights, creating a collective knowledge that was growing exponentially. Lu Feng's own cultivation advancement had continued to accelerate as he interacted more deeply with the diverse group of pattern bearers in the network. His meditation sessions became increasingly sophisticated as he learned to link his consciousness with other pattern bearers, to perceive through their perspective as well as his own, to develop a multi-threaded awareness that could simultaneously track dozens of different organizational dynamics across the cultivation world. The expansion of his perception had brought new risks as well. The more deeply he connected to the broader network of pattern bearers, the more vulnerable he became to disruptions in that network, to the pain and suffering that other pattern bearers experienced. The cultivation academies that had been established in major cities were producing a new generation of pattern bearers who had been trained deliberately in the use and control of their sensitivity, rather than discovering it through accident or trauma, as had been the case with the earlier generation. These newly trained pattern bearers demonstrated higher levels of control and greater capacity for managing the intensity of their perception. Some of the most gifted among them were achieving cultivation breakthroughs that even the oldest and most experienced pattern bearers in the network had not attained. The theorists in the network, led by Su Wei and her team of researchers, were developing increasingly sophisticated frameworks for understanding what pattern bearing actually was at its deepest levels. They produced papers investigating the mathematical properties of pattern recognition, analyzing organizational structures through lens of wave dynamics and resonance phenomena. Some of their research suggested that pattern bearers were actually perceiving something real and fundamental about how reality was structured, that organizational patterns were not simply metaphorical descriptions, but actual physical phenomena that could be measured and studied with scientific precision. Additional major section for Chapter 43, the cultivation advancement of the network members was not simply quantitative. More power, higher levels, greater efficiency in meditation. It was also profoundly qualitative, representing a transformation in how cultivators understood their relationship to the path of cultivation itself. The traditional sect-based approach to cultivation had emphasized individual achievement, the accumulation of personal power, the attainment of increasingly higher cultivation stages. The network's approach, by contrast, emphasized the cultivation path as a collective endeavor, where individual growth was inseparable from community growth. This fundamental shift in cultivation philosophy had profound implications for how cultivators approach their practice. In traditional sect settings, cultivators often viewed other cultivators as competitors, individuals who were also pursuing the same limited resources and the same advancement opportunities. In the network's environment, by contrast, cultivators began to view themselves as part of a collective consciousness, a unified system of cultivation where their individual advancement was enhanced by the advancement of those around them. The practical implications of this shift became evident in the cultivation results that the network's members achieved. Cultivators who had previously been stuck at particular advancement plateaus found that by working with other pattern bearers, by linking their consciousness together during group meditation, they could break through barriers that individual practice had been unable to overcome. The synergistic effects of collective cultivation were remarkable and unprecedented. Groups of cultivators meditating together could achieve cultivation results that far exceeded what the sum of their individual practices would have suggested was possible. The cultivation academies that the network established became laboratories for experimenting with these new cultivation methods. Instructors worked to develop techniques for group meditation, for linking the consciousness of multiple cultivators in ways that enhanced rather than weakened individual cultivation. Some of the most advanced methods they developed involved groups of 5 to 7 pattern bearers who had developed deep trust with each other, linking their consciousness into unified systems that could perceive and manipulate organizational patterns in ways that no individual cultivator could achieve alone. These collective cultivation methods raised new theoretical questions about the nature of consciousness and the nature of cultivation itself. If the consciousness of multiple cultivators could be linked together into a unified system, were they still individuals, or had they become a single collective consciousness? Traditional cultivation theory had always emphasized the individual as the basic unit of consciousness and the goal of cultivation as individual enlightenment and personal advancement. But the network's collective cultivation method suggested that consciousness itself might be more fluid and more interconnected than traditional theory had understood, that the boundaries between individual and collective consciousness might be less rigid than they appeared. Chapter 44. Renhong's escalation as the pattern-bearer network grew stronger and more sophisticated in its understanding of pattern-bearing and organizational dynamics. It became increasingly clear that Renhong was making moves designed to counter the network's growing influence and to accelerate her own timeline toward reshaping the cultivation world according to her vision. The evidence of her escalation came through multiple channels. Reports from Sect leaders about new infiltrators being deployed with greater frequency. Analysis from Su Wei suggesting that Renhong was attempting to establish cells of artificial pattern bearers in sects that had previously been considered safely aligned with the network. Intelligence about Renhong's facility being expanded and being reinforced with more powerful arrays. It appeared that Renhong had recognized that her original timeline, a patient accumulation of influence over years, would not be fast enough given the growing sophistication and coordination of the pattern-bearer network. If she waited too long, the network would eventually identify all of her infiltrators and would mount an effective response. She needed to accelerate, to activate her agents faster than they had originally been scheduled to be activated, to move toward confrontation while she still had the advantage of surprise, and while the network was still unprepared to handle the scale of simultaneous incidents that would occur if she activated multiple agents in multiple sects at the same time. The scouts that the network had deployed to monitor Renhong's activity reported that her facility was bustling with unprecedented activity. There appeared to be some kind of urgency driving the research operations, a pressure to complete the work faster than had previously been planned. The researchers in the facility were working at what appeared to be unsustainable pace, working through the night, pushing themselves towards some kind of deadline. Lu Feng called together the council of senior leaders, and they debated what Renhong's escalation might mean. Some believed that she was preparing to launch a final assault, deploying all of her infiltrators simultaneously to trigger multiple sect crises that would throw the cultivation world into chaos. Others believed that she was attempting to accelerate the development of her next generation of artificial pattern bearers, cultivators who would be even more sophisticated and more capable than the ones she had already deployed. Still others feared that Renhong had discovered that the network was investigating her infiltration strategy and was accelerating her timeline in response to that discovery. Whatever the cause, it was clear that the window for responding to Renhong was rapidly closing. The network had a limited amount of time to decide what approach to take toward her and to prepare for whatever escalation was coming. Additional section for Chapter 44. The escalation of Renhong's activities created a sense of urgency that permeated every aspect of the network's operations. The scouts who had been deployed to monitor Renhong's facility sent increasingly urgent reports about activity levels and resource accumulation. The researchers in the facility were pushing themselves to completion of something, and the scouts could not determine with certainty what that something was. Was Renhong developing a new generation of artificial pattern bearers? Was she preparing to activate all of her existing infiltrators simultaneously? Was she working on some kind of cultivation technique that would allow her to directly challenge the network's leadership? Lu Feng convened meetings with the Council of Sect leaders and the senior members of the Pattern Bearer Network. The tone of these meetings was markedly different from earlier councils, where there had been debate and disagreement. There was now urgent agreement that action needed to be taken soon, before Rin Hong's escalation reached its culmination. The sect leaders wanted authorization to move against Rin Hong and her facility. The pattern bearers wanted to understand what Rin Hong was actually attempting so that they could counter it effectively. The decision was made to begin preparations for military expedition even though the full scope of Rin Hong's escalation was not understood. The network could not afford to wait for complete information. They would prepare for confrontation while continuing to gather intelligence about what Rin Hong was actually doing. If the military expedition was not needed, it could be called off. But if action did become necessary, they would be ready to move with the speed that urgency would demand. The authorization to prepare for military expedition changed the entire energy of the network's operations. Resources that had previously been devoted to other projects were reallocated to support the expedition. Sect leaders began committing troops and equipment. Cultivators who had been engaged in ongoing network projects were reassigned to expedition preparations. The network shifted from a state of careful investigation and thoughtful deliberation to a state of urgent mobilization. Chapter 45. The scope of the threat. As more information accumulated about the scale and sophistication of Rin Hong's new project, it became clear that the threat was far more comprehensive and far more threatening than anyone in the network had initially understood or anticipated. Rin Hong was not simply creating a competing organization of pattern bearers that would challenge the network's influence and compete for resources and support. She was building an entire parallel governance structure that could eventually replace the existing institutional framework of the cultivation world if she achieved her objectives successfully, and if she was allowed to continue her work unchecked. Lu Feng received this revelation during a private meeting with Su Wei in the administrative building's quiet study chamber, a room chosen specifically for sensitive discussions where defensive arrays prevented sound from escaping and kept unwanted listeners at bay. The afternoon light filtered through carefully positioned windows, casting long shadows across the walls. Su Wei spread dozens of maps and documents across the wooden table between them, each one showing a different sect and its strategic position in the cultivation world's larger network. Her hands trembled slightly as she pointed out the connections, the deep understanding evident in her eyes, showing how long she had been studying this problem. The coordination is deliberate, Su Wei said, her voice steady despite the tension evident in her shoulders. I've analyzed every infiltration we've detected over the past 3 years. The pattern bearers Rin Hong is deploying are not choosing their targets randomly or based on opportunity. They're following a strategy that Rin Hong designed deliberately, selecting targets that serve her vision of how the cultivation world should eventually be organized. It's almost beautiful in its systematic logic, if not for the fact that it represents an existential threat to everything we've been working toward. The coordinated groups of pattern bearers she was deploying were not designed simply to create instability and cause sect collapse as a destructive end in itself. They were designed to infiltrate and eventually control specific sects, gradually accumulating power and influence until they could direct the sect's resources and decisions toward Rin Hong's larger agenda. The sects that Rin Hong was targeting were not chosen randomly or based on some abstract principle, but appeared to be selected based on their strategic importance in the cultivation world, their accumulated resources and accumulated wealth, and their potential to influence the larger cultivation world once they had been brought under Rin Hong's direction and control. Lu Feng studied the maps, feeling the weight of what Su Wei was showing him. The sects marked in red showed the locations where Rin Hong's agents had been detected. When he stepped back and looked at the overall pattern, it became clear that these sects formed a network themselves, each one connected to several others through trade relationships, alliances, and shared resources. If Rin Hong could control all of them simultaneously, she could effectively control the entire cultivation world's resource distribution and decision-making infrastructure. The realization made him feel as if the room was gradually becoming smaller, the walls pressing in with the weight of implications that stretched forward into a future he could not control. How far along is she? Lu Feng asked, his mind already calculating the implications of what Su Wei had discovered. How many of these sects are already compromised? Can we still stop this? That's where it becomes genuinely frightening, Su Wei replied, pulling out a separate document filled with her careful analysis. Her hands moved across the maps with practiced precision, indicating clusters of sects and the temporal progression of infiltrations. We can detect the pattern bearers who have been deployed, but only if they become active or if they take actions that reveal themselves. Renhong seems to have developed infiltrators that are far more subtle than the ones we encountered earlier. They're integrating themselves into sect hierarchies without triggering the instabilities that would alert sect leaders to their presence. Some of them appear to have spent years in their positions without anyone noticing anything unusual. They've become so integrated that they might be indistinguishable from regular disciples, except to someone looking specifically for pattern-bearing signatures. What made this strategy particularly dangerous was that it was difficult to detect and more difficult to counter without taking actions that would themselves be destabilizing and harmful to the sects being infiltrated. Attempting to purge a sect of pattern bearers once Renhong's agents had infiltrated, it was likely to trigger the very collapse that everyone was trying to prevent, because the pattern bearers had become sufficiently integrated into the sects that housed them, had accumulated sufficient influence and position, that removing them would create organizational crises that might be as devastating as the instabilities they were trying to prevent. It was a trap with no easy escape. Lu Feng found himself thinking of spider webs, beautiful, delicate networks that became inescapable once you became entangled within them. That was what Renhong had created, a perfect trap where any attempt to escape only further entangled those trying to help. The information about the scope of the threat came primarily from Su Wei, the scholar who had been studying Renhong's work for years, who had been working to track her development and predict her moves. Su Wei had become increasingly effective at predicting Renhong's strategic decisions based on her deep understanding of Renhong's theoretical framework and her long-term vision for how the cultivation world should eventually be organized. Through careful analysis of the sects Renhong was targeting, Su Wei had identified patterns that suggested a coordinated strategy rather than random infiltration. She had spent countless nights in the library, studying Renhong's published papers, analyzing the logical implications of her theoretical framework, making educated predictions about how those theories would translate into practice. Her dedication bordered on obsession, but that obsession had enabled her to perceive connections that others had missed. The sects being targeted were not chosen because they were weak or vulnerable, though some of them were. Instead, they were chosen because of their strategic importance in the cultivation world's larger ecosystem. Some controlled valuable resources, jade mines in remote mountain regions that produced the highest quality cultivation stones, gardens of rare spiritual herbs that had been cultivated for centuries and were now more valuable than gold, sacred cultivation sites where the ambient qi was particularly dense and powerful, naturally accelerating advancement for those who meditated there. Others held significant influence over other sects or over large populations of cultivators, serving as central hubs in the network of relationships that bound the cultivation world together. Still others were centers of learning and innovation, places where new cultivation techniques were developed or studied, where the brightest minds in cultivation research gathered to share knowledge and push the boundaries of what was possible. The pattern suggested that Renhong was attempting to create a network of control that could eventually direct the cultivation world's development according to her vision. If she controlled the flow of resources, the centers of learning, and the primary seats of power, she would not need to control every sect. The others would follow out of necessity, unable to survive without access to resources only the controlled sects could provide. She's creating a backbone, Lu Feng said quietly, understanding crystallizing in his mind like frost forming on a winter window. A central nervous system for the cultivation world that she can eventually control entirely. Everything flows through these sects: power, knowledge, resources, influence. If she has her people in all the right places, she becomes the circulatory system that all the other sects depend on. Su Wei nodded, her expression grim with the weight of confirmation. And once she has that nervous system in place, she can influence every other sect and every cultivator without needing to deploy infiltrators everywhere. She creates the conditions she wants, and the rest of the cultivation world naturally adapts to those conditions. It's elegant. It's terrible. It might actually work. Su Wei's analysis suggested that Ren Hong was operating on a timeline measured in years, not months or seasons, a patient strategy that emphasized the accumulation of advantage over time rather than rapid escalation toward confrontation. The infiltrators she was deploying were expected to spend years in their positions, gradually building influence and power before they were activated to work in concert. This patient approach would be far more effective than rapid assault, because it would allow the infiltrators to become so integrated into their host sects that removing them would cause organizational catastrophe. Ren Hong was not trying to conquer the cultivation world. She was trying to become the cultivation world itself, to transform it so fundamentally that her vision and the world's destiny would become indistinguishable from one another. In that goal, she was demonstrating a patience and a vision that was almost admirable, if not for the fact that it threatened everything Lu Feng and his network had struggled to create. Additional section for Chapter 45, to be added after existing content. As Su Wei continued to present her analysis, Lu Feng found himself absorbing the full implications of what she was revealing. The network had known that Ren Hong was creating artificial pattern bearers, but what they had not fully understood until now was the sophistication of the strategy that Ren Hong was employing. She was not simply creating copies of himself that could be deployed to cause chaos. She was creating a coordinated network of agents that would function together as a unified system, each piece positioned to support and reinforce all the others. "Look at this," Su Wei said, pointing to a detailed map showing the sects that had been infiltrated. The sects are not randomly distributed. There are specific geographic clusters, specific relationships between the targeted sects that would create mutual support networks. If Ren Hong activates these agents simultaneously, they won't be fighting in isolation. They'll be coordinating, supporting each other's activities, creating cascading crises that will overwhelm the sect's ability to respond effectively. The elegance of the strategy was almost beautiful in its design, if one could appreciate such things aesthetically. Ren Hong had thought through the problem systematically, had analyzed the network of relationships that bound the cultivation world together, and had designed her infiltration strategy to exploit the connections between institutions rather than simply attacking them one by one. It was a strategy that demonstrated deep understanding of organizational dynamics and of how institutions actually functioned in the real world. "The question is whether we can disrupt this strategy before she activates it," Su Wei continued. "If we can identify the key nodes in the network, the sects whose infiltration is most critical to the overall strategy, we might be able to prevent the full cascade. But we have to act carefully. A single mistake, a single premature detection, could alert her to the fact that we understand her strategy, and she could accelerate the activation timeline." Chapter 46. Detection and Discovery. The task of detecting which sects were harboring Ren Hong's infiltrators without causing panic or triggering the very instabilities they were trying to prevent fell primarily to Lu Feng himself. Working in coordination with Su Wei and a small team of trusted researchers whose pattern-bearing sensitivity was refined enough to allow them to perceive the subtle signature that Ren Hong's artificially created pattern-bearers left when they were actively using their capabilities. The challenge was immense. They had to travel across the cultivation world, visiting dozens of sects, examining the disciples and cultivators within those sects, all while maintaining absolute secrecy about their true purpose. A single mistake, a single revelation that the network was investigating infiltration, would immediately alert Ren Hong to their intentions and would likely cause her to accelerate whatever timeline she had established for activating her agents. Lu Feng's journey through the major sects took months of careful planning and execution. He went to each sect as a representative of the pattern-bearer network, ostensibly to discuss cooperation and coordination, but actually to perform subtle examinations of the sect members. He would request private audiences with sect leaders, conducting interviews where he could observe them closely, watching for signs of pattern-bearing sensitivity that would indicate they had been compromised. He would participate in cultivation demonstrations and sparring sessions where participants revealed their cultivation nature through direct confrontation. He would spend time in the meditation halls and libraries, moving through spaces where cultivators gathered, extending his own pattern-bearing sensitivity to feel for the presence of other pattern-bearers who might be present nearby. The discoveries he made during this investigation confirmed Su Wei's worst analysis. Ren Hong had indeed infiltrated multiple major sects with artificially created pattern-bearers who were positioned in key administrative and military roles. In some cases, the infiltrators had even achieved positions of significant authority: a sect's resource master, a head instructor, a military commander. The implications were staggering. If Ren Hong decided to activate her agents simultaneously, they would not simply create instability. They would attempt a coordinated takeover of multiple major sects, possibly succeeding in controlling several before anyone could mount an effective response. The evidence of infiltration was sometimes subtle. A cultivator whose pattern-bearing sensitivity seemed slightly less refined than it should be, suggesting artificial origin rather than natural cultivation. In other cases, it was more obvious: a cultivator who had achieved far too much influence far too quickly, gathering power in ways that would normally take decades within a much shorter time frame. Some of Ren Hong's infiltrators had been remarkably successful in their integration, earning genuine respect and loyalty from the disciples under their authority. But others had remained isolated and disconnected from the sect community they inhabited, serving their role with mechanical precision, but without any genuine connection to the people around them. The process of identifying the infiltrators was dangerous work. Lu Feng had to be extraordinarily careful not to reveal that he suspected certain individuals, because any suspicion he displayed might trigger their pattern-bearing sensitivity, causing them to realize they had been detected and possibly prompting them to abandon their positions and retreat to Ren Hong's side. There were several close calls where a cultivator whose pattern-bearing nature he was investigating seemed about to become aware of his scrutiny. In those moments, Lu Feng had to smoothly divert the interaction, pretending that he had simply been making normal conversation, all while his mind raced with the confirmation that Ren Hong's infiltration was even more extensive and sophisticated than Su Wei had predicted. By the end of his investigation, Lu Feng had identified at least 43 artificial pattern-bearers in positions of influence across the cultivation world, though Su Wei's analysis suggested that this number represented only a fraction of Ren Hong's total deployment. Some of the infiltrators remained undetected, their pattern-bearing nature sufficiently suppressed that even Lu Feng's refined sensitivity could not perceive them with absolute certainty. The situation had moved beyond what the network could manage through quiet investigation and subtle diplomacy. The time for confrontation was approaching. They would have to make a choice about how to respond, knowing that any action they took would have profound consequences that could not be predicted or fully controlled in advance. Additional section for Chapter 46. The discovery that Ren Hong had infiltrated multiple major sects created a crisis atmosphere within the pattern-bearer network that was difficult to contain or manage effectively. The leaders of the sects that had been identified as hosting Ren Hong's agents demanded immediate action to remove the infiltrators, but every consultation with Su Wei and the other scholars in the network's research division suggested that direct removal would likely trigger organizational collapse in the affected sects. Lu Feng held intensive strategy meetings with the network's senior leaders and the representatives of affected sections. The debates grew heated at times. Some argued for immediate and complete removal of all identified infiltrators, reasoning that despite the risks of organizational disruption, it was better to accept short-term chaos than to allow Ren Hong's agents to remain in place, potentially activating at any moment. Others advocated for a gradual approach, suggesting that the network could work to isolate and deactivate the infiltrators over time while the sects reorganized themselves, creating new leadership structures that would not be dependent on any single individual. The most difficult aspect of the discovery was recognizing that not all of Ren Hong's infiltrators could be easily identified with absolute certainty. Some of them had integrated so thoroughly into their host sects, had developed such sophisticated camouflage of their pattern-bearing nature, that only through extended investigation could the network be confident of their true identity. And during the investigation period, those infiltrators remained in positions of influence and authority, potentially able to activate their resonance patterns at any moment if they became aware of the investigation targeting them. Su Wei presented her most advanced analysis to the Council of Sect Leaders, laying out the evidence for each infiltrator and her assessment of the probability that her identification was correct. Some of the evidence was conclusive: clear signatures of artificial pattern-bearing creation, documentation of connections to Rin Hong's facility. Other evidence was more ambiguous: circumstantial patterns suggesting infiltration but lacking definitive proof that would stand up to scrutiny. The variability in the quality of evidence added another layer of complexity to the decision-making process. How could they act decisively against individuals when the evidence of their status as infiltrators was not beyond question? The investigation and analysis that the network conducted in the aftermath of these discoveries would form the foundation for everything that followed, determining which infiltrators would eventually be identified for certain and which would remain hidden, influencing the Sect's perception of how real the threat was and how urgently confrontation with Rin Hong needed to be undertaken. Chapter 47. The countermeasure. The response to the discovery of Rin Hong's infiltration network had to be carefully calibrated to avoid triggering the very instabilities that everyone was attempting to prevent. Lu Feng convened a strategy session with the most trusted leaders of the pattern-bearer network and representatives from the major sects, gathered in a private location where they could discuss the crisis freely without fear of their deliberations being overheard or understood by potential infiltrators. The session lasted for 2 full days, with various participants offering different perspectives on how best to proceed. Some advocated for identifying the infiltrators and then neutralizing them simultaneously across all affected sects, arguing that the element of surprise and the coordination would prevent any single sect from collapsing during the purge. Others suggested a more gradual approach, identifying the infiltrators but allowing them to remain in place while the network attempted to co-opt them, to convince them to abandon their loyalty to Rin Hong and commit instead to the sects they had been infiltrating. Still others proposed that the network should attempt to establish communication with Rin Hong directly, engaging in negotiation to see if some kind of accord could be reached that would prevent the activation of her agents. The challenge was that each approach carried different risks. A simultaneous purge would likely work logistically, but would almost certainly trigger organizational crises in multiple sects simultaneously, creating chaos that would ripple through the entire cultivation world. A gradual approach would be less disruptive, but would give Rin Hong additional time to activate her agents or to deploy new infiltrators before the network could complete the effort. Negotiation was attractive in theory, but assumed that Rin Hong could be trusted to honor any accord they reached, an assumption that seemed questionable given her history of using infiltration and deception. The debate grew heated at times, with sect leaders expressing their frustration and their fear about the situation they found themselves in. Some declared that they would not tolerate infiltrators remaining in their institutions for any length of time, that they would rather risk organizational crisis than allow Rin Hong's agents to remain embedded within their sections. Others argued passionately that preventing immediate crisis was more important than achieving the psychological satisfaction of complete purge. Lu Feng ultimately proposed a hybrid approach that attempted to balance the competing concerns. They would identify the infiltrators with certainty, establishing which individuals were definitely Rin Hong's agents, and which were simply being suspected based on incomplete information. They would then begin the process of isolation and integration, slowly removing the infiltrators from positions of power and influence, replacing them with trusted individuals. They would simultaneously begin preparations for a possible military expedition to Rin Hong's location, gathering intelligence about where she was based and what resources she had available. The goal was to be prepared to move against her if negotiations failed, but to give negotiation a genuine opportunity first. The implementation of this strategy would require months of careful work, requiring the network to establish new communication channels, to develop more sophisticated methods for identifying infiltrators without creating suspicion, to gradually build the intelligence about Rin Hong's location and operations that would be necessary for any eventual military action. It would require constant vigilance and constant adaptation as circumstances changed, and as Rin Hong herself adapted her strategy in response to the network's actions. Additional major section for Chapter 47. The strategy session that followed the discovery of Rin Hong's infiltration network was one of the most contentious meetings the network had ever held. The leaders of the sects that had been affected felt they were under attack, felt that their institutions had been violated in the most fundamental way. Some of them wanted immediate, decisive action. Others wanted time to develop a more measured response. The pattern bearers in the network had different priorities, seeing this as an opportunity not just to stop Renhong, but to demonstrate the value of pattern-bearing sensitivity to the broader cultivation world. One of the sect leaders, the master of the Flowing River sect, stood up to argue forcefully for immediate and complete removal of all infiltrators. Every moment we delay is a moment when these agents can plan further infiltration, when they can activate resonance patterns that will destroy us, she said, her voice sharp with anger and fear. I did not come here to debate philosophy. I came here to stop a threat to my sect's survival. We need to act now, before it's too late. But Lu Feng responded with measured reasoning. Acting too quickly without adequate preparation could be exactly what Renhong wants, he explained. If we move against her infiltrators without having a coordinated plan, if we try to remove them from multiple sects simultaneously without preparation, the result will be exactly the chaos she's trying to create. The more destructive our response is, the more it validates her analysis that the sects need to transform. We need to think strategically about this, not just react to the crisis. The debate continued for hours. Different perspectives emerged. The younger sect leaders were more willing to consider Lu Feng's arguments about strategy and coordination. The older sect masters were more focused on the immediate threat and on taking decisive action. The pattern bearers in the network wanted to use the situation as an opportunity to demonstrate their value to the sects, to show how pattern-bearing sensitivity could be used constructively in crisis response. Eventually, as exhaustion set in from hours of debate, a consensus began to emerge. They would identify the infiltrators with certainty, establish clear evidence of which individuals were definitely Renhong's agents, and which were merely suspected. They would begin the slow process of isolation, removing the infiltrators from positions of power while monitoring them carefully to ensure they didn't activate their resonance patterns prematurely. Simultaneously, they would begin preparations for a possible military expedition to Renhong's facility, gathering intelligence and building the forces that would be necessary if negotiation ultimately failed. It was not a perfect solution, but it was one that attempted to balance the need for action with the need for strategic thinking, that acknowledged the reality of the threat while also acknowledging the danger of overreacting to it. Chapter 48. The crisis point. The discovery that Renhong had infiltrated multiple major sects created a crisis atmosphere within the pattern-bearer network that was difficult to contain or manage effectively. The leaders of the sects that had been identified as hosting Renhong's agents demanded immediate action to remove the infiltrators, but every consultation with Su Wei and the other scholars in the network's research division suggested that direct removal would likely trigger organizational collapse in the affected sections. The sects discovered that they were harboring agents dedicated to their own downfall was a revelation that created psychological and social disruption that extended far beyond the removal of any individual cultivators. Lu Feng held an emergency council meeting with the leaders of the network and the representatives of the major sects that had been affected by the infiltration. The meeting took place in a neutral location, a monastery built into the side of a mountain that existed outside the political boundaries of any of the sects, maintained by monks who had taken vows of neutrality and refused to participate in the conflicts of the secular cultivation world. The meeting hall was immense, with high ceilings and walls decorated with murals depicting the history of cultivation civilization. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with representatives from different sects sitting at separate tables, their positioning reflecting the various alliances and antagonisms that define the cultivation world's political landscape. We have 43 known infiltrators, Lu Feng reported, his voice steady despite the gravity of what he was communicating. And there may be others we have not yet detected. They are positioned in critical roles within your sects: military commanders, administrative leaders, teachers, advisors. If they were to coordinate an action against you, they could potentially destabilize your institutions from within. But removing them all simultaneously would itself create instability that might be catastrophic. We need to consider how to proceed carefully. The response from the sect leaders was varied. Some demanded that all infiltrators be purged immediately, regardless of the risks to sect stability. Others argued for negotiation, suggesting that perhaps some kind of accord could be reached with Renhong that would allow her to withdraw her agents without triggering conflict. Still others wanted to attempt to convert the infiltrators, to somehow convince them to abandon their loyalty to Rin Hong and commit instead to the sects that had hosted them. The diversity of responses demonstrated the difficulty of the situation. There was no clear path forward that would satisfy all parties and avoid the creation of additional crises. The complexity of the problem was further compounded by the fact that not all of the infiltrators were unwilling participants in Rin Hong's plan. Some of them were genuinely committed to her vision and would resist any attempt to remove them or convert them to a different allegiance. Others, however, seemed to have developed genuine connections to the sects that hosted them, to have formed real relationships with the people in those sects despite their artificial origin and their original purpose as agents of infiltration. Removing those individuals would be a kind of betrayal, a rejection of the genuine community ties that had developed despite the circumstances of their deployment. The spiritual tension in the council chamber was palpable. The cultivators seated around the hall radiated their anxiety and their fear, their pattern-bearing sensitivities vibrating with the emotional weight of the situation. Some seemed almost to glow with their distress, their cultivation energy pulsing in patterns that reflected their inner turmoil. Others sat in cold silence, their cultivations locked down so tightly that they appeared almost mechanical in their stillness. The contrast between the different cultivators' responses demonstrated the deep diversity of personality and approach that existed even within the relatively unified group of pattern-bearers and sect leaders. Additional major section for Chapter 48. The council meeting that had been reconvened to address the fundamental questions raised by the discovery of Rin Hong's infiltration network lasted for days, with representatives from major sects arriving in waves to participate in the discussions. The logistics of housing, feeding, and managing the assembly of so many powerful cultivators in a single location became its own complex undertaking. The monastery that served as the neutral meeting place had not seen such a gathering of high-level sect representatives in decades, and the monks who maintained the facility found themselves stretched thin managing the needs of the assembly. The great hall where the council met was arranged with careful attention to protocol and to the sensitivities of the different sections. Each major sect was seated in a designated area, with their representatives positioned according to their rank within the sect hierarchy. The pattern-bearers who attended were scattered throughout the hall rather than seated as a unified group, a deliberate choice to avoid giving the appearance that the pattern-bearers constituted a separate voting bloc. The discussions that emerged from the council covered a vast range of issues and concerns. Some sect leaders focused on the immediate problem of identifying and removing infiltrators. Others raised larger questions about the nature of the threat, what it would mean if Rin Hong succeeded in her plans, what kind of cultivation civilization would emerge if she actually managed to reshape the sects according to her vision. Still others focused on what the existence of the infiltrators revealed about the sect's own vulnerabilities, the ways that sect hierarchies and cultures had allowed Rin Hong's artificial pattern-bearers to integrate so completely. The representatives from the different sects were not always in agreement. Some believed that the infiltrators should be allowed to reveal themselves through activation rather than being proactively identified and removed. Others thought that any sect that had been infiltrated needed to undergo complete purification, removing everyone who had any connection to the infiltrators, even if they were not themselves artificial pattern-bearers. Still others advocated for attempting to turn some of the infiltrators, to convince them to switch their loyalty to the network rather than to Rin Hong. Lu Feng facilitated these discussions carefully, allowing each perspective to be heard, helping the council to work towards some kind of consensus that would allow coordinated action. But he understood that true consensus might be impossible. What they needed was enough agreement to move forward, not complete unanimity. Some sects would go their own way regardless of what the council decided. The goal was to build enough coalition support that they could move toward confrontation with Rin Hong, with most of the cultivation world either actively participating or at least tacitly supporting the effort. As the council continued its discussions deep into the nights, the weight of history and of consequence seemed to press down on the hall. The decisions being made would echo forward for generations. The cultivation world was at a turning point, and no one could be certain what the right course of action actually was. But they had to decide, had to act, had to move forward despite the uncertainty and the profound moral complexities. Chapter 49. The breaking point. The tensions that had been building within the pattern-bearer network and within the affected sects reached a critical point when one of the infiltrators, a cultivator who had been deeply embedded within the Jade Mountain sect and who had achieved significant authority as a deputy sect master, was finally discovered and confronted by sect leadership. The confrontation did not go as planned. Rather than submitting to interrogation or attempting to flee, the infiltrator activated the resonance pattern that Ren Hong had implanted within his cultivation base, deliberately triggering the exact kind of instability that everyone had been trying to prevent. The resulting cascade of destruction within the Jade Mountain sect was catastrophic. 3 senior sect masters were killed in the chaos. Dozens of disciples were injured, some of them suffering permanent cultivation damage. Multiple buildings within the sect complex collapsed, destroying valuable resources and research materials that had taken centuries to accumulate. The forced activation of the pattern-bearer resonance was more severe and more destructive than anyone had anticipated, as if Ren Hong had somehow enhanced the potential for damage in the infiltrators she had deployed in positions of greatest influence. The destruction at Jade Mountain Sect was a wake-up call to the entire cultivation world about the true scope of the threat they faced. Ren Hong was not simply trying to infiltrate sects gradually and take control over time. She was prepared to trigger catastrophic destruction at a moment's notice if she believed it served her purposes. The realization created a state of near panic throughout the affected sections. Some sect leaders demanded that all pattern bearers be purged immediately, regardless of whether they were natural pattern bearers or artificial infiltrators. Others accused the network of having caused the crisis through their attempts at infiltration detection. Still others demanded that Lu Feng take immediate military action against Ren Hong, arguing that negotiation was clearly not possible with someone willing to destroy sects and kill innocent people. The death toll at Jade Mountain Sect and the scale of the destruction forced a decision point. The network could no longer operate from a position of attempting to manage the situation gradually and carefully. They had to move toward direct confrontation with Ren Hong, either attempting negotiation from a position of strength or preparing for military action. The discovery of the infiltrators had been premature, activated before the network had completed its process of identifying all of Ren Hong's agents. But now they had no choice but to accelerate their timeline and move forward with whatever plan they had developed. The Jade Mountain Sect incident became the pivotal moment that crystallized the support for direct action against Ren Hong. Where there had been hesitation and debate about the appropriate response to her infiltration, there was now determination and resolve. The major sects that had been affected by infiltration agreed to support a military expedition to Ren Hong's location, providing troops and resources to ensure that the network could mount an effective confrontation. The momentum toward direct action became unstoppable, and the network began the rapid escalation of preparations that would lead toward the eventual expedition to the Northern Territories. Additional section for Chapter 49. The aftermath of the Jade Mountain Sect incident was chaotic and painful. The sect's leadership was in disarray, with multiple senior masters killed, the sect's internal structure partially destroyed, its standing in the cultivation world severely damaged by the evidence that it had been compromised by Ren Hong's infiltration. The disciples of the sect were traumatized, many of them struggling to process the sudden violence and the revelation that someone they had trusted, a deputy sect master who had taught many of them personally, had been an artificial creation dedicated to the sect's destruction. The incident galvanized support for military action against Ren Hong in ways that debate and reasoning had not achieved. The abstract concern about infiltration and the theoretical threat of Ren Hong's work became suddenly, brutally concrete. People had died. Sects had been damaged. The crisis was no longer a future problem, but a current emergency that demanded immediate response. Within days of the incident at Jade Mountain, sect leaders who had previously been cautious about supporting military expedition against Ren Hong began to commit resources and troops. The sects that had been identified as harboring infiltrators saw sending fighters to the expedition as a way to assert that they were serious about protecting themselves, that they were unwilling to tolerate further infiltration. The sects that had not been directly targeted also committed forces, seeing the expedition as a necessary step to prevent future infiltrations of their own institutions. The military leaders of the network worked overtime, organizing and coordinating all of these committed forces, ensuring that the expedition would have adequate warriors, support personnel, and equipment. The logistical complexity increased exponentially as the number of participating sects grew and as each sect wanted to have input into the expedition's leadership and decision-making structure. Lu Feng found himself in the strange position of having more resources and more support for military action than he had anticipated, but facing greater pressure and greater external constraint on his freedom of action. Every decision he made would now be scrutinized by dozens of sect leaders, each with their own interests and their own perspective on what the correct course of action should be. The simplicity of leading a network of pattern bearers was being replaced by the complexity of trying to coordinate action among institutions with different priorities and different cultures. Chapter 50. The Choice in the Aftermath of the Jade Mountain Sect Incident. Lu Feng found himself facing a fundamental choice about how the pattern bearer network should respond and what direction his own participation in events should take. The destruction at Jade Mountain had forced a decision point that had previously seemed distant and theoretical. Now it was immediate and concrete. The network could either prepare for military confrontation with Rinhong, or it could attempt to establish communication and pursue negotiation despite the evidence of her willingness to cause destruction. Lu Feng spent a night in solitude, meditating on the implications of different choices and the paths they would set in motion. He understood that military confrontation would require him to personally lead the expedition, to take responsibility for the decisions that would be made during the operation, to potentially face Rinhong directly. Negotiation would require him to assume that some kind of dialogue was still possible, that some part of Rinhong might be willing to discuss alternatives to the path she had chosen. As he sat in meditation, his pattern-bearing sensitivity extending outward through the network of cultivators and sects that had become his responsibility, he found himself perceiving something that surprised him. The destruction at Jade Mountain Sect had not come without consequence for Rinhong. The forced activation of the infiltrator had cost her something significant. He could perceive it in the patterns of energy flowing through the cultivation world, a disruption that suggested she had burned resources to trigger the destruction and that the cost had been greater than she had anticipated. The realization changed his understanding of the situation fundamentally. Rinhong was not invulnerable and all-powerful. She was constrained by resources and by the limitations of what she could accomplish through artificial pattern bearers. She was vulnerable to the same calculations and pressures that affected everyone else in the cultivation world. The choice became less about whether he could defeat her militarily and more about whether he could convince her that military confrontation would cost more than it was worth, that cooperation was a more rational path forward than continued conflict. By dawn, Lu Feng had made his decision. He would authorize the preparation for military expedition, but he would simultaneously attempt to establish direct communication with Rinhong. He would propose a meeting, an opportunity to engage in genuine dialogue about what both of them were attempting to accomplish. If negotiation failed, they would proceed with military action. But if there was any possibility of resolution through understanding rather than through conflict, he was determined to pursue that possibility. The decision represented a kind of faith that even someone as ruthless and as committed to her vision as Rinhong would ultimately be willing to consider alternatives if she could be made to understand that confrontation was no longer advantageous. It was a gamble, but it was a gamble that offered the possibility of transformation and change rather than simply perpetuating cycles of conflict and destruction. Additional section for Chapter 50. As Lu Feng meditated through the night following the Jade Mountain incident, he sat with the profound moral complexity of the situation that confronted him. Rinhong had directly caused the deaths of innocent people. She had caused genuine suffering. By any conventional moral standard, she had committed actions that demanded accountability and justice. How could he possibly consider working with someone whose hands were stained with blood? But as his meditation deepened and his consciousness expanded, he found himself perceiving the situation from a more nuanced perspective. Rinhong had not killed people out of malice or cruelty. She had activated the infiltrator because she understood that the network was getting close to identifying her entire infiltration strategy. and she had decided that better to trigger a crisis that would force the confrontation to occur now rather than allowing the network to gradually discover and dismantle her agents one by one over time. It was a calculated decision, made with the understanding that it would cause suffering. But it was a decision made in service of what she believed was a more important goal, the transformation of the cultivation world. This did not excuse the deaths that had occurred, but it did help him understand that Rin Hong was not a villain motivated by evil intentions. She was a person genuinely committed to her vision of how the cultivation world should be organized, willing to make difficult choices and accept terrible costs in service of that vision. Those were different moral categories. Someone pursuing a flawed goal through mistaken methods might be reasoned with, might be willing to consider alternatives if presented with evidence that cooperation would serve their underlying goals better than confrontation. By dawn, Lu Feng had made his decision. He would authorize the preparation for military expedition, but he would simultaneously attempt to establish direct communication with Rin Hong. The military preparation would serve two purposes. It would demonstrate that the network was serious about confronting her, creating pressure that might make her more willing to negotiate, and it would provide backup in case negotiation failed and military action became necessary. But the primary goal would be negotiation, would be achieving some kind of understanding that could transform the conflict from zero-sum confrontation to something approaching cooperation. It was a gamble, a risk that Rin Hong might interpret his outreach as weakness and might move to activate her remaining agents while he was focused on negotiation. But it was also the only path forward that had the possibility of achieving genuine resolution rather than simply perpetuating cycles of conflict and destruction. Chapter 51. The Preparation for Confrontation. With Rin Hong's location identified through careful investigation and research conducted over many weeks by Su Wei and her team of researchers, the network began the process of organizing what would essentially be a military expedition, though the language around it attempted to frame it as something less aggressive and less confrontational than a direct military assault. The location they had identified was a remote mountain range in the Northern Territories, an area that was controlled nominally by a minor sect that Rin Hong had apparently allied with or corrupted over the years. The journey to this location would require weeks of travel through difficult terrain, past villages, and through forests that grew increasingly wild as the expedition moved away from the populated regions and into the true wilderness. The force that would be sent to Rin Hong's facility would include Lu Feng himself, since the unique characteristics of his cultivation and his pattern-bearing sensitivity might be necessary to understand what Rin Hong had accomplished and to counter any defensive measures she might have in place. It would include a contingent of the most skilled and most trusted members of the network, experienced pattern-bearers whose sensitivity had been refined through years of work and whose loyalty had been proven through their commitment to the network's mission. The selection of these individuals had been careful and deliberate, prioritizing not just cultivation strength, but also wisdom, strategic thinking, and the ability to make moral decisions in complex situations that would have no clear right answer. It would include representatives from several major sects that had integrated pattern bearers into their governance, sects that had the most to lose if Rin Hong succeeded in her infiltration strategy, and therefore had the most motivation to support a confrontation. Some of the sects sent their elite warriors and cultivators, powerful individuals whose presence would add significant strength to the expedition. Others sent scholars and theorists whose primary role would be to help interpret what Rin Hong had created and to work with Lu Feng to understand the theoretical foundations of her work. And it would include independent cultivators who had been supporting the network's work over the years, individuals whose cultivation strength was significant and whose commitment to the cause was genuine. The total force numbered approximately 200 cultivators, selected from among thousands who had offered to participate. The selection process was difficult and contentious, with every regional leader wanting to contribute their strongest and most experienced members. But Lu Feng insisted on limiting the force to the 200 most essential, reasoning that a smaller, more mobile force would be more effective than a larger one that would be slower to move and easier to detect. A large army would announce itself to Rin Hong days in advance of arrival. A smaller, more disciplined force could approach with greater stealth and could move through difficult terrain with greater flexibility. The preparation was meticulous and careful, with significant attention devoted to attempting to plan for contingencies and potential complications that might emerge during the operation. The network's members who had military or combat experience were consulted to develop strategies for approaching Rinhong's facility, for breaching its defensive structures, for preventing her from escaping or destroying her research if she became aware of the assault. The goal was not to destroy the facility or kill Rinhong, but rather to stop her work, to prevent her from continuing to create and deploy new pattern bearers, and to recover the research and theoretical frameworks that would allow the network to understand and counter her technology. The preparation also involved attempting to gain cooperation from the Sect that housed Rinhong's facility. The Sect leadership was informed about the full scope of Rinhong's infiltration strategy and was presented with evidence that Rinhong had been using the Sect as a tool for her own purposes, that she had been studying the Sect's organizational structure and its vulnerabilities as part of her larger project to eventually bring it under her control and reshape it according to her vision. Lu Feng personally visited the Sect's leaders, spending days in negotiation, presenting his evidence carefully, allowing them time to process the betrayal they had experienced at Rinhong's hands. The Sect leadership, once presented with this evidence, and once they understood how thoroughly they had been manipulated by Rinhong, agreed to cooperate with the network's operation, agreeing to lower their defensive formations and to provide intelligence about the layout of the facility and the location of Rinhong's laboratory. The supplies gathered for the expedition were extensive and carefully chosen. Enough food to sustain 200 cultivators for weeks of travel and weeks of possible siege conditions. Weapons and defensive arrays, items specifically designed to counter sophisticated cultivation defenses. Healing medicines and supplies for treating injuries that might be sustained during combat. Maps and detailed drawings of Rinhong's facility that had been reconstructed from the intelligence provided by the cooperating Sect. Ritual implements and cultivation resources for maintaining peak efficiency during the journey and in preparation for the confrontation itself. Adding this section to Chapter 51 after the existing content. The logistical coordination required to organize this expedition was staggering in scope and complexity. Teams of cultivators had to be selected from different regions and brought together with equipment and supplies. Routes had to be planned, with backup routes identified in case of unexpected obstacles. Messages had to be sent to the cooperating Sect, coordinating timing and preparing them for the arrival of the expedition. The network's administrative structure, which had been created for managing organizational relationships and strategic coordination, had to adapt to managing actual military logistics for the first time. Lu Feng worked closely with the military leaders in the network, experienced cultivators who had previous command experience in various conflicts and who understood how to organize large groups of people for coordinated action. They developed detailed plans for how the expedition would move, how it would camp at night, how it would defend itself if ambushed before reaching Rinhong's facility. They established chains of command and communication protocols, ensuring that information could flow efficiently from scouts at the front of the expedition back to the main command structure and forward again with instructions and adjustments to the plan. The actual gathering of the expedition took place over the course of 2 weeks, with cultivators arriving from different regions, bringing with them their personal equipment and cultivation resources. The assembly area was located in a neutral territory controlled by a Sect that had agreed to support the network's efforts. The cultivators arriving found themselves part of something larger than themselves, a genuine military force dedicated to a mission that many of them viewed as crucial to the future of the cultivation world. The final night before departure, Lu Feng addressed the entire assembled force, speaking to them about the significance of what they were undertaking. He talked about the importance of maintaining discipline and following orders, about the necessity of working together as a unified force rather than as individuals. But he also spoke to them about the deeper meaning of their mission, about their role in protecting the pattern bearers and the network that had been built to support them, about how this expedition represented the culmination of years of work and preparation. Adding this final section to Chapter 51. The spiritual preparation for the expedition was as important as the physical preparation. The cultivators who had volunteered to participate understood that they might be walking into a confrontation that could cost them their lives or could result in severe cultivation damage. The meditation halls in the expedition's preparation camps were filled day and night with cultivators attempting to achieve clarity of mind and spirit, seeking to prepare themselves psychologically for what they might encounter. Lu Feng encouraged this spiritual preparation, understanding that the quality of a cultivator's mental state in confrontation could be as important as their cultivation level or their combat skill. He arranged for experienced meditators to lead group sessions, for scholars to speak about the meaning of the mission they were undertaking, for spiritual practitioners to perform rituals designed to protect the cultivators and to align their intentions with higher purposes. The equipment that the expedition carried was diverse and specialized, reflecting the different roles that the cultivators would need to fulfill. Warriors carried weapons imbued with cultivation arrays. Cultivators who specialized in protective magic carried defensive talismans and cultivation tools. Scholars and researchers carried measurement instruments and analysis tools that would allow them to study Renhong's research if they gained access to it. The total weight of the expedition's supplies was enormous, requiring teams of porters to carry everything and requiring careful logistics to ensure that the expedition would not be slowed down by the burden of its own equipment. In the final days before departure, Lu Feng held a ceremony where he formally commissioned the expedition, calling upon the power of pattern-bearing itself to guide and protect the cultivators who would undertake this dangerous mission. The ceremony was attended by representatives from every sect that had committed forces to the expedition, by pattern-bearers from the network, by the families of some of the cultivators who would be departing. The emotional weight of the moment was palpable. Everyone understood that this expedition represented a turning point, that the decisions that would be made in the coming weeks would determine the future of pattern-bearing civilization itself. Additional final paragraph to add at the end of Chapter 51, before Chapter 52. As the final preparations were completed in the days immediately preceding the expedition, Lu Feng found himself reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought him to this moment. Years ago, he had been an expelled disciple of the Azure Crane Sect, a young man whose existence had seemed to be a mistake and a tragedy. The cultivation world had rejected him, had deemed him too dangerous, too unusual, too prone to causing the kind of instability that well-ordered institutions could not tolerate. But that rejection had ultimately become the catalyst for transformation. His own transformation from an isolated, desperate individual into someone who could guide civilization itself toward evolution and renewal. The pattern bearers he had gathered, the network he had built, the vision he had developed about what the cultivation world could become, all of these had emerged from the necessity of survival and adaptation after his expulsion. What had seemed like destruction had actually been the beginning of something far greater and far more meaningful. Chapter 52. The weight of responsibility. In the weeks immediately preceding the expedition, Lu Feng withdrew from direct administrative responsibilities within the network and spent time in solitude, attempting to clarify his thoughts and his intentions and to prepare himself for what was about to occur. He understood that what they were about to do might be necessary and might be justified by the circumstances, but he also understood